And then we've got Hamilton, Beddoe, Simcock, Evans, Veldink and Clark at the back there. Right, so they're coming around now. And here comes Eliana de Vos. This is going to be the first race ever on this revised layout. They always throw it down as just something new every time. So Eliana de Vos, very slow. They're going green. He's on the throttle now. And where will they brake going into the first turn? They're all braking very late. Is anyone running wide? There's a few who's sort of run a bit wide and someone's lost a place, but they're going to get it back by being on the inside, as simple as that. So there's Eliana de Vos. He's got something of a lead that allows him to at least find his way around the track as he enters the Snell section. This will be actually a known part into an unknown part. This S-bend here now. Is anyone going to hit the wall coming out of that? This is a very tricky part on this opening lap. I think someone caught it near the back there ahead of Clark. But there's Eliana de Vos, and he's going to come around to complete that opening lap. Lewis Manley, over to you. Potentially a cleaner lap than we might have expected.
Yeah, pretty much. It was never in doubt for de Vos to be on pole position. He looked pretty smooth for the first corners, and this corner he's coming to now looks pretty tight. So rather they be overtaken there later on, I don't know. But he's trying to check out from Sir Pitt and Briley behind, as Briley has had a very indifferent start to the BRKC. As you saw in his first round, never expected to be for him to start P9. But this corner here, he's saying he locked the front brakes. That's why he was down that far down. So you want to
lock the back brake, you mean?
Locked up down there. Yeah. And so you want to put that behind him, and of course just try and get as many points as he can.
Absolutely, and he's really pushing on well in this. He's third, and it's a challenging third on Adam Schruppert as they file through now. This is getting increasingly sort of familiar now that they come through. There's Eliana de Vos. You could see his eyes on the screen there. He's looking almost across the track, not only anticipating where he is, but what's coming up ahead. He's a quick check over his shoulder there, and of course that straight looks really short now from this camera angle. There's Eliana de Vos. There is Schruppert, and there in the yellow helmet is double BRKC champion Sean Briley. His championship really getting underway, as far as he's concerned, more in this. Into the pits, Anthony.
Yes, indeed. We have the number 11 into the pit lane. It is a good stop for Endine. He's back out on track, and it's 2 green lights.
Brad, analysis.
Yeah, Russell dropped down a place on lap 1. I think he maybe lost it into that new hairpin on the back. I didn't see it happen, but I did see him emerge behind. So he's obviously decided he's got the pace. He's been bundled down, but wants to just get on with it now. And I have a feeling that with limited overtaking opportunities, with shorter braking distances on this version of the track, strategy is going to become even more important than it normally is.
Absolutely. And for this first heat round where they're tackling it for the first time, might there be something to be said for, if you are in the middle of the field, to almost take an early pit stop, to just get out of it, and then you'll settle into it better rather than having a distraction of a pit stop later on? Will that play a part? Lewis, do you feel that could be a strategy people employ or not?
Potentially, yes. As you can see, if they want to get held up, then they may pit and try the undercut. But again, at the same time, the next one ahead may just do it in the next lap the opposite. So as you can see, de Vos is pulled away slightly from the second and third place guys, Sir Pitt and Briley. But lovely concentration from de Vos's eyes, as you can see, because he's got a clear visor through the left-hander, and the Snell he's coming up to, as you can see, he's looking right there. You go, the lovely piece of concentration he's doing. So he's pulled away a bit, so he's looking very good to get 2 out of 2.
Absolutely, Eliana de Vos there, one of the best drivers in the world. He's taking the challenge of this revised layout there. He's trying to balance between feeling his way through the new track. He doesn't want any mistakes that, bouncing off walls here and grazing that. He doesn't want things that are going to randomly slow him down, but equally he does need to keep the speed, and he's definitely keeping the speed because he's opened it up to just over a second now, that gap. That's by far the biggest we've seen. Adam Schruppert, far from chasing Eliana de Vos down now, is really fighting a rearguard action against Sean Briley. The new section there, de Vos, he's making it look very smooth indeed. Affair was, of course, running at the wall coming out there, but that doesn't seem to be a problem now. Brad, we're seeing the field sort of extend out a bit. What are we seeing on times?
Yeah, Briley doesn't have the option to pit away from Schruppert at the moment, so he is going to just have to keep going with him. But I've got a feeling that on this layout, we said that there's a gap of time that you lose when you make a pit stop, but it's not exactly that gap that you need if you need to jump the kart in front. I think you're going to need an even closer gap with the way the karts exit the pit straight into a hairpin.
Yeah.
If you were a blocker before, you're really a blocker now because it's a very, very tight right-hander. So I think you're going to need quite a big overlap to get past the kart in front.
And you're going to be practically on the limit of the steering of the kart to get round that if you're forced to stay on the right. So if you came out alongside somebody.
And remember, what we normally see is the kart that's stayed on track, the kart that's pitted earlier,
Yeah.
who then comes out and sees a kart emerge from the pits in front of them. They have this run, they have this momentum, which by the time they get into the snail, they're then right back on the tail. They're not going to get to use that momentum here because there's a hairpin, so they can't carry that extra speed they've got.
Well, for the sake, when we're talking about the snail, there's actually 2 points of, where that momentum's broken, 2 points of broken momentum. Not only the first corner, but the new hairpin on the back left corner there of the racetrack. So that murders any sort of snail momentum. Over to you, Lewis Manley. When it comes to leaving the pit lane here, it's going to probably be crucial not to be in a position of being held to the right-hand side of the track.
Exactly, because when you're out the pit lane, you've got the inside line and the advantage. So it depends around the outside if you're slightly ahead, if you've got enough momentum to get ahead, because the second corner, you've got the inside yourself through the long left-handers. So there's a little pass at the snail section, so there's a position gained.
Luke Evans on Benjamin Hamilton, I believe.
Yeah. We could well see a swap there. We'll have that confirmed when they cross the line. Talking of racing, though, it's getting pretty racy on screen now. We've got Adam Schrupert, the Polish driver. He's fending off. Oh, in the pits?
Yep, we have Benjamin Hamilton in the pit lane for his first stop of the race, and his only stop, I should say. 1, 2 green lights. He's heading out onto the track. No drama, no traffic. He's got a clear track.
Yeah, that was about as routine as you could want for a pit stop, really, wasn't it? He's on the money there. Talking of on the money, though, Sean Briley is trying to build up points to keep himself in contention. Each driver scores points in 4 rounds of the heat races. They have 1 heat in each round. Then the top 30 go through to the semi-finals, and then from that they qualify through into the final itself. Now, it's all about continuing to score in the semi-final. So Sean Briley, if he's going to make, get a berth in the final on this, he's got to have a lot of points, not only in the heat races, but the semi-final too. But the heat race earlier, he didn't score so well. So this really is something he needs to get knuckled into now. So there's Sean Briley on screen in the yellow. Lewis, Sean's got a lot of work to do, but it is doable, do you think?
It certainly is. He's dropped that slightly. It's just pulled away slightly, but Sean's still keeping with him as DeVos has checked out from them two now. So DeVos seems he's got this in the bag. He looks cool as a cucumber out the front, so he's looking very good for 2 out of 2 for sure, but rather Sean will get second from Adam later on. It's all about the pit stops, whoever pits first, undercuts or overcuts, so that's what Sean will be thinking right now.
Yeah, and it looks as though finally the two we're looking at here are second and third. And if you consider the position of the second place driver, Adam Schrupert, the one in the predominantly white helmet, he has now lost the ability to see race leader Eleanor DeVos. They're over 12 minutes to go, 13 laps in, but he's lost the ability to see DeVos, and such has been DeVos's pace. Now, Sean Briley, if he wanted to win this race, being able to get a Schrupert now would have been a good thing. Analysis, Brad Philpott. Sean Briley, might he be advised to actually make a pit stop, or do you think it's too late for anything like that?
Oh, I think it's the same old story. If he stops before the kart in front of him, the kart ahead will then potentially just pit on the next lap and definitely come out ahead.
Do you think Schrupert will think of that?
I think he probably would do, yeah. Having said all that, if Sean were to pit now, he's going to come out in traffic. There's only been 2 stoppers so far, and so Sean would come out in very close proximity to a number of karts. So he's kind of hemmed in at the moment. He can't use that strategy option. As always, the best thing is if he overtakes him on circuit.
And in the pits, Anthony.
Joseph Simcock in the pit lane. He's not happy with his stops. He got 2 green lights, but he did this on his last heat as well. He's just frustrated at his pit stops, and I think it's because he keeps hitting the barriers in the pit lane. He's got to be careful of that, but there's 2 green lights, but he's not a happy chap.
Anthony, going back to that, have you noticed how there are some drivers who, no matter what happens on the pit, they leave shaking their heads? It's like just the very fact of having to stop has kind of frustrated them a little.
Yeah, you know, every driver has one of these moments where, yeah, okay, I clipped the barrier, or I stopped a little soon, or I've hit the throttle too early.
It could have been better. They couldn't have, but they think they could have been because they were stopped.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of those things. They'll always complain about something, I'm sure.
I'll feel it, indeed. Meantime, though, that battle still rages, second and third. We've seen that on screen now. It is Adam Schruppert leading Sean Brierley. That's second and third. Sean Brierley so far hasn't, not only has he not been able to make anything work, there doesn't seem like there's anywhere he can find to get any kind of run on Schruppert. Lewis Manley, we'll go over to you on this one. Does it look as though there's any gap that Sean's able to find?
It seems it looks tighter on the screen, so rather it's tighter in his view, I don't know, but only the Snell section could be his best hope, because turn one is too risky to pass, and especially their second of the new corners that they're coming to right now looks pretty tough. We have a pitter, number 20.
Yeah, it's Colin Barreau who's in the pit lane.
Barreau,
and he's had the 2 green lights. He's back out on track. He's just come in behind Endine, but it's a good stop nonetheless.
And Brad Philpott.
The one thing playing in Sean's favour here is if he does want to start having some nibbles, if he does want to start attacking, they've got around about a 4-second gap before Endine. Now, that sounds strange because Russell Endine's down in 6th position, but he really is the 4th position driver right now when you work out the pit stop. So I think Russell is comfortably in 4th. Luke Evans is doing a really, really good job. But I think once he pits, he is going to be just slightly behind Russell unless things change. So what I'm saying is Sean has the option of losing some time because they're not going to be catching DeVos, so he can attempt something and even give the place back if it goes wrong and they lose time.
Absolutely, and if you've recently joined us, because we've been talking about this earlier on as well, just to sort of really clarify that position, if you look at the score on the left-hand side of your screen back at home there, right? Okay, so we're talking about Adam Schruppert in second, Sean Brierley in third. Now, yes, there's Luke Evans. Yes, there's Damon Velding. But then there's Russell Endine. Now, Russell Endine's been in the pits, and we're considering 10.5 seconds as being what sort of is the time spent in the pits, the added time, if you like, of making a pit stop. So Russell Endine, who's been in, versus Luke Evans and Velding, who have not. As you can see from that, Russell Endine will clearly leapfrog those two. The danger then, from Sean Brierley's point of view, becomes Russell Endine. He's not worried about Luke Evans because Luke Evans has stopped, nor has Sean Brierley. So he has that real 8-second gap, as you can see, 4 seconds to 12. However, Russell Endine has been in, and 19 seconds back. If Sean Brierley actually starts losing time in his pursuit of Schruppert, that could become a very real problem. Why is it a problem? Because Russell Endine has won BRKC Championship races here before. Brad Philpott.
And Endine is currently one of the very fastest on track. Second fastest car on track right now is Russell. He's going 0.3 quicker than the Schruppert and Brierley battle.
So if you then look back to that scoreboard, 0.3 was it?
Quicker than those two.
So 0.3 is what's coming down by the lap. Russell Endine currently in 6th, having made a pit stop, versus Sean Brierley, who has not made a pit stop. When the pit stop cycle through, Russell Endine will clearly be ahead of Evans and Vending. It's about whether he catches Brierley. Now, we're currently dealing with about 15 seconds. We'll keep an eye on that on the screen. So you guys at home, if you keep an eye on that, we're looking for that gap. 4.9, obviously down to 20 for Russell Endine. That's about 15 seconds near us at the moment. So look for that either opening out or coming down, because at the moment that would clearly mean that Sean Brierley would come out right now maybe 4 seconds ahead of Russell Endine in real terms. Russell Endine has been in the pits. Sean Brierley has not. Okay, so Anthony, just want to go over to you for a second. We've got just under 7.5 minutes in. It's a longer lap, so it's going to take, and the times are a little bit slower. So there's probably going to be less laps in this race. How many people have we got to come in? And is there anyone in danger of running out of time?
Well, we're actually 7 minutes to go of this race. We are 13 minutes in. And 4 drivers have pitted, 6 yet to pit. It's going to get busy in here very, very soon. But like you say, at the moment, there are so many drivers, well, mostly up in that sharp end. Of course, Eliana DeVos, he's pretty clear at the moment, 4.5 seconds clear. But for Schruppert and for Brierley, this is going to be interesting of who's going to pit first out of those two.
Yeah, and currently lap times are slightly to the wrong side of 10% slower compared to the regular snail section. So that's got to play a part in terms of how many laps you have available in order to make that pit stop. They can't pit on the last lap. That's a crucial thing here. So it may well be that we get people sort of bunching up in the pit lane itself. And needless to say, that's not good if you're getting held up while someone is dead stopped in front of you making a pit stop. Meantime, here he comes, Eliana de Vos, to put another lap in first place. We're looking at the battle for second. Shrupit versus Sean Briley. As they come across the line, start another lap. Neither of them are in this time around. Nor, for that matter, is Luke Evans by looks of it, or Velding. No, they continue round. And so, Anthony, it's one lap closer to some kind of massive stack up in the pit lane.
Yeah, I'm kind of looking forward to it, if I'm brutally honest, because it's been pretty lonely in here with only those 4 pit stops in such a long period of time. Because, I mean, a 20-minute heat is still a long race for these drivers. But yet again, leaders coming round. No one at this moment in time has chosen to come in the pit lane. So, again, it's a very interesting scenario that we're seeing on this new alternate layout. But I guess people are just unsure about how this track is going to fare with the pit stops at this stage.
Yeah, and going over now to Lewis Manley. Lewis, with quite a few people still to make a pit stop, do you feel that it could get busy in the pit lane as we get near the end? We've only got 5 minutes.
Yeah, pretty much, because only half the drivers have pitted, or 4 of them, in fact. As I say, it's not a good idea if you pit behind someone, as I've said in the past. So if Briley, I don't think Briley will do that.
Oh, into the pits now, second
21.
place.
Yep, it's all kicking off now. Okay, Adam Shrupit into the pit lane. It's good at gate number 1, in towards gate 2, gets the red light, waits for the green, gets it. Where is he going to come out? He's neck and neck with Evans, but Evans just gets through.
He's behind Luke Evans. Now, Anthony, Luke Evans has not been in yet, is that right?
That is correct. Luke Evans has not been in, so he does have to pit. So it's, again, a bit of traffic he's got to deal with.
But if he leaves it a long time, that could be bad news for Adam Shrupit. Brad Philpott, you want to come in?
And remember what we were saying about how there could be an even bigger advantage to being the second car in a pairing to pit on this layout, because you're so going to block the inside of turn 1. So Sean now has been released. Can he pump in some fast lap times? On the basis of that last lap, maybe not. He's around what he was doing before. If he can get some 33 3s or 2s on the board, he might just be able to leapfrog and move up to second place.
So Sean Briley, just to cut in there, is now under big pressure to lay down some times in his pursuit of Adam Shrupit. Adam Shrupit's going to be held up by Luke Evans by the looks of it. He has to fight his way through here. He's not going to lap down or anything like that. He's going to have to race it or take a bit of a loss of time. Now, that is good news for Sean Briley. How late is Sean Briley going to leave it? So, Lewis Manley, what would you be doing now if you were Sean Briley? Would you stay out longer or come in now, do you think?
There's about a minute and a half till he has to pit, so he's trying the overcut on 21, as Luke Evans is ahead, that hasn't pitted yet. So it's all about who gets second or third, but it's going to be very close, but it depends how quick Briley's pit is. As 21 had a little go, but just put his hand up in apology, so he'll move on from that. So it depends if Sean Briley pits this lap, so he's coming round here. No, he continues on, as the race leader has as well, so it'll be pretty tight for second.
Absolutely, and Adam Shrupit there had a bit of a moment. Obviously, such matters cost time, and time is not something he can afford right now. He can't really see where Sean Briley is. He's fighting a rearguard action. We're talking about the 10 and the 21 here. Adam Shrupit now has caught up with Luke Evans. Oh, in the pits.
Yeah, we've got a couple. So Damien Veldick has come in. He is stopped nicely at gate 1 and gate 2. We also had Matthew Clark in for his pit stop, but he got a yellow light. He then also subsequently came in for his penalty stop, but that was all good. So we've had a fair few stoppers now, but we're 2.5 minutes to go of this race. That light on the gantry for the pits closing is going to come on very soon, and now it's starting to kick off. Yeah,
no,
so
Briley,
this is Luke Evans into the pit lane now. Evans, he gets a green light on gate number 1, gets the green light on gate 2. He's all good. He's back out on track, but again, still no race leaders in yet.
And that releases Adam Shrupit from a Briley point of view. Brad Philpott.
And also look at where Russell Ending
race
has come
leaders
out.
in.
Race leaders in.
DeVos is in the pit lane now. Green light on gate 1. He seems happy with the stop. Gets a good stop on the first gate. Gets the green light. Briley's in as well. He's pitted. Also from P2, he gets the green light on gate 1. Green light on gate 2. He's back out. He's come out behind Shrupit by quite some way.
And he's lost quite a lot of ground there. We were thinking actually he might have gained on Shrupit, because Shrupit, of course, had Luke Evans in front. He had attempted a few moves which weren't coming off. These sort of things cost time, but it looks like Shrupit's managed to do just enough to actually increase that gap over Sean Briley. Lewis Manley, Sean Briley, he's looking at a third-place best result here, surely now.
Yeah, certainly. Shupit has put more of a gap on Briley. Shupit's stop was really quick, as Briley was pretty steady, as DeVos was also steady. There's no point taking risks when you've got a 4.5-second lead. So with 1:20 left, as he's definitely got it in the bag. So Shupit's got P2 and Briley P3. So he'd be okay with it. He'd probably maybe a little bit down on the result, but let's see. But of course, a long way to go yet. So let's see what he can do in the next two.
Absolutely, and there's Luke Evans. Luke Evans is currently in 5th place. He's made his stop. He's come back out onto the track. He's running alone, so he can just put in those lap times now. Anthony, have you got someone down in there?
Well, no, I've got no one down here. All the pit stops have been done, but to go off the conversation that you have between Briley and Shupit in terms of their pit stops, Briley was 0.6 slower on that pit stop than what Shupit was.
Wow.
Shupit gained 0.6 of a second on his pit stop lap.
And quite frankly, that's probably the real gap on the track. How do we read that, Brad? Or it's more than that, isn't it?
Yeah, I think actually Shupit was saved because Evans was lapping pretty quickly in front of him. So when they were both together, he wasn't really being held up. There was a lap where one of them did a 0.3 and the other a 0.4, whilst Briley was in the 33.6s. So I think it's a combination of Shupit doing well on his undercut and Briley having a slightly slow pit stop.
Absolutely, because we saw Luke Evans on his massive comeback drive during the earlier heat race. Of course, he is certainly no slouch, and he obviously seems to have helped Shupit maybe a bit, keeping him honest, keeping him pulling forward, almost like a pacer, if you like. He's paced Shupit, and that has helped Shupit. But we're looking at Eliana de Vos. He's got a lap and a bit to go now, and Eliana de Vos there, the Dutchman, he is also wearing one of the skin suits as Eliana de Vos makes his way around. He's got this one in the bag. Surely now he can't lose it. He's on the final lap. There he goes. He's really adapted well to this revised layout, as you would expect of a driver of his caliber. And of course, Lewis Manley, this is the likes of Elio de Vos at their finest.
Exactly. He had a superb last year on Saturday when he won 3 out of 3. He's going to repeat the first 2, that's for sure, as he's coming around the last few corners to take a very comfortable win. So he's on to 20 points and continues the team-wise the perfect start. Now they're on to 50 points as de Vos just crossed the line. Very comfortable win indeed. And as Shupit, P2, he's punched the air there, so he's really pleased with second.
Adam Shupit. So Eliana de Vos wins, and Adam Shupit comes through in 2nd place. A very, very strong race-long battle with Sean Briley. Briley wasn't able to overtake him or make really any attempts to do so, but you can bet your life that if Shupit had given anything at all, Briley would have been straight through. Russell Endine has come through into 4th place. So that's a good result there. Luke Evans cements his growing reputation in 5th place. Beddoe 6th, Velding 7th, Hamilton 8th, Simcock 9th, Matt Clark 10th. Anthony, Eliana de Vos has now come into the pits. It's going to be very interesting to see what the drivers think of this revised layout.
Yeah, it certainly will be. I'll have a chat with a fair few. We've spoken to Eliana de Vos a few times. There's a couple of other drivers who I want to chat to.
Shupit.
Yeah, definitely. That's exactly who I was thinking with his helmet design there, which kind of reminds me of a bowling ball. Don't know why. Adam, congratulations, a P2 on that one. That's a great result for yourself. How are you feeling after that?
I'm feeling really good. I didn't really expect it because I saw really good drivers in this heat, and I wanted to use a good hot lap, and that succeeded. And then I tried to stay behind Eliano. He was really quick. For the first few laps, I had to find pace on this track, but after I was confident and everything went well, so I'm really happy.
You seem to prefer this alternate layout because it was a P5 earlier on the original, but now with this one, a P2. So clearly something you prefer about this one. Are you looking forward to your next heat?
Yes, I do prefer this one. It's more technical to the first one and a lot of difficult corners. I really like it. I'm really looking forward to the next heat to race on this layout.
So, well, congratulations, well done. We'll see you out later on. I want to quickly chat with last year's champion, Sean Briley, who's just getting himself weighed. 92.8 is all fine. Let's just have a quick chat with Tyler Mays here about the alternate layout, of course, because a few tips may be going in his way. So I won't disturb their conversation. But Sean, you're clear now. Sean, good result for you there, a P3 after the P5 earlier on. Are you happy with the results you've had so far?
No, absolutely not. No, but it's self-inflicted, really. The first heat during qualifying, my brakes locked on down into the hairpin, but before that it was already pretty scrappy anyway. Did enjoy coming back through the fields. In this one, this circuit doesn't have a top end. I got 18, which is really good on the other layout because there's lots of top ends. This doesn't have it. But I maxed out with what I could. I don't know what Sherpit did in his pits, but that was a blinder. Yeah, so it is what it is. I'll still keep pushing. But a couple of wins and win the semis, I can still make the final. But otherwise, I think someone else is taking it home this year.
Well, let's see what happens. Still a long way to go. You were just chatting there to Tyler Mays. Were you giving him a few tips about the alternate layout?
Yeah. It's a good layout. There is potential for overtaking, probably more so than the other layout. And there's a lot more grip out there than I thought initially. I know our times did start a bit slow, but I think the track's going to rubber in a few more tenths and that's it. I think it's the back section down there, that far corner. Just for everyone who comes onto it next, just make sure you're braking really late because you don't have the same speed you did earlier coming down into it. But yeah, otherwise I'm pretty happy with the layout.
Excellent, awesome stuff. Well, we'll see you out there later on. We'll let you get warmed up and everything like that, but we'll see Sean later on. Engines are revving up. They're heading out on track. It's over to the next one.
And just very quickly there, Anthony, the drivers, as a rule, seem to like the revised layout, yes?
Yes, as it sounds, they're all enjoying it. It's tight, it's twisted, it's a little bit more racy, and a few more places to overtake, as Sean rightly said.
Superb. Well, let's have a look at the next heat race. This is heat race 2 now of the second round of heats. So Josh Green is in this one. We've got Harrison Kirkham, Colin Marshall, Joe Hamblett, Tyler Mays, James Miller, Ben Frankham, Pongrash Barta. We've got Thomas Wiltshire, and we've got Kieran Kennis in this one. Really, I don't know about you other guys here, but my sort of feeling is that this is Tyler Mays' race. I'm struggling to really see beyond Tyler Mays to find the victor. What do you think, Brad?
I think Harrison Kirkham has a good chance. I'm not just saying that because he went to the top of the tree there on his outlap.
Yeah.
But I think there's a couple of names. You're right though. Tyler Mays is definitely someone I'd pick to be at the front here.
And Lewis Manley, you're sticking with us for this race. What do you think? Is your money on Tyler Mays, or are you looking away from him?
Well, as Bradley said, Tyler and Harrison seem to be the two candidates for this one, as Harrison's one of my teammates. So let's see where the positions are. So, of course, yeah. So obviously, let's see who comes up. Tom Wiltshire goes to P1 in a minute. Ben Frankham only P5. So, yeah, Harrison Kirkham to P1, just into the 33. So if Tyler Mays can beat that, so let's see. No, P3. So Harrison's got pole by over a tenth of a second.
Well, that's incredible. That is, we've got Harrison Kirkham first place, and Pongrash Barta, who we saw down the order last time, Barta, is now up into second place from the pre-race favourite by little straw poll here, Tyler Mays. Thomas Wilshire's showing very well there, starting in fourth. Colin Marshall is fifth. Kieran Kennis sixth. James Miller seventh. Ben Frankham eighth. Joe Hamblett ninth. And Josh Green will be taking that 10th place spot on the start here. So there is Harrison Kirkham there. You can see him. He's just giving a thumbs up to his teammates over on the other side of the venue there. So he'll be very pleased to see that he is taking the lineup in first place. Coming up behind him is going to be Barta, the Hungarian, and then third place should be Tyler Mays. Now, Tyler Mays, I'm wondering here, boys, well, let's go to somebody who's competing this weekend, Lewis Manley. How high a possibility do you think are we going to get with Harrison Mays making early pit stop? It all depends on Barta, so far unproven from our point of view, is going to be.
It's certainly. I don't think they'll pit right at the beginning, so that'll be too early. So they'll probably do it later on in the race, right, probably in the second half or 2/3 of the race. So Tyler has to get ahead of kart 10 already, Bartha, immediately to make sure that Harrison doesn't pull away. But of course, Tyler needs to not, obviously, of course, do his pit stop an issue, because normally he can just goes a little bit too quick, as in like first box certainly, but no problem in his first heat. So Harrison's about to start round 2, heat 2.
Absolutely, and here he comes. Harrison Kirkham is going to bring him round. He's keeping the speed nice and steady. He's waiting. He's going to be probably in the middle of the hairpin there when he goes. He's got the green light and the race is on as they cross the line. Heavy braking into that first corner there as Harrison Kirkham has already made a big lead. That's the biggest lead we've seen at all at the start. Lewis Manley, we've not seen a start like this, have we? With a lead like that.
No, certainly not. It's always very tight the first corner. So Harrison's just pulled away slightly. So Tyler Mays not past Bartha yet. So as I was just saying about Tyler, so he obviously doesn't want to mess up the pit stop, of course. He didn't in his first round, so let's hopefully he can get green stops this weekend. So he's had a P2 this morning, and he's right on kart 10, just looked behind. So rather work together to begin with. I don't know, but I don't think Tyler would want to do that. So you want to get past as soon as he can and close on Harrison.
And here's Harrison Kirkham. He's trying to cement that lead that he's created. He's got a little, maybe 3-car length gap over Barter, followed by Tyler Mays and the rest who are right on the back of Barter. Now, just going over to you, Brad Philpott, for this one. Are we seeing the track getting any quicker earlier than that first heat race, or is it staying what would appear to be similar lap times for this stage in this second race as well?
It's difficult to say. I think... Oh, well, sorry,
in
got
the
a pit
pit.
stop.
Yeah, sorry. Colin Marshall in the pit lane for his stop of this race, and he's all good. First stopper in the early stages, but yeah, not too bad.
In the mid-pack there, that's quite a condensed mid-pack in this race, generally behind Barter as... well, continuing to lead there on screen. Harrison Kirkham turns in. Now there's Barty. He's got Mays and Wilshire with him, and a slight gap to Kennis, Miller and Frankham. And that, of course, is the area that Marshall pitted out of. So there's Barter there. We're seeing a great view of Barter really leaning through that corner there to raise the inside rear wheel. Gives him better steering. Yes, there's less grip, but he's not going to get any understeer. In the pits, Anthony.
Josh Green in for his stop, and Green by name, Green by nature. He's back out on track, all good.
Brad Philpott.
Just to answer your earlier question, James, in terms of the lap times, at the moment we're at 34.0. That's the fastest, and that's only Harrison who's remotely near that. Everyone else is in the 34.3s. We're around about a second off what we saw from the front runners at the end of the last race, and that's obviously understandable. The tyres have had some time to cool down, but mainly the drivers are getting up to speed on this layout. So at the moment, I wouldn't say this is any quicker. We are going to see this track layout evolve as the day goes on, and we get into this evening when we're still using this one. But I think for the moment, the drivers are finding their feet. And one thing that I noticed in that last race was the inconsistency between people's lap times was vastly, and as a move from Tyler Mays, very good move from Tyler Mays into the snail. The lap times are much less consistent than they are from drivers on the normal layout, because they've obviously had no practice on this one.
And it's Tyler Mays. Tyler Mays who's managed to get up to second place ahead of the Hungarian Barton. Now, Thomas Wilshire is going to want to go with Mays if he can, and there's someone in the pits.
Yes, indeed. This is Kieran Kennis who's in for his stop. Green lights on gate 1, green lights on gate 2. He's all good. He's going to come out ahead of Marshall, but Marshall has the pace, but the outside line now on this alternate layout.
Clearly, Kennis is anticipating that this might get a little bit argy-bargy, which will involve slowing everybody down. So he's wanting to be out of that and gain by having clear air. Lewis Manley, going over to you for this. Do you think that some clear air in this early stage of this layout is probably crucial, or is it not as important? Oh, in the pit, sorry, Lewis. We'll go to Anthony in the pit lane.
Yeah, indeed. Ben Frankham now in the pit lane. These stops are coming in at quite a steady pace. I think they witnessed the last race and thought we kind of don't want a busy track like that, but again, comes out behind the two now of Kennis and Marshall, so he's down to P9.
So the order remains. Kirkham with an increasing lead there, over 2.5 seconds. Tyler Mays has assumed second place, and he's actually pulling away now. So he's trying to close the gap on Harrison Kirkham. Barter is third. Wilshire is all over the back of Barter with Miller in tow as well there. So there is Tyler Mays. Tyler Mays, we've seen him win round Formula Fast 4. He's nodding something, and that's the sort of area where people are signalling and teams are based. So Harrison has had some sort of information. Will we see him in the pits this time around? Lewis Manley, could this be too early, or would you want to see May stay out and just bang in those lap times now he's clear?
No, too early to pit. As he's passed Bartha for second place, that's half the job done, and he is slightly closing on Harrison on the last lap, 33.8, so now both of them own to the 33s. They're still 6/10 off DeVos's time, but they're still kind of learning to. So there's a pitter, number 10.
We do, yeah. Barter into the pit lane now for his stop, and again gets those 2 green lights. He's going to come out well clear of the 3 that have already pitted, and that's already that's a very lovely stop.
Yeah, Barter's done what he needed to do there, because those 3 behind are actually nose to tail. It was crucial that he didn't come out on this revised layout with that very tight first hairpin there. If he'd come out side by side with the lead one of there, he could have possibly lost all 3 places. Lewis, that's going to be something of concern as we cycle through this round of heats.
Yeah, exactly, as he's pitted quite early, so he's going to come up to traffic later on. He's got a 5-second buffer from Joe Hamlet. He's in the clear run at the moment, but it's later on, as you said. He comes up to traffic for battle for position. That's not going to help at all, of course. He'll just get held up. But rather they'll pit and get out of his way, that would be the hope for Bartha, of course. So it depends if Tyler Mays can close on Kirkham, but for the last couple of laps, no. So Harrison's, got a 33.6, so he's really opened that gap now by a couple of tenths on the last lap. So it depends what gap Tyler Mays can get down to Kirkham later on.
Yeah, now with Hungarian champion Barta coming into the pits, that means now there's a gap between Tyler Mays in second and Thomas Wilshire third. Now, Thomas Wilshire is part of that Razio Drag team, Racing Dragon team from Wales, and he's looking at the back only of Tyler Mays now, with Barta removed from the situation, having come into the pits. Obviously, Brad Philpott, are we seeing any closing in on Mays by Wilshire, or is that not something that's happening yet?
They're pretty similar, actually, in terms of lap time. But the one thing you might see is Wilshire potentially jump Bartha if he carries on with this pace. Everyone's quite similar, though. So high 33s. I don't think there's enough of a delta yet to say that that's going to happen. But Wilshire there pops in a 33.6. Let's keep an eye on that, because the gap at the moment, obviously not quite enough. But Bartha... Oh, in fact, as I say that, Wilshire is more than 10 seconds ahead of Bartha at the moment, so it might have already happened.
So he's leapfrogged Barta, but do you think he can make any inroads into Mays? Do the lap times suggest yes or a no on that, or
Well,
is it?
Based on the last lap time, maybe. There's not enough laps for him to close in at that rate, but he was marginally quicker on the last lap, and in fact, on the lap as he crosses the line, slightly slower. So they're pretty much status quo.
Yeah, so obviously an even pit stop will mean an even position when they come back out, so which is obviously to Mays' favour there. Lewis Manley, when a driver like Barta, who is in front of you and moves out the way, and now you can see the one ahead, do you find that's helpful? So will Thomas Wilshire actually be more drawn to Tyler Mays and maybe even close in than he would have done had he had Pogoresh Bartha in front of him?
Indeed, absolutely, as he's got 11-second gap on Bartha right now, so that's literally the overcut side. So he'll be targeting Tyler Mays for P2, so it's not too far behind, about 1 and a bit seconds, as Tyler's just under 3 behind Kirkham, so could be them for the top 3 at the moment. It's still not half distance yet, so there's still 12:15 on the clock, so they'll be trying to focus on their pace and trying to close their leaders. So let's see how close they can get to Kirkham at the end.
And those watching on the live stream at home, you'll be able to see that as you look at Tyler Mays working his way around onto the new section now. You can see that great big GoPro on the top of the helmet there at the front. That's going to be giving pictures of literally nothing but clear track. It's been a long time since anyone's been actually in front of Mays. Ever since he made that move to get up into second place on Pogoresh Bartha, it's been a clear road ahead of him. Obviously, he's 3 seconds back from Harrison Kirkham. Is Kirkham extending that lead, Brad? It looks like he's the fastest on the track at the moment. Is that still happening?
Yeah, he is. And on that last lap, he just set the fastest lap of the race. So 33.6. They're now only around 3/10 away from what the guys were doing at the front in the last race. As you'd expect, everything warming up, everyone getting more and more used to this track.
And they've still got over 11 minutes to go before we bring out the 2-lap board. There, of course, is Tyler Mays. He's one of the British hopes in this event. One of the other British hopes, Lewis Manley. Lewis, obviously Tyler Mays putting a sterling performance in here. How do you rate his chances, Tyler Mays, the one we're seeing on screen now, in this tournament generally?
Well, he had a decent chance last year until, unfortunate, round 3 for him. He had a second this morning. He's running P2 right now, so he's going to be on 18 points if he carries on like this. So he's just had a little wave to his teammates, I think, on the right side. So he needs to continue scoring consistently in the 3rd and 4th round and then potentially get into the semi-final, because I think he's only made 1 semi-final in his career, or 2, I'm not sure. As his best finish, of course, was 8 years ago, 2017, when he was 12. So as of course he wants to try and get into the semi-final, of course, so as long as he can get his pit stops correctly. So we're coming up to half distance, so I don't think Tyler will pit this lap, no, as 18 continues as well.
Yeah, indeed, you're right there. As he's his best result tournament-wise in the British Rental Kart Championship has been 12th. He's generally an outdoor driver, again in rental karting with Club 100. So he's used to the idea of jumping in and out of karts that he doesn't actually, well, he knows them because they're all the same, but like these, but he's used to jumping in and out of various different karts without actually having them himself. So Tyler Mays there is well used to this sort of situation and well used to having to try and get the most out of whatever particular kart he's given. There he is now. We can see it. Look how close they run to that wall on the exit there. They almost have to steer back away from it. That's on the revised part of the track. This is another bit of the revised bit. That tight hairpin there, again, out to the wall and back to the snail section. This bit of the snail section, Lewis Manley, is something that they will all recognise, having been through it all morning.
Of course, it's obviously the standard layout, of course, so the new layouts are not going to be as useful, of course, although they're new to it, but more times they go through and then the more settled they'll be as Tyler's just crossed the line. He's just done a personal best, as Wiltshire's just set the fastest lap of 33.4, so that's a pretty good time. So that's a couple of 10 to close. So you can definitely see he's definitely closing on Tyler Mays. It's now less than a second, so it's definitely game on for P2.
Yeah, and we're going to go over to Brad Philpott for some analysis there.
Well, Lewis took the words right out of my mouth. I could see the sectors coming in. Wiltshire got a purple in the first sector, and then sure enough, he backed it up with a very quick second sector and getting that fastest lap of the race. So it looks like Wiltshire is coming. He's got his sights set on P2, so this is going to be an interesting one to see whether he can make that happen.
And the gap's visibly less. It's visibly less there. If we look at Tyler Mays, look how close in the yellow suit there as they skim away from that barrier on the side. Thomas Wiltshire from the Razio Drag team, he is absolutely closing in on Tyler Mays. Now, Tyler Mays, we know, is very, very quick. Thomas Wiltshire is coming on a pace all the time, but it's definitely closer. And if you remember earlier on, especially those watching at home who've been following this race, we did have the Polish driver, Pongras Bartha, who was actually between those two. But when he was between those two, he had about the distance from Mays, probably greater than where Wiltshire is now. So Wiltshire is definitely closing in on Tyler Mays ahead. Now, how long has he got? He's got 8 minutes. Surely, Lewis Manley, that is enough to close in at the moment to Tyler Mays and maybe thinking about making a move.
Exactly, there's plenty of time left, long way to go yet, so it's literally right on his bumper almost, so it's just over half a second ago. I think it's going to be close on this lap for sure, so as you can see, really tight together. As you were saying not long ago, if they go a little bit wide at the first corner, that's trying to gain as much speed as they can and much momentum as possible. So the gap now, I think, it's just only half a second between them as Wiltshire's really closing on Mays, as Tyler's just looked behind him to see how far he's behind, as Tyler's definitely going to be thinking of Wiltshire right now. It's all about the pit stops.
And going over to Brad Philpott, does the Brad pad suggest that we are looking at definitely Thomas Wiltshire possibly even taking his place from Tyler Mays, or do you think Mays will have it covered, looking at times?
It's always difficult to pass on track, and I do think this layout looks a little bit tricky to make a clean pass, so I wouldn't bet on Wiltshire going past.
What about making a pit stop, Brad?
Yeah, I might put some money on him making a stop, but as we've seen, Mays would then just immediately cover. So you'd expect Mays to have that in hand. So again, I'm going to sound like a broken record. Wiltshire might have to do something on track, but yeah, that really is the fight at the moment between those two.
If he's going to do something on track, Mays is catching what would appear to be a back marker now. Yes, he is. And Thomas Wiltshire, obviously, in fairness to Wiltshire, I wonder how much of this speed we're seeing is because Mays is pulling him along. He's able to see Mays match him. Would he be quicker on his own? There's a possibility that he might not. However, they've passed the back marker. The back marker's waved him through. Now, Tyler Mays, he held up 2 fingers there to his crew, and I think the 2 fingers were held up the correct way round, Anthony. And he's nodded again, so it's possible that we might have, within 2 laps, Tyler Mays pitting out of that second place. However, that pit stop's going to have to be very good indeed, because Thomas Wiltshire's now right on the back. Lewis Manley, there's scope here for Thomas Wiltshire, surely.
Absolutely, yeah. He's right on his tail, as Tyler did stipulate that he's maybe pitting within 2 laps on the next lap. So let's see, as Wiltshire's right on his tail right now. Maybe not quite enough to go for it at this left-hander, as it's really tight, awfully tight, of course. So the snail section could be a good chance. So it depends on this lap with 5.5 to go almost, if Tyler Mays does pit this lap. So let's see around the left-handers. He was a little bit wide at the snail the lap before, no problems this time. He's got enough of a gap not to defend down the straight. So they come through the left-hander towards the stadium section. So let's see if Tyler Mays does pit. No, they both carry on.
And Thomas Wilshire is all over the back now of Tyler Mays. Tyler Mays is fighting something of a rearguard action to Thomas Wilshire. Now, Thomas Wilshire, if he's doing that, is it because he's actually faster, or is it because he's literally matching Tyler Mays and using that, almost the guidance of Mays to sort of pull in on him as Tyler Mays continues to go around. Now, if Tyler Mays' two-finger wave a lap or so ago meant 2 laps in, that would suggest he's coming in this time around, in which case it's going to be, in the pits ahead, Anthony.
Yes, indeed. This is Harrison Kirkham into the pit lane. Now, is one of the two behind going to come in? No, they're going to stay out, so they're not going to come into the pit lane. That's smart from them because they didn't want to get caught out. It's a good stop for Kirkham back out on the track into P3.
So we may well have seen a last-second change of plan there for Tyler Mays, who we're looking at on screen in the white suit there. He is, obviously he's now assumed the lead, but in reality he's in second place. Will he be pitting this time around? There's a good chance he is. He waved 2 fingers to his crew in a nice way. Brad, are we going to see him in?
I strongly doubt it. You should never pit if you're the one in the leading position. You should always be the second person in the pair to pit. So I don't see any reason why he would pit until the last chance to pit board.
Any idea what that 2-finger was for then?
I don't know.
It was the correct way round.
Maybe it was
saying I'm not coming in.
2/10 improvement, something like that. I don't know though. Or maybe it was you are comfortably in P2. But if I was his strategist, I certainly wouldn't be telling him to pit, and I would expect my driver to know that in this position you just stay out until the last chance to pit board. The worst case scenario is you come in on the final chance, and the driver behind you is forced to pit directly behind you and lose a bunch of time. So Harrison's looking fine right now.
So basically 18.
Right, we're in. We're in. This is Thomas Wilshire in the pit lane, and his first gate is green. Heads, he shakes the head. He's not happy with gate 1, but it is a green light. Gets the okay. There was a hint of yellow, but the green light was on first. That's a good stop. I see a thumbs up from the officials. It's a good stop for Wilshire.
Well, that's amazing. That must be, basically, that says you'll never do a quicker stop than that, Brad.
I was actually about to say, I think it was quite a slow stop. I think he was very, very slow, and there was just a light error there.
Right, well, it was a 10.9 for Thomas Wilshire. Let's see what it's going to be for Tyler Mays. So Mays comes in. I think he stops short of the first light, but he gets the green, so it's all fine. Gate 2, he comes in, gets that green light. Where is Wilshire? Wilshire is miles behind. Tyler Mays did a brilliant stop there. It was a 9.2 stop. That's astonishingly fast.
And Tyler Mays does the stop he needed. He comes out of the pits. He sweeps past James Miller to take second place. It's still Harrison Kirkham with the lead. It was Miller. It's Miller on the scoreboard there. But when they cross the line, we'll see a change on that one because Tyler Mays is there and Miller's the one behind him. So Tyler Mays has assumed second place. James Miller is right behind Tyler Mays. And where does this work out with Thomas Wilshire? Because Wilshire's been in. The gap must be huge. Well, into the pits is Miller. Yeah,
James Miller into the pit lane now. I'm curious to see how his stop goes. We saw the 9.2 earlier on, 2 green lights. He heads back out on track. His pit stop was pretty quick, but it was at 11.5 he lost.
Yeah, he's resumed in 9th. He's chasing Kieran Kennis just a second down the road. But what do we think of the gap? Mays to... what's his name?
To Wilshire.
Wilshire, that's the one.
I mean, it's kind of as I expected. Mays had the advantage by being the second kart to pit, as we were discussing, but mainly Wilshire just had a really slow stop, which is why it's surprising that the lights had some kind of issue. But I think maybe because it was so slow, maybe he very slowly disconnected and reconnected the laser beam.
And into the pits.
Yeah, Joe Hamler into the pit lane now as well. Green light on gate 1, green light on gate 2. He heads back out onto the track. It's a relatively decent stop. It's a 9.5 for him.
Wonderful. So, Anthony, do we think that's everybody in the pits, or may there be a couple yet to go?
I can tell you I don't have to think about that. Everyone's pitted.
Everyone's been in, so now it's a straight race to the flag, and there's Tyler Mays. Now, Tyler Mays is chasing down, possibly there, would that be Green or Hamblett? One of them is the 15, it's Josh Green. So Tyler Mays has Josh Green in front of him. However, nobody in this event is what you would class as slow. It's a simple case of some are faster than others. So Josh Green is an A-grade kart race driver. He's very, very good, but he has got Tyler Mays closing down on him. However, Tyler Mays has probably just got about 3 laps or so in this. In fact, Green waves him through. Josh Green has waved Tyler Mays through. He moves to the outside, allows the second place driver Mays to come through. Now, with 5 seconds behind, Tyler Mays really cannot make up the ground in this time left. Lewis Manley, in this situation, Tyler Mays is going to be trying to just cement that second place, right?
Yeah, absolutely. He's got a comfortable second place, so he's about, was it 2 points, one ahead of Wiltshire's. Harrison's comfortably 5.6 airs. It's a very barnstorming performance from Harrison. Pole position, fastest lap at the moment, and they're going to be a race win. So he's got, when he crosses the line, there'll be 2 laps to go. So with 5.6, that's very comfortable.
Absolutely. We think probably with 9, 8, 7 seconds on the screen, they'll go to 2 laps and he'll complete this and they'll go 1 lap. So about 2 laps to go, as Lewis Manley said there. This is Harrison Kirkham. Now, Harrison Kirkham, a superlative performance. He put it on pole. He's led every lap of this race, bar those that the pit stops needed to cycle through. A very, very dominant performance there by Harrison Kirkham. And Harrison Kirkham is someone that we've been keeping a good eye on. He gets better all the time. And this is an outstanding performance, probably the best we've seen from him in the BRKC. Lewis Manley, do we see Harrison Kirkham as a potential for the final this year, or may they have to wait a year or so despite this performance?
Possibility, yes. I'd say his heats is not looking too bad. He had a 4th place this morning in my heat that I had so much bad luck on, as he started and came P4 in the first one. He's going to comfortably win this one, so he's going to be moving on to 17 points. So as he's just looked at the board of his time, so there's no need to worry about that. So he's coming across last few corners to cross the line in an absolute barnstorming performance and a very comfortable win.
And Harrison Kirkham crosses the line. He takes the win there on the revised layout. A super performance there by Harrison Kirkham. Domination indeed there. Tyler Mays comes through to second. Thomas Wiltshire be delighted with third. Pongrash Barter is way up compared to what we saw earlier on in the first heat race, up into 4th place there. Ben Frankham 5th with Colin Marshall has completed in 6th. Kenneth 7th. James Miller is in 8th place, and Hamblett has now crossed the line in 9th with Josh Green in 10th. So Anthony, they're going to be coming to you any second, but Harrison Kirkham, an absolutely dominant performance there, and really what he needs if he's going to throw himself into the semi-finals from his point of view, the final itself.
Yeah, no, exactly. That was bang on the money, exactly what he needed, and like Lewis said earlier on, a P4 earlier on for him, and now a P1. That is some good results as well, but it shows as well that pit stops are still playing their pivotal role in BRKC, and we witnessed that, of course, from Thomas Wiltshire, and hopefully I can have a chat with Thomas as well as Mr. Kirkham, who is just getting out of his wagon now. He'll, of course, have some lead to get out. So while we wait for Harrison Kirkham, let's quickly jump over to Thomas Wiltshire, who is just going to get himself weighed up here. Yeah, he's going to get himself weighed first. He was just chatting with the officials there about the stop, and that's what I want to ask him about it. Thomas, just very quickly, want to have a quick chat about that one. Pit stop there was very touch and go on that one. What were you thinking when you saw that flashy yellow?
Oh, well, I mean, I'd done a couple pit stops in practice, and I did the exact same thing, but I was told as long as I see the green light first, and then if it shows yellow, then I'm fine. So, yeah. Head in hand moment for sure, but yeah, luckily it was okay.
You were puckering at one point, I'm sure, in that one, but no, it just shows how important those pit stops are. But still a solid result for you, and you're happy with the result so far?
Yeah, I'm really happy. Definitely a lot better than last year. A 4th and 3rd place, so looking good for semi-finals at the moment. I got one more heat later tonight, and yeah, I'll give my best shot and try and get into the semis this year.
Best of luck, well done. Congratulations there on that P3. Let's have a head over to Harrison Kirkham. Harrison, great result on there. It was a P4 earlier on, now a P1. Yeah. You're a fan of the alternate layout, clearly.
I just watched everyone else in the previous heat and just realised that they were taking it all slow and smooth, so I thought I'd try and replicate that, and it seemed to work. So yeah, no, not too bad at all.
Excellent, but everything going all right for you so far? I mean, that's a good way to start your weekend, and it's looking likely that you could make it to the final later on this weekend. What do you think to that?
Yeah, no, I can't wait. Hopefully I can make it there anyway, but yeah, no, I had a trouble in first heat in my quali lap. I kind of messed it up really and bottled it, but managed to come back through the pack a little bit. Just damage limitations, but yeah, no, looking forward to the next couple of heats.
Excellent. Well, congratulations, well done. Enjoy that one, and enjoy the revels in a win. You might need to head over to the podium to get a photo and a medal. Plenty more racing to go. Next grid already lined up, ready to go. They're very efficient here at Formula Fast. Fast by name, fast by nature. Well, boys, back over to you.
Indeed. I noticed earlier on there, it looked like Bradley Shepherd, Anthony, was lurking in the background there. He's obviously keen to get an eye on his various teams and his drivers out in this championship. He is very much a hands-on team owner in karting of all types. As you say, though, we are moving to the next heat race. And Brad, anything really to analyse from that? It was quite a straightforward race, wasn't it?
I was going to say, it's
as normal as you'd want.
A strangely ordinary race, that one, as much as they can be. Yeah, dominant win from Kirkham, and really the rest of the field, nothing massively of note happened. But everyone was neat and tidy and clean.
If there was anything of note, it would probably be the third place for Wilshire. And so we'll see how he continues as the event moves on. Now, the next heat is the heat race 3, and well, we've got quite a strong international contingent in this one, headed up by Zimowit Vera, Stefan Pudlik. Then we've got back to the Brits, Ryan Taylor, Mikolaj Adamchuk is in this as well. Sam Shaw, Tristan Lloydell from the USA, Aaron Mitchell-Begley, we saw him do so well earlier on, Kobe Koslet, Jonathan Wilson, and Harley Smith. Now, the interesting thing with this is going to be the adaptation of some of these foreign guys. Zimowit Vera, very much a young driver, he's only 15 years old, but his adaptability to achieve the results he's achieved is clearly good. And of course, you know, when you're like that sort of age, you can take in a lot very quickly. So Zimowit Vera, he's going to be a really good one to keep an eye on in this one. Pudlik is a known quantity. He can take this if possible. Ryan Taylor, now Ryan Taylor could do something here. So could Adamchuk. Sam Shaw potentially. I think Tristan Lloydell is a potential winner in this. Aaron Mitchell-Begley, at the beginning of the day, would I say he could win this? Probably not. Would I say that now, given his previous performance? I say, with a fair wind, he might. That's not off the table. Kobe Koslet and Jonathan Wilson and Harley Smith round out the starters in this. They're on their warm-up lap now. There's Zimowit Vera leading the way. He looks like he's going to be the first one to start, and that looks like Pudlik behind him. It looks like his suit as they cross the line. So there is Zimowit Vera. He's onto the new section now. This, of course, is the second time he's seen it, but this time, of course, it's under pressure of the qualifying lap. So into the Snell section, but in the revised area is Zimowit Vera. There he is. He's another one wearing the skin suit as he's onto the backstretch now. He's back on familiar territory from this morning. But this is his first time at the BRKC, his first time at Formula Fast here, so none of it's really familiar territory. He's making his way round, he's going to cross the line, and a qualifying lap in the books. So Vera sets the first lap. Can Pudlik respond to that? Well, we'll double check. He looks like he's in second at the moment. Let's see how these times are when they all come in. That looked like Pudlik was behind. It's still Vera from Pudlik. Taylor's gone up to third. Mitchell-Begley is in fourth. Lloydell, the American, is down in fifth. Jonathan Wilson, sixth. Sam Shaw, seventh. Harley Smith, eighth. Koslet, ninth. And Adamchuk is in 10th. Brad Philpott, are you reading anything into these results, or is it about where you'd think?
The two drivers we were mentioning most off there, Vera and Pudlik, were the two star performers with a purple sector each in the qualifying session there. So it looks like they're probably going to work together, try and move clear of the field. There's quite a large gap in terms of pace, certainly at the moment, based on what we've seen on the qualifying lap, between those guys and then really fifth place backwards. So they're going to want to break away from Ryan Taylor and Aaron Mitchell-Begley and then see what happens, fight it out amongst themselves. But
and clearly discussion down there between those two, first and second, Vera and Pudlik. Needless to say, that strategy discussion will undoubtedly be going on in Polish, which means that no one will have a clue what's being said, and so we'll see what they have in store. Following that, though, the third one there, the 19, is Ryan Taylor. So Vera's going to lead them round. He's starting from the pole position. Can he translate that? There's Lloydell there in the black helmet. There is Vera. He's only 15 years old. He's going to pull the pin now, and he's racing across the line to start the heat race here, the third heat race on the revised layout. Now, Vera is pulling out there. He's going to come up to a hairpin here. There's the hairpin, and turning in comfortably ahead of Pudlik. They're on to vaguely familiar part, but albeit it's part of the rise bit, so come in with a slight different angle. The dog leg, and then onto the backstretch. Much shorter backstretch now, particularly from our camera angle there. Sam Shaw's been given a contact warning already. Clearly, it's easy to have some bumping and boring on the first lap for the first time. And of course, every time they make the start, this is the first time they've done it as a group. When they go out to qualify, when they look at the track, that's the first time they see it on their qualifying lap, out lap, qualifier, in lap. That is, of course, not as part of a close fighting group. So we'll see as they move through. There will be, as move through these heats, there will be some various bits of contact going on. So Vera continues with the lead. There he is onto the shortened backstretch, turning into the hairpin. He's got 2 corners before the end of the lap. He's actually increasing his lead over Pudlik, who's also increasing his lead over Taylor. No one in the pits yet. The pit window will be opening about now. If we get anyone in super early, this will be the lap they'll do it. But there's Vera. It's not going to be him. He's going to stay out long term. Have we got anyone in the pits? Certainly nobody at all. And Vera continues with the lead.
Yeah, nobody in the pit lane at all. It's very lonely here. I might go hug a kart engine in a minute as well because it's very cold.
Well, that'll warm you up. Right, we've got Brad to talk us through what you're looking at.
Move down the field. I couldn't quite see the number because we're quite far away from it, and it wasn't quite on the TV cameras, but midfield are shuffling themselves out.
Okay, that's the Mitchell, Begley, Wilson, Harley Smith area, is it? Tristan Lloydell's dropped a few, so it could well have been him that you saw.
It was Kobe Koslet overtaking Tristan Lloydell. That's what we saw in the middle.
Well, that's bad news for Lloydell because he started something like about 5th place and he's dropped down to 8th now. So Lloydell is losing places pretty rapidly in this race. Can he arrest that? He's 7 seconds behind the leader already, but crucially only half a second behind the one in front. Can he make some sort of comeback? Will it be a pit stop, or will he kind of settle into the times that he's doing now? We'll see. Vera continues on. Anthony, keep an eye out for Lloydell coming in. If he's been getting bundled down the order, this might be the lap. No, it's not. It's someone else in, though.
Sure.
Yeah, this is Sam Shaw into the pit lane, and this is probably a good, smart move he's doing here because he just received his 2nd contact warning out on that circuit, so he needs to be very careful, but he's got clear track now.
Yeah, I wonder if that was anything to do with Lloydell going down the order a bit as well. Sam Shaw, he's going to be on his own, so he can set his own pace. If the contact has been, by and large, completely accidental, as in, you know, running in close company on this revised layout for the first time in the race, then, of course, you know, Sam Shaw has got that time to settle into the track and drive his own race. Anthony.
Kobe Koslet into the pit lane. Last time around, he had a really bad pit stop part. This time around, it's all good. 2 green lights. He comes out ahead now of Sam Shaw.
And he's only just ahead of Sam Shaw. Sam Shaw closed up hugely. He's waving at Koslet saying, go, go, go. He's not wanting to get into a fight with him. He's actually offering Koslet the opportunity to just pull away, keep working on his driving. That's what that signal for. There's a lot of signalling goes on in indoor karting to, you know, it's not about just trying to beat your way through the pack. You've got to work with people in these confines.
Tristan Lloydell into the pit lane now as well. He gets a green light on gate number 1, comes into gate 2. He's a bit early on the throttle, but it's all good. He's got traffic, though.
And he's lost a place. He's lost 1 place to, is it Kobe Koslet? Yes, it is. And Sam Shaw's all over the back of Tristan Lloydell. Strategic error there, frankly, Brad, by Tristan Lloydell.
I think it's just one of those things where in that mid-pack, they're all just trying to get out and find some clear air because they were obviously causing each other issues at the beginning.
I'm facing the wrong way. Tristan Lloydell is ended up in some kind of incident there. We didn't see that, but it's happened. There's a waving of a hand, so what do you reckon? That's clearly going to involve another vehicle, isn't it?
I would expect so, yes. He would have had to make quite a glaring error.
With a response like that, that's going to be contact with something else. Maybe Lloydell got turned around by either Shaw behind him, or he was trying to pass Koslet and got a bit locked up on the brakes and lost control there. I'm sure race control know exactly what went on there. We'll see later on. So there is Zimowit Vera, the Polish driver, and Zimowit Vera has had a good lead in this race, and he's only extending it further. He's already building up ahead of his compatriot there, Stefan Pudlik. So Zimowit Vera is making his way through the Snell section. There in the background, in your picture there, is Stefan Pudlik. That's the lead he's got. Now, that black helmet in front of him is Tristan Lloydell, who we saw being recovered there. Such is the standard in this championship that you very rarely see cars stopped or on the side of the road, or the marshals getting involved at all, because literally nobody's making mistakes, which is why what we saw there with Lloydell having to be sort of manoeuvred back into play is a very much a rarity here at the BRKC. Now, is he going to get the blue flag? Vera is on his tail. Vera is a lap ahead. Lloydell has made a pit stop and he has lost time on the track, ending up facing the wrong way now. Does Lloydell know? Does Lloydell see? Yes, he lets him know. He cuts him up, but Vera makes the move. Vera was very decisive there. Brad, Vera made that work for him, didn't he?
He did. What I've just seen on the screen there probably answers our question about what happened to Lloydell, because Sam Shaw has received a black flag. Very, very rare flag that is to see in BRKC, but a black flag for Sam Shaw. He had those 2 contact warnings, and I think he had a part to play in Lloydell facing the wrong way.
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't. They would never leave it that late to black flag for the 2 earlier warnings, so he must have had a part in the Lloydell incident there. Lloydell, of course, waving his hands as he came, as the camera picked him up, suggesting, of course, that he feels as though somebody has done something. And that's probably exactly what that is. So that could be bad news for Sam Shaw. Anthony, down the pit lane, expect to see Sam Shaw in any moment.
Yes, indeed. There was no reaction from him at all when he went under the gantry and he saw that black flag. So clearly he knows he's done bad. But let's see if he's going to pit this time. Science would say he would, but science can be proven wrong, and it is going to be proven wrong in this case. He goes round again.
He's carried on, has he? Well, they're going to give him the black flag again, so this could be a bit of a naughty one. We'll see what happens there. Meantime, on camera there is Jimavit Vera. Jimavit Vera is making his way round. He's onto the part where we're coming to the new section here. Anthony.
Jonathan Wilson has entered the pit lane and he has got a green light on gate 1. Gate 2, also a green light. He's going to come out ahead here of the number 10, so it's a good stop, and Kobe Costin does not gain a position.
Now, Brad Philpott's looking at the rule book now. Analysis of this black flag, Brad.
Yeah, essentially, in most motorsport, black flag means you're out of the race. In BRKC, it essentially means you need to come in and do a full pit stop. So Sam isn't disqualified unless he just ignores that black flag. He has 3 laps from when he's first shown it to make that stop. Provided he comes in and makes the pit stop, he won't then be disqualified from the race. If he waits any longer, then he will be.
Okay, well, he's coming into the final 2 corners now, so if he comes in this time around, it will be now, but it's not. He continues on. There's Sam Shaw in the red suit. He's crossing the line to start another lap, so quite frankly, if he ain't in this lap, that could be very bad news, Brad. By your definition, he will be potentially facing disqualification if he's not pitting next lap.
I mean, it depends when exactly he was shown it. I can see it was at 3:17 p.m. that it came up on race controls board. It's now 3:19. It's about 30 seconds a lap. So you'd imagine he's passed it 3 times by now, but I don't know for sure.
They've put another board up for him now, so they're wanting him in pretty sharpish. He's coming to it now. Let's see. And he's coming in now. Okay, he's got the memo. Let's see how it goes then for him, because of course if he gets a yellow light on this, he's got to come in again, which is something he definitely does not want, and he gets 2 green and he's back out.
So Sam Shaw takes that penalty and the slate is clean. So Sam Shaw continues out. Where is he relative to Tristan Lloydell? Because Lloydell, of course, had lost quite a lot of time. I think Lloydell is not that far behind Shaw as we look on screen at Jimavit Vera coming around, and you can see again he's adopting the lean to help the car to steer through the corners. Quite sharp with the steering there is Jimavit Vera, really giving it the karting flick going into the corners. You can see quite a firm initial turn on that wheel. If you watch his hand, see that jab on the wheel there. That slightly unsettles the kart. Kart's quite heavy relative to their power, and Jimavit Vera there makes the car a lot more alive with that sort of slightly jerkiness of the steering wheel there. So he gets the corner, points it in, and then backs that steering out. So there's Jimavit Vera. He's leading the race. So you are looking at one of the best young drivers in the world as we speak right now. Jimavit Vera, there he is. He's from Poland. He's been a multiple junior champion, and he's got a very bright future ahead of him in terms of indoor karting, if not motor racing generally. Pudlik in the pits by the looks of it.
Yes, he certainly is indeed. Pudlik gets a green light on gate number 1. Gate 2, it's a good stop initially, gets the early acceleration. That's a nice pit stop for him. How long was that? It was a 10.9, so it actually wasn't the fastest.
No, I mean 10.9. Brad, just go over to you from some analysis. Pudlik in second place, 10.9 seconds on the pit stop. That's good enough to be all right, though, isn't it? Nothing to worry about.
I think it's pretty tardy. It depends how much leeway he had. We saw in the low 9s when Harrison Kirkham did his in the last race, I believe. So,
Tyler Mays,
I think it was.
You've got a feeling he might suffer for that.
Yeah, potentially. I wasn't watching his gaps. I was thinking if we could get some more info and some replays of some of the earlier action and accidents. But well, let's see. I think Vera is so comfortable out front, it won't really matter.
Yeah, I mean, it ends his chase of Vera, doesn't it? He's now looking at a firm second place. Vera, of course, is the one we're looking at now. There he is, Jimovic Vera, as he makes his way around. He's new to British viewers here in the British Rental Kart Championship, and you see there he was looking at his crew. They're going to, with the Team Poland, they're going to be advising him maybe on the right thing to do in terms of pit stops. He's got 9 minutes still to go before we come down to the final 2 laps. So Jimovic Vera there is he's turned up and he's making a great start to his time here in the UK. He's going to have a lot of points. He's doing what it takes to get to the grand final. To do that, he's got to get through the semi-finals, but the semi-finals are about continuing to score, which means he's adding to these points he's going to get in this race. So Jimovic Vera there. He's working his way around. This is the revised part. There's a new bit there into the Snell section, which remains the same, but will look different from the perspective of how it was before, from the way they drive into it. Now there's Tristan Lloydell, we saw in action in the background. Jimovic Vera there turns into the hairpin at the end of the long straight. He's got 2 corners complete a lap. It's another lap in. Lap time wise, he's on a 33.3, and that does make him, in fact, yes, he's still on his own personal record pace. He's the fastest in this race. He set the fastest lap for this race, Jimovic Vera, and it looks like he's going on to victory here. So on the Snell there, and further ahead it looks like there's something getting a little bit tight. That looks like the Damchik Koslet area, but we'll see what happens with that. Now there's Tristan Lloydell. He, of course, we saw involved in the incident earlier. The American was facing the wrong way. He had to be pushed back. Sam Shaw subsequently got a black flag, so we didn't see it on screen, but we can only assume that that was all connected to the same incident. Now Lloydell is being caught by what looks like Aaron Mitchell-Begley. Aaron Mitchell-Begley looks like he's closing down. He's bringing Harley Smith with him. Or is it Ryan Taylor? Sorry, it might be Ryan Taylor. Yeah, it's Ryan Taylor. And Ryan Taylor is bringing Aaron Mitchell-Begley with him as they catch up with Tristan Lloydell. Lloydell's a lap down, so he's going to have to get out of the way in a moment. And Lloydell's on an awkward part of the track. He can't be nowhere through these corners here. He's got to be somewhere. He could let them through at the bottom here, but he clearly feels they're not sufficiently close to warrant wandering wide. And he still continues in front of them. And is he going to let them through? Have we got one in the pits, Anthony?
We have indeed, yeah. Aaron Mitchell-Begley into the pit lane. Good stop on gate number 1. Gate 2, a little late on the brakes on that one, but he gets the green light and he's got a clear track out on circuit.
Now, analysis, Brad Philpott, clearly there with Mitchell-Begley coming into pits. And there, the move. Ryan Taylor putting Lloydell a lap down. Anthony, have you got somebody? No. The move, the reason for the pit stop for Mitchell-Begley must have been with a view to what's happening with Tristan Lloydell.
Yeah, and absolutely. And Taylor's coming in response right now. Yep. So let's see where he comes out of the pits.
Yeah, indeed. Well, let's see how his pit stop is. First of all, it's a green light on gate number 1. Heads into gate 2. Again, early on the brakes, early on the accelerator. 2 green stops. That is a lovely stop. It was a 10-1 from Aaron Mitchell-Begley. It's a 9-4 from Ryan Taylor.
And Ryan Taylor, he came in on that lap to cover the pit stop of Mitchell-Begley, and cover it he did. He needed to be making a good
race
stop.
leader in.
The leader.
Yeah, leader's in, and it's a good stop in gate 1. Gate 2 is also a good stop. So Jimovic Vera, how good is his stop going to be? We saw a 9-4. That one there was, well, I think even better.
Gosh, I mean, for Jimovic Vera, this is absolutely nothing new. He's new to us here in the UK, but he does a lot of this kind of format racing out on the continent, particularly in Poland. Vastly experienced despite his young years, and certainly someone who we're going to see a lot more of, including at world level. But there's Tristan Lloydell on screen now. Lloydell is running right at the back. He is a lap down at the moment there. And now we've gone a little bit further ahead. That does look like it's Taylor. Yeah, Ryan Taylor there. Now, Ryan Taylor has actually been closed in on by Aaron Mitchell-Begley. They're battling at the moment for 5th, but Mitchell-Begley has closed in. There was a much bigger gap when the pit stops have been completed. So Taylor's pit stop put him comfortably ahead of Mitchell-Begley, but now that gap has almost turned back to nothing as they swerve around that edge of barrier there. That's going to really seem like it's sticking out at you, I think, Brad, when you're taking the track.
I think so. These two are going to move another place higher. In fact, another couple of places higher as it stands, because there are 2 karts ahead that haven't pitted yet. So
at the expense of Smith and Adamchuk.
Yeah, so this is actually a battle for a slightly more important position than it looks on the timing screen at the moment.
Yeah, this is 3rd place, and most important from their point of view, the points that come with 3rd place. And Anthony, you've had both these guys in, but as they came past you there, that was an awful lot closer than how it was when they left the pits.
That was a lot closer than how they left the pit, so they're having a good old race out there, or a hack as I like to call it, out on the circuit. But yeah, certainly it's very exciting out on this alternate layout. Clearly a lot of the drivers here preferring it.
Oh, and a move. Mitchell Begley has gone up the inside of Ryan Taylor. An element of contact, but you know, it's one of those things. I don't think there was anything malicious there. Surely they're not going to be looking at that one. Certainly Mitchell Begley had to get his sleeves rolled up a bit for this, and that's exactly what he did. So Ryan Taylor, can he stay with him and possibly return the favour? So yeah, there you go. His teammates there are giving him the big thumbs up on that one. Now, can Taylor respond? That's the question. We're looking at that fight that I'm talking about on screen now. There's Mitchell Begley. There's Taylor in the more blue-coloured suit behind. And Mitchell Begley is actually trying to eke away as they come on the back straight there. You can see there's something of a gap forming. Anthony, have you got someone in?
We do indeed. 2nd place, Harley Smith, who has yet to pit, has now come in finally, and green on gate 1 and green on gate 2. It's a good stop, and Harley Smith comes out in P6 now.
Now, he's a little bit further back, but can Harley Smith get himself involved in this Taylor-Mitchell Begley battle? Obviously, we were considering, when talking about pit stops earlier on, that Harley Smith was somebody who was going to pit, and that would give gift positions to Mitchell Begley and Taylor. But now Smith himself could actually get involved in this battle. So there's Mitchell Begley, and behind is Ryan Taylor. And then we're going to look for that gap for Smith. Well, they've opened up a little bit, to be fair. Mitchell Begley has definitely increased that. Into the pits, Anthony.
Yep, Mikolaj Adamchuk is into the pit lane. 2 green lights, no dramas whatsoever. Clear track out in circuit.
Routine pit stop for Mikolaj there as he resumes in 6th place according to the timing screen. Mitchell Begley there looking over his shoulder that we're looking at. He's now up to 3rd place as a result of that pit stop. So let's have a look back. That's probably everybody, Anthony, who's been in the pits.
It is indeed, yeah, that is everyone stopped.
So let's reassess these positions now that the pit stops have all taken place. Zimovit Vera leads from Stepan Pudlik in 2nd. Aaron Mitchell Begley 3rd. Ryan Taylor and Harley Smith is in 5th. Mikolaj Adamchuk is in 6th with Kobe Kostler 7th. Jonathan Wilson 8th. Sam Shaw and Tristan Lloydler both a lap down for different reasons. 9th and 10th respectively. As we look at the 3rd place driver, Aaron Mitchell Begley there. Brad, we haven't really seen much of Aaron Mitchell Begley before, but he's certainly making a bit of a star turn on this. If we look at his lap times, he's a contender, yeah?
Yeah, he's been doing very, very well in this race, but what really surprises me and impresses me about him is, although he lost out on strategy, he didn't then give up. He then said, OK, and made the move on track on a tricky layout. So just because he didn't come out ahead of Taylor in the pits, he didn't then lose focus. He kept on it, made a move. I think that really took Taylor by surprise. Normally, if you've exited the pits ahead and you've finished the pit stop phase, you can pretty much bank that result, but that wasn't the case.
Yeah, because if I remember rightly, when he came out of the pits, he was behind Taylor, not far off what the gap is now with Taylor behind him.
Yeah,
he closed it right in. He had to get his sleeves rolled up a bit to get past, but pass he did. And now, in fact, Taylor is actually looks like he's falling into the clutches of Harley Smith. There's Harley Smith in the purple behind. So there's Taylor. There's Smith, just gone through on camera there. So there's Taylor, and here's Smith now. So I think Ryan Taylor might have his hands full of Harley Smith at this rate. He may find that he starts to forget a little bit about Mitchell Begley and starts thinking more about Smith in what is now going to be the battle for fourth. Now, Mitchell Begley then looks over his shoulder to check. Sorry, it was Ryan Taylor doing that. Looking over his shoulder to check. Look at that gap opening up there on screen now, folks. That's really Ryan Taylor's now got to concern himself with what's happening behind.
And Harley Smith was on that previous lap the 2nd quickest kart on track, so closed in 4/10 on Ryan Taylor. This lap 2/10, so he's getting closer and closer.
That is a huge amount, and he's done it all in one lap. He's right on his tail. Taylor's got an absolute race in his hands because here comes Harley Smith. This is over 4th place. Harley Smith has made all this up on one lap. He was nowhere near this close on the previous lap, and here he is in contention. Is he going to take 4th place away? There's going to be a couple of laps to go. We're going down 1 and 2 laps to go now, so they're about a lap and a half in reality. So Harley Smith has just about that time now to do something about Ryan Taylor if he's going to do it. Ryan Taylor, of course, is going to be pretty difficult to pass. He knows he's got only that lap and a half now to defend this, and so he's going to be making that kart as wide as possible. So, onto the backstretch. There's Taylor. There's Smith. Taylor really piling that pressure on now. Smith really piling the pressure on to Ryan Taylor. They're crossing now for what should be the last lap. So Taylor's got to hang on just for this lap. There he is through that tricky bit where they're dodging around the barrier there into a hairpin. This is where we saw Tristan Lloydell facing the wrong way earlier on in the race. Taylor looking over his shoulder this way, that way to check on the position of Harley Smith in real turns. So Taylor comes through. He's just got the final straight now. Can Smith? He's gone defensive as Taylor. Smith tries a little bit of a look, but nothing going. Zimovic Vera wins, Pudlik, and then Begley. And what about Ryan Taylor? He's going to do it. He's got 4th from Harley Smith. He's hung on to cross the line. They've finished the race there. Adamchuk's going to be 7th. We've got Sean Lloydell already classed as 9th and 10th, but Adamchuk, Kostlet and Wilson yet to come through, and they do in the positions we expected. So quite a race there. Brad, again, not really a lot to draw from this except some good quality driving.
Well, what I draw from that is Zimovic Vera has just won dominantly, close to 10 seconds, massive gap in BRKC
terms. Is that the biggest
terms.
win we've had?
It looks like it to me, and I think he might have also got the fastest lap on this layout. So 33.20. Very fast, but what was particularly impressive, he did that on the final lap, so he was always improving, but he was relentlessly pumping in those low times. It wasn't once in a while, he was just remorselessly pulling away from the rest of the field.
Crushing the opposition, Anthony, down in the pit lane.
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed, a very dramatic little race there for Zimovic Vera. Brilliant stuff from him. That is now 2 for 2, looking very strong. We did chat to him earlier on. I just want to get his opinions on this layout because, of course, that time that he achieved there, very quick, and clearly he knows something that the rest of us don't. And Zimovic, just very quickly before you disappear. Oh, okay, he's going to jump again. I get ignored often. It's fine. It happens. I think he's lost a bit of lead in his kart. Right, well, while he's doing that, let's see if we can chat to Pudlik, because Pudlik here in 2nd place, again, he had a brilliant run on that one. Pudlik, just don't go away too quickly. Good result for you there. A P2, what did you think of the track layout? Because very different than earlier on.
I mean, it's much more physical than the previous layout. I mean, I'm a little bit tired, to be honest, but it was cool. It was something different because there was almost no straights. All that really mattered was how the go-kart wants to go from the lowest RPMs. So that was really important. But yeah, it was cool. But to be honest, it was really exhausting experience, to be honest. But I think I'm not super happy with the result. Either it was the go-kart which Zimovic was driving, or I was not fast enough, and there is something to find, like 2/10 or something like that. It's still somewhere laying on the circuit. So yeah, I hope that I'm gonna find it.
Do you prefer the original or this layout?
To be honest, I prefer the original because you feel much more speed during the drive, and that's definitely cool. And I liked how the original snail was starting from the high speed and then braking and turning right and left. The snail was better on the original layout, but that's something cool because you can see how different the grid is compared to the old second. I mean, much different drivers are in the front now, and I think that's pretty cool.
Excellent. Well, congratulations. Well done on the P2 still, and we'll let you warm up and get yourself ready. Great to chat there, and we've got him now, Zimovic Vera. Brilliant time for yourself. We've got about 10 seconds. Quickly, what did you make of that track? You got the fastest time on it.
Yeah, The quali was good. I feel very good. But the race pace was even more impressive. The kart felt really good. The steering, everyone felt so smooth, and yeah, I'm very happy with the result.
Excellent, congratulations, well done. Boys, that was the longest 10 seconds of my life. Back up to you.
Wonderful. Well, thank you very much, Anthony. You're doing a sterling job down there in the pit lane. But already they're out to qualify for the next race. In this next race, we've got Zach Venn, James Burgess, Jupp van Lionhorst, James Wilshire, Amelia Charlesworth, Arthur Langley, Matthias Matisse, Rob Johnson, Jamie Sherman Chase and Ben Luff lining up for this one. So we're going to see what happens here. Now, they're on their qualifier as we speak. Matus is potentially the favourite for starting at the front, but Zach Venn, we saw amazing performance earlier, so we'll see if we can capitalise on that and bring home the goodies in this one. So round they go as Burgess there. He's James Burgess, who's going to complete the lap. Looks like he was the first one out to qualify. So he's going to complete the lap and be the benchmark. The checker flag is out, and there is Burgess. He's up to fourth. Zach Venn's fastest. Jamie Sherman Chase is second. Toby Edelsten's gone up to third. Matus in fourth, but is he still on his qualifier? Yes, he is, because now he's fastest. Matthias Matus takes the pole position away from Zach Venn. It's a single file start, so that's worth a lot there. So a strong showing by Matthias Matus to put himself into first place in the qualifying. Obviously, this is his first time on this revised layout. Zach Venn is second. Jamie Sherman Chase third, Toby Edelston in fourth, Jupp van Lionhorst is in fifth, James Wilshire sixth, Arthur Langley is in seventh, and James Burgess eighth, with Ben Luff and Amelia Charlesworth round them out ninth and 10th. So moving forward, there he is in the black suit and the white helmet. That is Matthias Matus. Matthias Matus, of course, we've seen him a lot here. He is from Poland, again, another regular internationally. Behind him, though, is Zach Venn, and Zach Venn is yet again a member of Bradley Shepherd Racing. I noticed Bradley Shepherd down there in the collecting area earlier on, so he's here to see how his crew are doing, and hopefully, you know, he's impressed, because they have been putting on a good show and they'll be keen to impress the boss. Jamie Sherman Chase, though, is going to start third place, so that'll be very interesting. Jupp van Lionhorst, who we saw struggle earlier on, is going to be in fifth, with James Wilshire behind him. So as they come around, it's Matthias Matus who leads the way. He's been doing this for many years now. He knows when to pull that pin. Yes, he does. He's going to make the start he needs. Here comes Zach Venn with him, though, with Sherman Chase behind him in third. Now, Matus has just about judged this to perfection. There he is, with about a 3-kart lead. It gets slowed down for the hairpin, building up speed again into the snail, and then braking hard to turn right, then the left flick, and then the dog leg as Matus works his way through that onto the truncated backstretch as they head now down towards the hairpin at the bottom there. Round he goes. It's Matthias Matus. 2 more corners, and then it's that flick into the start-finish area. So Matus, the quick flick there, which is actually now really a 90-degree left-hand bend with this revised layout. They come through that tricky bit there where they're steering around that barrier. There's Matus. Heavy braking the hairpin, drifts the kart in under the brakes, backs it into the corner there. Matthias Matus. There he is, looking very good indeed. Again, backing it into that corner, the gentlest of drifts. Not enough to lose time, but certainly enough to help the car rotate into the corner, as that's exactly what he's doing there. So, as Matthias Matus, a superlative performance. But look at this, Zach Venn is keeping him honest. He's managing to hold that gap down. Matthias Matus, we know is fast. Zach Venn, we know is fast. Jamie Sherman Chase is showing us he's fast. In the pits, though, Andy.
Yes, indeed. We've got James Burgess into the pit lane for his stop. It's green on gate 1. It's green on gate 2. Oh, that was a big jump out of his seat to get going, but he's good.
Yeah, it looked like he was about to swap karts there, didn't it? It came that far out. But he is resumed in last place, but he has total clear air now, and he's going to get settled into this revised layout. His objective, of course, now, yes, he's way off the pace, but all is not lost. He's going to put those lap times in. He's going to keep battling away to go faster and faster and faster and see if he can leapfrog those ahead of him. From his point of view, he'll hope they're fighting away. But once again, Brad, we've settled into this race of speed with this revised layout. It seems to be all about speed. Yes, they're close, but, well, there's actually, as I speak, there's a battle brewing, so we'll focus in on that in a minute and see where they're all at. But here is Matthias Matus on screen, and there is Zach Venn following him. Brad, are there anything you want to draw from these opening laps?
Well, the key I can draw here is that Matus is absolutely flying away from the field. Every sector, he's pulling several tenths. He is absolutely clear. I can't see anyone challenging him. And likewise, Zach Venn is pulling away from the karts behind him. So the top 3, I think, are just going to stretch and stretch. And we might see an even bigger win margin from Mattis in this race than we did in the last race, where there was a 10-second gap between first and second.
Yeah, and Toby Edelston in 4th place is the one who's heading that battling group. So it's Edelston from Van Lionhorst, Wilshire and Langley. Now, they are the ones who are really at it, going at it. There they are. In fact, one's coming in the pits. It's the 20, I think, was it?
No, it's the number 10, yeah. Josip Van Lionhorst, who's in the pit lane, and it's green on gate 1. Gate 2 is also good.
God, he cut that fine. He was moving and that red light was on, and it seemed to be on an awful long time, but he must have cut that to perfection. Did that seem fast, Anthony?
Well, I can tell you that was relatively fast. It was a 9-1. That's the fastest I think I've seen so far.
So, yeah, because I was watching down out the room here, and I could see that red light on at the top, and he was moving for some time before that went green. And I thought, gosh, he's cutting this one fine, but he made it, and that's what counts. Brad, 9.1 is fast, isn't it?
It certainly is, and like Anthony said, that's the quickest we've seen. I think the fight here really is P4 onwards. First, second and third seem to have found their relative niches out there, and they're settled in. They're nowhere near each other, but there are 3 karts very, very close together, squabbling over 4th here.
And that battle is the one we're looking at on screen now. The number 9, and down the inside.
Excellent.
Down the inside is James Wilshire. So Thomas's brother, another South Wales driver from the Razio Drag team, the Racing Dragon team from South Wales there. He has made the move and made the position. So we saw Burgess pit out of that group, and the group immediately closed in. So there now we have a little bit of a switch around. Edelston has swapped with Wilshire, so it's Wilshire, Edelston, Langley, and Wilshire is actually having to fight some sort of rearguard action because Edelston's trying to come back in. There's Edelston looking over his shoulder. Toby Edelston there, looking over his shoulder at Arthur Langley, and Langley wants a piece of this as well. He's got his eyes set not only on Edelston in front, but he wants a bit of James Wilshire as well in 4th place. James Wilshire's trying to pull away from both of those two. He's not entirely able to. There's maybe a fractional gap there, but they close in with that concertina effect under braking. And it does seem, I've got to say, Brad, that Toby Edelston is very good on the brakes in that revised area.
Yeah, he is. I think it is Wilshire that's going to start creeping away now, though. I think he's got just a fraction of a second in hand over the 2 behind him.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at this, so you can see where Wilshire, he is edging. But have a look going into that hairpin on the far side down the Snell section. Edelston seems to do all his work right there. So there's a bigger gap there. You can see so Wilshire's clearly got something. But watch this. Boom! He's right on his tail.
It's a very different technique. It looks like Wilshire's taking a slightly wider entry. And then
but look at that gap. It comes down every time through that area now.
It does, although this is a very slow speed part of the track. So you'd expect that concertina to look a little bit tighter there. I think Wilshire's comfortable, though. I think now he's got enough breathing space he can just drive naturally.
Yeah, I wonder if we were able to ask him right now how comfy he felt. But fundamentally, you're probably right there. But look at this. Edelston's all over the back of him now. He's closer than he ever was, coming towards what seems to be his favourite part of the track. No, it's a bigger gap there, but he's right. It almost clouded him there. Looking over his shoulder to see if Langley had anything going there. But it's actually cost him, as it happens. He's obviously clearly had to over-brake to avoid an incident. Yeah, because this is a bigger gap than we've ever seen. Now, this is Wilshire's part of the track. So James Wilshire, we've seen him open up the gap here. Can Edelston close in? Edelston is some way from his favourite part. There's still several bits. Anthony, have you got something?
I do. I've got the number 13 into the pit lane. Arthur Langley is going in, and he's had 2 good stops there, and that's pretty calm and clear.
He's hoping for these 2 guys to start battling, and so he really wants Edelston to catch back up to Wilshire and cause him to start defending.
Yeah, that immediate pit stop wake-up call was, in fact, I think that near rear-ending job of Edelston on Wilshire there. So there's Wilshire, and this is near the end lap. And look at that. That's the biggest gap we've seen. Now, can Toby Edelston close in on this? He's waved back to the pits. He's obviously received some sort of information or encouragement. Now, what's he going to do on the brakes here? This is his area of the track. It's this hairpin where Edelston does all of his work. As you can see, he actually does make some inroads. Again, as you say, Brad, with the concertina effect, that does play a part. But he does seem to have someone in the brakes there. And there's Wilshire. But Wilshire, has he kind of Has he broken Edelston here? That's the real question. Has he kind of, he's surely smacked this gap. This is Wilshire's area of the track. He seems to pull away here every time. This hairpin is very tight. Edelston can't do anything there to close in, but it's all on the next point of braking, which is the hairpin round the corner. If he isn't doing it now, it's not going to happen. So, yeah, he does close in a bit, but quite frankly, Brad, your analysis on this one, I think that bolt is shot from an Edelston point of view.
Yeah, Edelston does have a very, very different technique into the braking zone of that hairpin. So the place on the circuit you're pointing out where he closes, he effectively doesn't open up that corner. He drives straight in the middle, whereas Wiltshire goes wide and takes a more traditional outside-inside line. So that shorter distance and straighter braking zone, I think, was giving Edelston some time on the brakes. But now Wiltshire seems to be a couple of tenths per lap quicker. So you're right, I think he's now bolted.
Yeah, so as you can see there, a real wide sweep in. It gets the car rotating there, does James Wilshere. That, as you say, more traditional. Whereas Edelston definitely seems to be more of a V kind of line. It might actually be physically slower, but the fact it's shorter in a slower part of the track might be what gives him the advantage there. And certainly, in terms of the concertina effect, he will appear to close in. Now, although Wilshire's opening this gap up, yes, he's well on his way to dropping him now, isn't he? Because there's James Wilson, and I think he's done the work there. James Wilson's done enough, but that really comes in wide there on that hairpin, rotates that car, gets all of his steering done very early in the corner there, if you notice. He's like 90 degrees to the corner, before, as he's alongside it. He basically doesn't so much turn around it as across it.
I'm trying to look through the scoreboard here for any developing battles that might kind of appear as people pop out of the pits. But unfortunately, Arthur Langley, after his stop a few laps ago, who was with this battle, he was right at the tail of these guys.
He pitted out of it, in fact.
He's not quite close enough. He's really 1.5 to 2 seconds behind being in this fight. So I think we are...
Sorry, can I cut in there, Brad? When you talk about that, because obviously when Langley was involved, they were all nose to tail. Do you feel that he'll be way off the back of Edelston, or might he be with Edelston if you're thinking in terms of Wilshere?
He'll be 2 seconds behind Edelston on
that's way
current
behind
measurement. So
yeah.
Edelston's 14 seconds behind the lead, and Langley's 26 behind. So there's a 12-second gap there, 10 seconds being our kind of guide time.
Right, so it'll be the same order, but a bit more spread out,
Exactly.
assuming there's no pit drama for Wilshere and Edelston.
Sometimes we have a nose-to-tail fight for the entire race in BRKC. Sometimes we have a slightly more spread-out race like this, and that's just, I think, what this one is.
They can't all be barnstormers. However, what we have got is a very interesting cage race. We've already seen when they were close. I mean, James Wilshere has broken Toby Edelston's challenge. But until that point, we've had a very interesting effect going on the far side of the track with that very different sort of style as you picked up on going into the hairpin there. It's this one coming up. If you notice, it's a really late turn. He's turning across the corner more than around it, where Edelston is kind of V-ing into the corner. He's going in a little bit straighter, whereas Wilshire's getting down there and turning across it. Whether that's quicker or not is not really shown by the fact that Wilshire's pulling away, because Wilshire's work gets done in this area of the track, which of course is nowhere near that hairpin we've been talking about. So although he is losing ground on that far end of the track, Toby Edelston may well have something up his sleeve there. So here's James Wilshere. It's going to be late. Look how he drifts that thing. He really backs it into the corner there. A long trail brake to bring that back around. And again, doing that in the Snell. Caught the edge of the barrier there, but he is looking good.
So out front, we've got Matthias making hay, setting excellent lap times every time, and just, again, as we saw in the last race with the winner, relentlessly pulling away. The performance is amazing. It's just difficult to see that when it's not compared to another kart that's near him. So effectively out there having a lovely qualifying hot lap session to himself, probably enjoying himself greatly, seeing the scoreboard and the gap increase.
Yeah, quite frankly, from Matus's point of view, he's on a 38-lap qualifier here, isn't he? He's all he's got to do is put those times. Now, Zach Venn on screen now, he's an important runner on this, because although he's not winning here, he is scoring an awful lot of points. I mean, second place is the next point scorer down. So Matus may well have the full complement of points on this one, but Venn is scoring very, very well, and he's scoring well all championship. He's going to be competitive when it comes to figuring out tomorrow exactly who's going to be in the semi-finals, because these guys have to do the 4 heat races. Some will do 2, some will do 3 today, and some will do 2, some will do 1 tomorrow, and then we'll have a point score ready to go into the semi-finals. So Zach Venn doing all this work today, putting himself in a great position to lay claim to a spot in the semi-final as we speak. Now there's the race leader. That's Mateusz Matus. He, of course, is the one I just termed as being on basically a 38-lap qualifying run. He has the fastest lap in this race, and it has to be said, it's the fastest lap by some margin, except for... No, it is actually, he's at least 3/10 ahead of anybody, isn't he?
Yeah, he's even clear of second place. And this is why what you say about Zach Venn being in a really good position is really true. There's nothing more Zach can do. He does not have the pace in this race. The combination of Zach and that kart he's in on this version of the track just are no match for Matus. So essentially, he's doing the best job he can.
And into the pits, Anthony.
Yes, indeed. Ben Luff in for his stop. And, I was getting pretty lonely in here. 2 green lights for him. He's only the 4th person to do their stop. There is still 6 to go with 6 minutes left.
Now, Ben Luff has actually lost positions there to, I think it was Van Lionhorst, definitely, but certainly Amelia Charlesworth and Arthur Langley have moved up in front. But Ben Luff does seem to be quite close to Arthur Langley. Now, there it is. Is that the battle we're looking at here? Now, who is Mateusz Matus caught? There's Luff by the looks of it. In the 13, that's Langley. So Luff has actually made up a place. And closing in is Mateusz Matus. Race leader, his arms up. He's coming in, Anthony. He's going to be with you now, the leader.
Yes, he is indeed. The number 11 is in and Mateusz Matus good at gate number 1. Gate 2, he's moving pretty quickly, but he's got the green light. That's a good stop. Not the fastest I've seen. He crosses the line. It's an 11.1 for him compared to the 9.9 we saw from Ben Luff literally a lap ago.
Yeah, I mean, he's clearly been able to almost do what he wants. He could have probably actually had an interview with you there and still come out with the lead, right?
Yeah, possibly so. But yeah, absolutely superb stop from there. And like you say, but it's Zach Venn only less than 5 seconds further up the road.
Now, with 5 minutes to go, obviously we saw the race leader in there, Anthony. It was interesting to note on the camera there, you could see, looking down the pit lane, how Mateusz Matus was pumping the throttle. It was a good 5 or 6 pumps when he was stationary to get going. Is that what we're seeing from most of the drivers, actually pumping the throttle, or is it stop and just floor it?
Well, a lot of them are just stop and floor it. Some of them are stop and they're instantly on the throttle, just gradually pressing it down. And then, you do see some with the pumping action, but again,
it was a clear 5 or 6, bam, 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 and you get going there.
Each driver's different. Honestly, in terms of whether or not it benefits you at all, it's hard to say, purely because, like you say, these times have been drastically different from different sort of styles.
Yeah. So there is Mateusz Matus on screen now, into the corner there. That was a sort of halfway house, that hairpin there we were looking at earlier with the Toby Edelston sort of more V-shaped line and the James Wilshire real sweeping line. On into the pits, Anthony.
Amelia Charlesworth into the pit lane this time around. Good on gate 1, gate number 2. Very eager to get going again. It's a relatively decent stop. She had a good stop earlier on, and that time around 10.7 is her stop.
And has gone a lap down as Zach Venn has moved past the end of the pit lane there. So there is Zach Venn, the number 20. He's the current leader. He's not been down there in the pits yet, though. He has only got a 4.2 second lead. Now, have we, Anthony, do you know if we've had Jamie Shearman Chase in the pits yet?
Because we have not. No, he's not pitted.
No. Because that would be very important, because there's a 7.5. Is Zach Venn now?
Yep, Zach Venn in the pits. He stopped very early on gate 1, but he was on the throttle pretty soon. Again, he's gone for a slight pump action there as well on the throttle. He gets going. What's that time going to be? It's a 9.4.
Yeah, that's another quick one. Brad, what do you make of that one?
Well, I think this pumping on the throttle, it could be in part because the drivers are just careful not to stall the engine. You shouldn't be able to stall a clutched engine, but
we saw Lewis Manley.
We saw with Lewis Manley earlier. Sometimes if you stop very abruptly, you can almost shock the engine into just stalling. The clutch can grab or something like that. So I think just blipping the throttle ensures there is no danger of that. And when you're in a clear podium position like these guys are, with Matus in P1 and Venn there in second, there's no need to do the best possible pit stop. You just need to do a clean one.
Yeah, it's all about not mucking it up at that point, isn't it? When you've got that, that's the whole point of building up such a lead, really, so that you can be a little conservative on the pit stop if you have to. And so there, we're looking at Sherman Chase, Jeremy Sherman Chase there in the green and black overalls there. He, of course, is second place. Not yet made a pit stop, we don't believe. He hasn't got a lot of time, so it might be this time he's in. Is he coming in this time? No, he's not. He's really running this a long one there, Jamie Sherman Chase, as he's onto that tight hairpin there. A lot of braking for that one just after the start-finish line. He's sweeping around into the pits, Anthony, yeah.
Yeah, Toby Ellison's into the pit lane here. Well, he's got an action of pumping the throttle and pushing himself forward. Let's see what that does for his pit stop time. 10.9, so evidently it doesn't work for everyone.
Yeah, he's, well, that's some way off some of the quicker times we saw earlier on. Maybe doing too much in the pit stop, jumping up and down and pumping the throttle all at the same time. Sherman Chase, he's past the pit exit there, so he's still not in, with just under 2 minutes to go. So Sherman Chase must be leaving this one right to the end. He's ahead of Zach Venn, but simply because he hasn't been in the pits yet. Zach Venn is listed as third. We expect him to move in second. There he is, actually just appearing at the back of the picture there. So there's Sherman Chase. Brad, have you got something to add?
It's going to be quite close with Van Leyenhorst, actually, when Sherman Chase does make his pit stop, because Van Leyenhorst's been quietly doing a good job there, pumping in the mid-33s. So he's going to be round about a 1 second gap, I'd imagine. But
Sherman Chase is in, and this had better be good from his point of view.
Well, yes, it will have to be, because here as well, you've also got the likes of James Wiltshire into the pit lane at the same time. They're stacking here, but both of them are getting green lights, I think. Yes, they both got green lights on both gates, and it was a 9.6 and a 9.1 for the two of them. James Wiltshire slightly faster.
Yeah, and it looks like Sherman Chase has come out ahead of Van Leyenhorst, because there's Van Leyenhorst, so Sherman Chase has done enough. Now, those watching at home, we had a great view from the back of the karts in that pit area there as they went down. We saw there were two karts in. Fortunately, from James Wilshire's point of view, who was the second of those two cars, he wasn't quite close enough to Jamie Sherman Chase to actually be disadvantaged, because you do have to stop in the box. There's only room for one kart. So had he been much closer, he'd have had to effectively stop in the pits 3 times. They have to stop twice, as we know, at the beginning and at the end. But Wiltshire, if he'd been any closer, would have had to stop to wait for Sherman Chase, then move into the box, and that could definitely have been a problem. So Anthony, from your point of view, would you say that Wiltshire was about as close as he could get away with in that?
Yes,
or was
in a
there
way.
a bit more in hand than what it seemed?
Yeah, it looks a little bit more controlled from what I've seen in previous attempts at it, but I definitely think there is a little bit more. But like you say, we've seen stops here into the 9.1s. I reckon they could be into the sub-9s at some point.
Yeah, and of course Wiltshire there, he had to make the stop. You know, he's running out of time. They're on the about to start the last lap. Here comes Mateusz Matus. He's crossing the line. It's the final lap now. There he is, Mateusz Matus. The Polish driver there. We've seen him for many years now. He's a regular in the BRKC. He's a regular in the Polish Championship. He's a regular in the World Championships. Well known to many, and he's going to win this race. It's on the revised layout. He has mastered the revised layout there, Mateusz Matus. He's coming down onto the back straight, the shorter back straight, into the hairpin. He's got 2 corners to go. This long, winding right. It's more than 180 degrees. Now a tight hairpin left, a 90-degree left, and across the line, and it's Mateusz Matus who wins it. From Zach Venn, the incredible Zach Venn. He's really upped his game this year. He's really been able to, that was Burgess, and there is Venn. As Venn crosses the line, so Burgess and Charlesworth crossed the line. They are both a lap down, but Venn has made it as well. He's in second place. Jamie Sherman Chase, surely he's going to hold on to his third. Yes, he does. Jürgen Van Leyenhorst, now that's a far better performance than what we saw in the earlier race. Edelston, he was one of the stars of this. Ben Luff is in there. Arthur Langley was in that mix of the biggest battle of the race there, Anthony. So they're coming back to you. Entering the pit lane now, I think, is Mateusz Matus.
Yes, he is indeed. It's a solid race for him. P7 earlier on for Mateusz Matus, and now comes away with a win. So that's a stark difference in results
We've
from
got a
him.
car pulled over to the side there in the pit lane. Anything going on there?
Well, evidently yes is the answer to that, but as to what it is, I don't quite know. But I will find out for you in a brief moment. But let's jump over with Mateusz Matus. Mateusz, get yourself weighed up first. Yeah, that's the important bit because obviously, let's see what he comes up with. Of course, it's supposed to be 90 kilos. He's 91.1, so he's clear by some way there. Matthias, don't run away. He's going to run away from me. Oh, no, he's coming back. No, he's running away. There he is. Matthias, solid drive. That's what you needed. It was a P7 earlier on, P1 now. That's more like what we expect to see from you. How are you feeling?
I'm happy about the results after the first race, to be honest. So I'm happy I can talk with you now.
Well, it's a good run. We've seen a lot better performances from some people on this new alternate layout. Is it you preferring this one?
Yeah, I think it's more technical, so it's good for me. So yeah,
that's what you need. Well, still very busy rest of your day. When's your next race?
Again?
When's your next race?
Next race tomorrow.
Okay, so you can relax now. What are your plans between now and your next race? What are your plans between now and your next race?
To be honest, I don't know now.
Sleep.
I think I stay here and watch some others. So yeah.
Good stuff. Well, congratulations. Well done, Matis Michatz there, who's coming in. Right, okay, so it was the Kart 15 that came into the pit lane with a problem. That's been pulled out, and I'm not quite sure. What I would do is I'll do some digging of that off camera, and then I'll come back and I'll let you know.
Superb, Anthony. Well, it was a very interesting race. We're going to go over to Brad Philpott, though, with some analysis. What have you got for us, Brad?
I've got a nice straightforward one for you here, something really nice. So this is how Wiltshire got past Eddleston in that last race and made up his one position from qualifying. So what we're looking at is this gap down here, pretty obvious, into the main hairpin. So here we go. Nice straightforward, super, super clean move. Wiltshire down the inside, plenty of room. Eddleston being sensible, seeing the move happening and not turning in on him and bouncing off. And it was as straightforward as that. One place better than qualifying.
Yeah, and he only lost one place as well. You know, when you've got a kart that close behind, any bumping and banging there could have resulted in Eddleston losing 2 spots, potentially.
Yep.
We've seen that happen before. So, yeah, that was a pretty clean pass, actually. And there were question marks over with the revised layout and the shorter back straight, whether this would mean less overtaking into this hairpin. But certainly Wiltshire made it look good.
Yeah, that was as easy as you'll ever see an overtake at Formula Fast.
Yeah, and in the BRKC, because no one gives it away. Right then, so we're moving on to Heat 5 now on the revised layout. We've seen 4 heat races in this revised layout. In this lineup, we've got Alex Ford, we've got Steve Gray, we've got Matt Barsh, Ivan Jana, Alfie Hale, Rico Harbosh, former world champion. Carl Stevens is in this, Ben Paynes, Tomek Bernadowski, and Gabriel Kinter. Now, straight away, that is a bit of a heavy one. Potential wins here. Hands down, you would say Rico Harbosh could win. Hands down, you would say Tomek Bernadowski could win. Hands down, you would say that Matt Barsh could win. We've seen Ivan Jana win. We've seen Steve Gray win. And, you know, Gabriel Kinter came in second earlier on. So, you know, one step higher, and that would have been a win. So there are some really strong performances so far here. We've got Ben Paynes in this as well. Alex Ford is there. Alfie Hale, he's got championships to his name, so he's no slouch. And Brad, you've got something for us.
Looks like it was Harbosh and Shana on the outlap setting the purple sectors, and that's quite often an indicator of what they're going to do on their main lap. So they're coming up to complete their actual qualifying lap right now.
And those watching at home, this is the revised layout, and the revised layout is secret until it gets put in place for the event. So if Harbosh and co are setting purple sectors, that is when they are figuring out where it goes. So, you know, this is, well, it's why Rico Harbosh is a former world champion. And so Harbosh has come out on top there. He's leading the way from Matt Barsh. Ivan Jana's third. That's actually... Jana's been a bit off at the BRKC the last couple of editions, but this is almost an immediate return to form. Tomek Bernadowski is down there in 5th place, and that is a surprise given his earlier performance, because you might say, okay, yeah, well, it's the revised layout, he hasn't seen it before, but it's also his first time at the BRKC last time. Swinging around there is Ivan Jana, Hungarian champion, and he's got Alfie Hale behind him on the number 11 there in the blue suit, and behind that is Tomek Bernadowski, who we saw make a really dominant job of converting pole to victory earlier on. Ben Paynes is behind him, who's been third. Carl Stevens could win on any given day in 7th. Steve Gray is 8th. Alex Ford is 9th. And Gabriel Kinter, who we saw 2nd, finds himself down in 10th place. There he is in the orange at the back. So here they come. It's Rico Harbosch, former world champion, gets it underway. And Kinter looking like he's making a move already. Harbosch gets it turned in and gets out of the corner in the lead, ahead of Matt Barsh. So Rico Harbosch, the Dutchman, another Dutchman. For so long, the Dutch and Belgians, the sort of Benelux countries, have excelled in the field of rental karting. The Poles are coming on strong now. Most European countries now have a strong national championship exactly run on these lines. So these guys run every month this kind of event, but just in a different country. But there is Rico Harbosch showing the form that made him world champion. Matt Barsh is with him. Rico Harbosch also has won the Polish Championship a number of times. He's got a few national titles to his name alongside that World Championship win. Harbosch, though, is not able to pull away from Barsh, and Barsh is not able to pull away from Jana, who's not able to pull away from Hale or Bernadowski. So, you know, it's a real tight one, this five-way fight. Down the bottom there, split-screen view, as you were looking at the back of the carts at the front and at the front at the same time. So the first 5 come through. Then there's a slight gap, Paynes. Then it's Stevens. So there's a slight gap either side of Ben Paynes there. But Rico Harbosch with nothing of a gap behind to Matt Barsh. Brad Philpott, a bit of analysis on this one. It's not been this close at all yet on the alternate layout, has it?
This is the kind of race that we wait for, isn't it?
Yeah.
We've got some big names here, some heavy hitters. They're all locked together. Nobody can do anything right now. We're going to see this race develop, and I don't know which one of these top 3 or 4 or 5 are going to win.
Yeah, I wouldn't rule out anyone between Harbosch, Barsh, Jana, Hale and Bernadowski at this stage.
And Bernadowski's just at the fastest lap of the race, so he's definitely staying in touch.
Absolutely. And there they are, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's Rico Harbosch running at the front there. As I say, he is former world champion. We can see why. Now look how tight he is going in there. That compares to what Thomas Wilshire was doing earlier. Of course, Rico Harbosch is going to be worried about a massive lunge there from Matt Barsh. It would take a bit of a gutsy lunge, but if the gutsy lunge is going to come, Matt Barsh is one of those people it's going to come from. I think, judging by the little gap that he has as he approaches there, that isn't a defence. I think, obviously, it helps to be narrow. I think that is just the best line that they've chosen. So we're seeing some of the top guys here, and so anyone watching that's got a heat for the first time in the second half of this round might take note. Yeah, but the awkward thing is, this is where you really want, where you benefit from a practice session, because they're going to run through that in the qualifying 3 times. They could try it wide, they could try it middle, they could try it tight. We've seen that from Thomas Wilshire, from Toby Edelston, and now from Rico Harbosch. 3 different lines through that corner there, all of them making it work, it has to be said. Rico Harbosch, obviously he's got to make it work because he's got Matt Barsh right on his tail. So and we're going to see his line through here now. Now Harbosch is leading from Barsh, but Barsh has got an element of breathing space from Jana. But even then he's tight. But when you look at it from behind there, Brad, the way that Barsh and Harbosch turn in, they're just physically occupying so much road. Yeah, they are. What you see in high-level indoor karting, and rental karting in general, but in particular this kind of indoor karting, is that short lines really do quite often come out as the best compromise. In outdoor, grippier circuits, you'll see that typical outside, inside, outside line, like covering more distance but sweeping through and carrying more speed. What you're seeing from these guys at the front here, taking the shortest possible distance they can, is something that's a lot more common in this kind of karting. Absolutely, and in many cases, as opposed to, as you say, the wide, tight, wide, very often it's middle, tight, middle, isn't it? Yeah. And that's generally to do with the speed. Obviously, you'll see somewhere you've kind of got to run wide, but we will see further on. I'm going to point out that is happening in... It's after the first hairpin, which they're coming to now. So we're going to see, there is Harbosch turning in. Now watch this. Notice how he doesn't run fully wide. There he is, he's in the middle there. Yeah. And he's tight, he's in the middle, he's back tight again. Now he's in the middle when he turns in. But he doesn't really exit wide. He only goes to the right-hand side of the road when he's long past the exit, isn't he? He's actually almost the apex of the long right, if you like. Of course, with the tightness of the S-bend there, he is committed to an outside without question. There is obviously a certain point where carrying more speed costs you too many meters. So taking the speed shorter line versus distance balance, yeah.
And obviously none of these karts have a live delta on the steering wheel. No one's seeing meter by meter what's best, they're having to figure this out and judge it for themselves and probably gauge from the other drivers.
Yeah, and one of the best ways to figure it out is, are you pulling away from people? And in Rico Harbosch's case, that's a yes, because he is now able to create something of a gap to Matt Barsh. He's obviously figured out the circuit a little bit more. Obviously, every lap they do, it's still early days on this track for these guys. So Harbosch is just in the point where he's getting better and better and better at this revised layout. And his rate of improvement is ever so slightly ahead of Matt Barsh's rate of improvement, and that is why that gap is opening up a little bit. Meantime, though, Ivan Shana is not being left behind. He's starting to make some inroads, perhaps, to Matt Barsh, and Alfie Hale is actually hanging on to that fourth place, which is saying something, considering the company he's in. He's got Tomek Bernadowski behind. Tomek Bernadowski, such a dominant win earlier on, and so Bernadowski is obviously he's only in his second race here in the UK in the BRKC, but he's already shown what he can do. So to be ahead like this of Bernadowski is something of note for the likes of Alfie Hale. So well done, Alfie Hale, there in fourth. Ben Paynes is sixth. Carl Stevens maintains seventh, but Gabriel Kinter has moved up from 10th to 8th. He's on the move. Anthony, we've not had anyone in the pits yet, have we? We've got 14 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, indeed. I might ask the race control to throw out some black flags just so I can get some company in here. Yeah, no, it's pretty calm at the moment. Everyone's just waiting for that prime opportunity. But like you say, the field's not that spread out. You've got a big group right at the front, and as you were saying right at the beginning of this one, it could be any one of those top fives. I think it's all going to fall down to pit stops.
I think you're right there, and Jana now has closed in on Matt Barsh. So might Jana be the one who breaks out first, simply because he may well be aware that nobody's been in. Yeah, there's 13 and a half minutes left, but that'll soon go by, and then people will be in the pits one after another. Obviously, the last thing you need as a racer is to come in and find three other people are there. This is not a good sort of situation to come barreling in and find the toilet occupied, because you'll lose an awful lot of time. Now, Shana there, if anyone's going to pit out of the top three, he would be the one there because he's so close to Barsh. What do you read into this? He's faster, isn't he?
Yeah, unfortunately, if Shana was to pit, he'd come out in 8th position with lots and lots of very, very tight traffic in front of him. He has no choice right now. He has to try and pass Barsh. He's got the fastest lap of the race. He had a very, very fast sector in qualifying. I think he's gotten used to this track. He's given Barsh a chance to try and stick with Harbosch, and now he's demonstrated he can't do it. Shana thinks he's the one that should be in second place.
Yeah, because I think what's really happened in this, looking at the relative gap from first to third, it's not so much a case of Shana up the inside. He's done it. He's done it. Yeah, because it did seem to be as if it was actually Barsh moving back within that gap rather than Shana moving forward. And as it happens, Shana's taken the lead. On the scoring there, he's still shown as third. That's about to change as he crosses the line about now, and there's the switch there. So Ivan Shana, the Hungarian champion, is showing through in second place. This is his strongest performance this weekend, and in fact, probably one of his stronger performances in the past few years here in the BRKC, although he continues to get results and win races out in the continent. Ivan Shana there we're looking at with the green on front of his helmet. So now, can Matt Barsh, can he stay with Ivan Shana?
My question is, can Shana catch up with Harbosch, because he's the fastest man on track? So if he can pump in some more of those fastest laps.
We have action in the pit lane. Yep, our first one. Bernadowski is our first in the pits, and it's good on gate 1. It's good on gate 2. Oh, finally, I was getting a bit lonely in here, but yeah, that's a good stop nonetheless, and he's come out in P8. It was a 9.6.
Yeah, but you know what? You know, the question now is, how lonely are you going to stay down there, Anthony? Because there's 9 karts to come in, and we've only got 11 minutes on the clock. For somebody, this is going to get tight. It's not as if we've got the same spread either.
No, exactly. Well, why don't you come down here and commentate from pit lane, and then I won't feel so lonely?
Because it's cold down there and it's warm up here. Bad luck, Anthony. Yeah, you might need to try that one earlier in the morning if you're going to catch us out. But talking of being caught out, Ivan Shana, he is, as Brad says, appears to be closing in on Harbosch. If he closes in on Harbosch and catches him out, because Harbosch, as far as he's concerned, has got a massive lead. But but it looks like Jana's coming. Jana's coming, and Jana is going to leave this one for a late pit stop. Harbosh is bound to do the same. Matt Barsh is the only one with any kind of sensible option on this, and then it's Alfie Hell fourth. We've seen Benedowski in the pits. He's the only one who's made a pit stop, but he's already up to 8th.
Shana has closed another 2/10 on Harbosh on that lap. I think he's faster. I just think he's got the pace. Harbosh has had a chance to respond, and for one lap he managed to just stop that flow of Shana closing in. But since then, it's Shana. It's all Shana. So let's see what he can do. This is a really exciting race.
Absolutely, Shana. There he is. He's closing in on the world champion, Rico Harbosh, and Ivan Shana is well, he's really making inroads, isn't he? Look at that gap now. He's pulling away from Matt Barsh. He's closing in on Harbosh. Round into the new area there. He's good on the brakes. He's good through the corner. He just doesn't waste any time. There is Ivan Shana, multiple Hungarian champion, and literally he would move up a class and win. Move up a class and win. And I'm not even talking racing, I'm talking championship. He is a class act, as Ivan Shana, and he's showing it here because former world champ Rico Harbosh may well have a fight on his hands. He clearly would have felt, and rightly so, that he was doing all the work earlier on and he was pulling away, but now he's got Jana closing in. Jana is really making the best this new section. Rico Harbosh has got it down to his liking, but Jana is doing better than all of them. He's quicker again. He's on a 33.2. Analysis, Brad Philpott. Is that the fastest we've seen on the revised section, or has he still got some time in hand to make up?
It's pretty close. I think we might have seen a slightly faster 33.2, but he's certainly on the right course.
Right, so there may well be even more improvements from Jana if he's the one on the mission.
He's had one lap there where he's equalled Harbosh, but it seems to be 1 or 2 laps catching, 1 lap sustaining the same gap, and then he goes back on a charge again.
Yeah, so Harbosh does seem to be holding it covered. But Anthony, down in the pit lane, you've not had anyone except Bernadowski, right? And there's only 8.5 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, correct. I'm actually starting to get concerned that I might have to work for my money in this heat. But yeah, no, it's going to get very busy very soon. It's just there's a real high risk of stacking now in this race.
Yeah, this is going to be nasty. And again, for the folks at home, they have to make 2 stops in the pit lane. So you're stopping at the beginning of the pit lane, you're stopping at the end of the pit lane.
And here we go.
Yeah, we got one in.
Starting already. Carl Stevens is the first to come in, and it's a slow getaway on the first gate, but he gets the green light. Gate number 2, very cautious on the braking there. Didn't stop dead. It was a gradual stop there on gate 2. That's not going to be the quickest stop, and I can confirm, yeah, 10.2 wasn't the fastest.
Brad Philpott, analysis on that one. Carl Stevens, he pitted out of 6th place. May a slightly slower stop have hurt him, or do you think he'll be all right?
I don't think it's going to ultimately affect his position in this one. He's in that fight for kind of the lower reaches of the top 10 this time around. As someone who definitely is another 33.2 from Ivan Shana at the front there. He's been pumping in lap after lap, slightly quicker than Rico Harbosh, and now the gap's under 1 second.
Yeah, it's that 10th every lap, isn't it? And he's got seven and a bit minutes. There is Shana. There's the one we're talking about. That's Matt Barsh. Instead, there's Rico Harbosh, the former world champion, and he's crossing the line again. And you can see how hard he's working. He's really working that kart, trying to wring the maximum out of it, because Shana is visibly closing in. As you say, Brad, it is a 10th of a second a lap, and now it's visual. Look at that. He's closed in a lot under the braking out, a bit a la Toby Edelston from earlier on. And now he's on the tail now of Rico Harbosh, as Ivan Shana could yet make a challenge for the lead on this. There's less than 7 minutes, but only just. Shana is closing in. It's really visual there. There is Harbosh. There is Shana. Gosh, Jana has really found some speed. It's 1.5 tenths on that last lap, but Harbosh is going to have his hands full in a moment.
There's loads left to happen in this race, because at some point Harbosh will have to start going defensive, and that will bring Barsh back into the play. If Barsh then pits early, he could jump both of them. All sorts of things could happen in the next 6 minutes.
Yeah, and Ivan Shana has really got the bit between his teeth. Now he's closing in on Harbosh. He's sensing he can do this. He's closed in. It's getting closer and closer. The question is going to be the pit stops. Anyone coming in yet? No, they're not. The 2 leads continue closer than ever. And look there, they're on the same screen. Even when the camera zooms in, you can see both of the cars. There they are. The lead one is Rico Harbosh, the former world champ. The following one is multiple Hungarian champ Ivan Shana, and he's closer than ever. There's almost less, well, there is less than a kart in it as they close in on that hairpin there. It has to be said, Shana's another one who's really good on the brakes into those hairpins. He gets that car stopped and he does not lose time on the exit. Very easy to overbrake. Will anyone come in this time? No, they won't is the answer, and right on his tail now. Ivan Shana can sense it on this one. He's close enough to make a lunge if he can make something work somewhere. There's 5.5 minutes to go and still no one in the pits. Still only a couple of pit stoppers. He's fastest, 33.1. This is an enormous amount quicker. He's right on the tail now of the former world champion Ivan Shana. We're talking about the second of these two. Matt Barsh, with the best will in the world, has been dropped. He's way behind now compared to where he was, and Shana is close enough to make a stab. Is it going to be in the pits? Is it going to be for position on the track? Neither of them come in. They continue round. Anthony, there's going to be a heck of a fight in your hands. Who's going to pit first?
Well, if I'm thinking anyone who's going to pit first, I'm going to say it's going to be Matt Barsh in third place, because if these two really start to battle, they'll lose the time that they've been working so hard to gain, and Barsh could get the jump on them here. So if I'm going to go with someone pitting first, it's Barsh in third place.
And Barsh, if he pitted right now, should come out into clean air. So he does have that option. He'd come out around just in front of Ben Paynes, if my calculations are right. So he could pit and then stealthily make his way past these guys if Harbosh has to defend.
Yeah, because that's where it'll catch.
And he's pitting. He's pitting. Matt Barsh is pitting now. This is an important one here. Gate 1, it is a green light. This is looking like a relatively quick stop here. Gate 2, he's eager on the throttle. He gets the green. He's going to come out in that clean air. What is the time for Matt Barsh? Is it good? It's not great. It's a 10.4.
Crucially, he just stays ahead of Ben Paynes, who's all over his tail there. Ben Paynes, is he going to make a move down into the hairpin? He's going to try. He's to the outside. He doesn't make it work as we look at the leaders here on screen. Now, the key thing there with Matt Barsh, is this a strategic perfect piece of strategy, because will Rico Harbosh have his hands full with Jana and not consider speed from Barsh? But Barsh has to pull away now from Ben Paynes. He cannot be fighting a rear guard action if he wants to leapfrog the two leaders. Brad, you've got something to say?
And the two leaders have dropped in pace since Harbosh has been defending. They're a couple of tenths per lap slower, so that will give Barsh potentially the option to get past, but he's going to need to be extremely fast because there's not long left in the race.
And he can't get into anything with Ben Paynes behind him. If he starts defending, the race is lost. Right, in comes Ivan Shana.
Yep, Shana's in. Right, it was a 10.4 from Barsh. What's it going to be for Ivan Shana? Now, Ivan Shana's technique is very strange here. He sits up. It's one motion. It's still the same weight in the card. It's two green lights. He heads out, and it's going to be a 9.3.
Brad, what do we think of that?
Pressure on for Harbosh to make a good stop. He should have the advantage being the second stopper. He should have that track position, but he has the pressure on him to make a clean stop. He could easily blow it with a yellow light, or just be overly cautious and be too slow. So it was very, very tight before.
Well, he's in. He's coming in now. Rico Harbosh in the pit lane, the driver of the number 13 from the lead. And it's a green light on gate number 1. Gate number 2, good stop, good getaway. Is it going to be enough, though? Ivan Shana's coming around the final corner. It is enough, and it's a solid stop. 8.9 for Rico Harbosh.
Incredible pit stop by the world champion. And Paynes is in.
Yeah, Ben Paynes in the number 18. He's also in. Again, he's got a strategy of shaking the wheel under braking. Relatively decent stop for him. He's come out in about P7, 9.3.
And Rico Harbosh, and another one in.
Alex Ford now into the pit lane. Alex Ford's jumping down to P10. Green light on gate 1, green light on gate 2. Solid stop for Alex Ford as he crosses the line. It's a 10.5.
So pit stops coming thick and fast.
Oh, invalid stop, sorry. Ben Paynes, it wasn't a good stop. Now, I didn't see a yellow light, but they're calling that it was, so that's going to be another stop for him.
Okay, so meantime, though, we've got the race leader there on screen. It's Rico Harbosh. He's closing in on Alfie Hale. Now, Alfie Hale is not stopped. He is not a back marker. He is not going a lap down. There's fight for the lead and in the pits.
This is Steve Gray who's in the pit lane now. I think it's been a bad stop maybe for this one. I didn't see the first light. I'll have to wait and see. But the 21 heads out on track. But we've got more action into the pit lane now. I think this could be Ben Paynes.
Alfie Hale.
Oh, no, this is Alfie Hale into the pit lane. Yes, you are indeed. Correct, the number 11. And again, good on gate 1, good on gate 2. Heads out onto circuit. Now the 17's in. Here we go. All kicking off. Gabriel Kinter in from the track. Again, good gate 1. Gate 2 coming in. Gets that green light. Thumbs up from the team. He's back out. Now the 18. Back into the pit lane now. This is Ben Paynes on his penalty run. Again, good on gate 1. Gate 2 comes in. Absolutely fine. He's all done and dusted, and everyone now has pitted.
Yeah, well, we're going to send a chair down for you there, Anthony. You had to work on that one, didn't you?
I certainly did, but it's all fine.
Excellent. Well, talking of fine, we've got a fine battle for the lead here. It is Rico Harbosch. Now, the gap did open after the pit stop by that unbelievable pit stop by former world champ Rico Harbosch there in the green helmet. But Ivan Shana is closing in again like he did last time. We've got 38, 37 seconds before we go to the 2-lap point, and that becomes 2 laps wherever they are on the track. So if they're at the beginning of 2 laps to go, then that's going to be 2 laps. If they're near the end, then obviously they're going to click into that last lap almost straight away. So a lot's going to depend on where they come out. Now, they do have Alex Ford just in front of them. So there's Rico Harbosch. Alex Ford is wearing a light overall. There he is. He waves the race leader through. He waves the champ through. Rico Harbosch acknowledges, thank you very much, because the last thing Rico Harbosch wanted there was to be held up and end up in a rearguard fight against the flying Ivan Shana. Ivan Shana's got the bit between the teeth like we haven't seen for a while. And Shana's, well, he's kind of showing a bit of a gap there, but he's still in the fight. He's still the fastest on track. So, and we're looking at the times. He's, well, Harbosch has sort of taken a tenth of a second out of Shana there on that lap. But again, of course, that was a lap where they were dealing with a lap driver. They're on the last lap now. This is Rico Harbosch, the world champion, the former world champion, coming around into the Snell section. He's making it look really easy, and he has to run at that kind of pace to stay ahead of Shana. So there is Steve Gray. Steve Gray's in picture, and there is Rico Harbosch. This is it. Just a couple of corners remaining. There's a long right, a hairpin left, and then a 90 right to cross the line. And there's Rico Harbosch, and there is Ivan Shana, and Rico Harbosch takes it. He makes it to the finish line in the lead. Shana comes through in second. It's going to be Matt Bosch there, third across the line. And there, of course, is Bernardowski. He's jumped over Alfie Hell there, who maintains a very creditable 5th place. Gabriel Kinter went from way at the back up into 6th place. Carl Stevens was 7th. Ben Payne's 8th. Steve Gray came in 9th. And Alex Ford rounds him out in the 10th place there as the remaining karts come through. Brad, anything you want to pick out of that before we go to Anthony?
Yeah, Bernardowski made up a position. That's a great shout. But Gabriel Kinter started in 10th position and ended up 6th. So a real good damage limitation from him. Really, though, just the top 2. Top 3 were great, but the top 2 there going at it hammer and tongs. We've got a bit of analysis to look at some of their race afterwards. But let's let Anthony talk to them first of all.
Down to the pits and you, Anthony.
Thank you very much, boys. Yeah, indeed. I want to chat to this man here, Rico Harbosch, because that pit stop was absolutely phenomenal. The best I think we've seen. Looking at his weight there, it's 90.8. He's all good. Rico, if I could have a quick chat with you. I'll let you pop the lead down there. Rico, that was a superb drive from yourself on that one, but most importantly, that was a fantastic pit stop because that was the quickest we'd seen. From your point of view, how did it feel?
Yeah, I feel good. 2 and 1 for the first 2 races, just very happy. Pit stop was a little bit risk, but it is okay. I'm happy with 2 green lights.
You had close competition at the start of that one. It was a big train of quick drivers, but you dealt with it pretty nicely. How was it feeling all together, and how's the weekend going for you?
Yeah, very good. Strong heat, very good driver, so I was very happy with pole position. And a little bit faster than Matt, so it was good for me. Was start Matt on P2.
A perfect start to the weekend, isn't it? When is your next race?
Tomorrow, 9 o'clock. So now I look to my friends, chilling, and tomorrow we'll drive.
Party time now, yes?
Yes.
Excellent. Best of luck. We'll see you tomorrow in. Brilliant stuff there. Like you're saying, some action going to be happening very quickly out there. Ivan Shana is right here. Ivan, we've not spoken to you right now. Let's have a quick chat with you. Ivan, that was a very close one out there. You're having a close fight, of course, with Rico. How was that from your point of view?
Well, I've had a bit of a bad day yesterday during practice, so it feels really great that today so far I've only been beaten by world-class drivers. And to be honest, I think I had a better kart between me and Rico, so to see him drive away from me was quite crazy. I tried to go slow on the pit stop. I didn't want to race this 2nd place because I need all the points. But he gained like 1 second on me. That was crazy. He must have done a crazy good pit stop. So
it was a very good pit stop. It was an 8.9 on the pit stop. I think yours was like a 10.4, so there was a drastic difference in that one. But it just shows that sometimes in BRKC it all falls down to that pit stop. Is that something you're going to work on over the course of this weekend to see if you can get that time down on the stop?
Yeah, I only did 6 practices. For comparison, during my first year, I did like 24. So I did very little practice during the pit stop. So now every single opportunity, I try to practice it because I know I need to get better at that.
Well, still a fantastic result for yourself, and we'll see you out there later on.
Thank you. Have a good day.
To Van Chana there, and for Rico Harbosh as well. Brilliant racing there. We are going to be taking a short break now, but don't go anywhere. I think, boys, we'll head back up to you. Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to, we've got a little bit of analysis from Brad Philpott with the Brad Pad. And so take it away, Brad.
So we're going to be taking a look at the driver you were just speaking to there and really his crucial move. So he moved up from third to second. So that one position was done with a really, really sweet move. And it was round into the snail. So in slow motion, you're going to see this here. No need for me to annotate this. It's pretty self-explanatory. Straight down the inside of Matt Barsh into the snail. And he was fully alongside there by the apex. And that really set him up to go on that chase after Rico Harbosh. So really, really strong couple of races there from Ivan. We've got a couple more things to look at. So next up, we're going to take a look at the kind of line these drivers were taking into that new hairpin. So James was talking about it on the stream there, about not taking the really wide entry line and staying somewhere in the middle as they turn in. So we're going to be looking at Rico here. This was actually one of the less extreme versions of his line into this corner. He went narrower on other laps. And if I pause it around about there, you can see that the rear of the kart is really never near the barrier on the right. I know it's slightly off screen and out of shot, but you can see from his position there, he's kind of gone from the middle into the apex and just keeping it super tidy and barely any movement on the steering. If we zoom in on his kart there, just take a look at just how little he's changing the steering angle as he approaches the apex. Just slight tweaks at the end and then right at the apex as it tightens. So one more clip to look at, and I actually think this is from the previous race. Yeah, this was a move from Wiltshire, moving up one position in his race. So we didn't get a chance to look at this in that last race. And again, it was just another really clean example of a great move. We've seen very, very little controversy in these opening rounds and quite a lot of clean moves. And here's this one just here. So look at this. The door was left slightly open and straight down the inside with plenty of room. So essentially, clean moves all day long. Very, very little work for race control. I'm sure they'll disagree with me if they get to chime in. But from our point of view up here, it's just been great, clean racing.
Great stuff, Brad. So, well, basically, that does conclude the first half of this round on the revised layout. They're going to fuel up the karts, and then we're going to go straight into the action for the second part of round two. Again, we're dealing with drivers who are facing the revised section because it was a secret track before, no one's practiced it. So we'll see how they all shape up. They're fueling karts at the moment, so we'll probably be about 10 minutes or so, and we'll be back shortly as we go to this break. Thank you.
The UK's premier rental karting series is back for 2025 and is bigger than ever. The 7th season of the SRK Championship is visiting some of the country's finest circuits, including Buckmore Park, Three Sisters and Rye House. Take your pick from sprint, endurance, novice, junior and cadet championships with fantastic prizes on offer, including 2-stroke test days, cash giveaways and 24-hour race events, plus huge trophies. Get ready to experience fast, fair racing against the best rental karters in the South. Visit srkchampionship.com to sign up today.
I visited Belgium to test out this karting suit in a 24-hour endurance race. The manufacturer says it's one of the fastest karting suits in the world, so I sat down with the founder of Kartskins to find out all about it. I'm here with Jonathan Burt. If you could just introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Burt. I'm 41 years old. I've been driving karts since I was 12, so I try to find a way to make myself go faster.
Yeah.
So that's how I ended up Googling aerodynamic fabrics, aerodynamic suits, because I saw in other sports like cycling, alpine skiing, they all use these skin suits for aerodynamic reasons to go faster.
Yeah.
So I said, yeah, maybe if I make a suit in these fabrics,
I
will go faster in a kart as well.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm holding the very first prototype here that was co-developed with BioRacer, and it was the very first karting skin suit ever made.
Wow.
It's the one we used for the wind tunnel tests and also for the tests on track with Matthias Groten. And so you can see it's actually a cycling suit. They put extra long sleeves on it, because in cycling you are only allowed to have sleeves like this. So even a cyclist would be faster in the suit, but they are not allowed to by the UCI. So yeah, that's the very first suit. It's very basic. You didn't put
no designs.
No design.
Yeah.
So yeah, when I put it on the first time, and when I came to the karting, everyone was actually laughing. So, but yeah.
You got to start somewhere. Humble beginnings.
We got to start somewhere, and you will see that it's only got better and better.
Absolutely. All right. So what have we got over here now?
So this is my suit I used to drive with before I had the skin suit. This one I used for the wind tunnel tests. It's a HRX suit.
Yeah, typical karting suit.
I also used an Alpine Star suit to compare it in tests.
Okay.
But yeah, you can immediately see a karting suit has a lot of wrinkles in it. Yeah, if you just touch the fabric, this fabric has zero friction. Yeah, you have the aero sleeves, so that's the high-tech advanced fabric that BioRacer developed. And yeah, you see these stripes in the sleeves. Yeah, they enhance the aerodynamic performance of the fabric. Okay, so this is the suit I used in the Kart World Championship. So it's already with a nicer design. It's actually a copy of my of the design of my HRX suit.
Okay.
Yeah, we have, as you can see, you can print any logo on it in high quality.
So this is the original suit on the left.
This is the original suit.
And it's been converted to a skin
correct.
suit.
As you can see, there's a lot of less fabric used than in a normal suit.
Yeah.
You can see the aero stripe fabric.
So the design,
we put it everywhere. We put it on the legs and even the body.
You can see the lines on the suit there.
Yeah.
But you can see the design translates over very nicely. It's so similar.
Just an exact copy of this design.
So this is a better representation. So on.
So as you can see, the suit is a lot shorter, but still it's the same size.
Wow,
this
is
my karting suit size. This is my skin suit size.
Wow.
And yeah, you can see it stretches a lot.
The main similarities is the design. How from the original on the right hand side and even on the back. Wow, look at that. That is pretty accurate.
Yeah.
I guess going back to the essence of the idea, we have a big rental car community in the world. And when you tell them...
Je m'appelle Luc Walter, je suis passionné de sport automobile depuis tout petit et je pratique le karting à haut niveau et j'ai voulu créer mon propre championnat de karting qui est le FRKC et la première édition était en 2022. Le FRKC c'est très simple, c'est un championnat de karting de location où nous sommes basés au Metz Kart Indoor. C'est un championnat qui se déroule sur un jour où les 100 pilotes auront l'opportunité de rouler durant 5 manches distinctes, puis les 48 meilleurs seront qualifiés pour les demi-finales et ensuite les 16 meilleurs pour la finale. Le vainqueur de ce championnat aura l'opportunité de concourir au championnat du monde de karting gratuitement.
And then we start the match races. Yeah, first against Johan Medard was really good. Then against Ian Lepela was also very good. And then against the world champion in 2019, Michael Schüttler. And then we drove the final. Directly after lap 1, I was pulling away a little bit. Then I thought in lap 4 or 5, I think, I come in the pits, I will let them drive alone. It's difficult for them. And you saw it directly, and for me, I knew it would be a comfortable win. And now I'm sitting here, so it's, I'm really happy with the result.
La chose dont je suis le plus fier au niveau du FRKC, c'est que les meilleurs pilotes du monde, certains champions du monde, placent ce championnat directement comme un des meilleurs championnats d'Europe. Et justement, ces championnats d'Europe qui ont plus de 10 ans d'expérience, ça me touche beaucoup. Pour moi, la plus importante chose quand on vient participer au FRKC est effectivement ce plaisir de pilotage qu'on peut entretenir avec ces très bons pilotes et surtout s'amuser et faire du karting à très haut niveau mais pour un très faible coût.
Yeah, the track is really nice. It has a lot of grip, and that's also really difficult for some people because yeah, it steers directly, so you have to keep in mind to steer later than you normally think. I also like the championship. It's perfect organization, and big thanks to Luc for everything.
Pour moi, le FRKC est bien plus qu'un simple événement parce qu'au-delà de la course qu'on réalise durant toute la journée, les personnes continuent à s'amuser, à discuter ensemble, à pouvoir entretenir des bonnes relations et c'est le plus important pour moi.
Yeah, of course, I will come back. I will defend my title, of course.
Pour conclure, je voulais vous rappeler que le FRKC, c'est un événement de haut niveau, c'est un événement de plaisir et c'est un événement très accessible. Walter, je suis passionné de sport automobile depuis tout petit et je pratique le...
back, everybody, to the British Rental Kart Championship of 2025. Short break there while the karts got refueled, and we're back in action. And we're back in action on the revised layout. This is the second of 4 rounds of heat. And interestingly, we're back to the situation where these drivers who are out on their qualifying, they go out, do an out lap, qualifying lap, and back in. They are seeing the revised layout for the first time. Every time a driver goes out in this second round, they're hitting this revised layout for the first time. They get 1 lap to have a look at it, their out lap. Their qualifying lap is their second lap to look at it, and their back around to making the start lineup is their third lap to look at it. So the fourth lap of the race, the fourth lap they've been on the track is actually the opening lap of the race, and we've seen some amazing performances so far, and we're going to get a load in this one here. We've got Anthony Roberts in this race. We've got Reese Westwood, Ben Chick, Sven Hendrickson, Michael Rayner, Edgar Azevedo, Brian van der Ende, Ross Honeyman, Hayden Harris, and Conrad Bielak in this one. Just looking over there at this, have we got any?
Yeah, Sven Hendrickson took a 1/10 pole there from Bram van der Ende.
Hendrickson. Yeah, I was going to say Bram van der Ende has got to be the hot favourite going into this, but it's Sven Hendrickson. Sven Hendrickson has taken that pole position from him. Sven Hendrickson there has really put in quite a lap there, the Dutch driver, and he's taken it from Bram van der Ende, the Belgian, and already they're making a deal on the front. Listen, let's go, 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 is what van der Ende says. And there's Hendrickson at the front there, the 16 behind. That's Michael Rayner. Michael Rayner has put himself into the third place slot ahead of Ross Honeyman. Ross Honeyman, that's the highest we've seen him. Reese Westwood is in 5th in the middle of the pack there. Edgar Azevedo is in 6th. Anthony Roberts 7th. Hayden Harris is in 8th. Conrad Bielak is in 9th. And Ben Chick rounds him out in 10th. So they're getting lined up. We're getting ready for this, the 6th of the heats in round 2 of 4. And for these drivers, it's the first time on the revised layout, the secret revised layout that does not get revealed until they're actually putting the track together in the gap between the first and second round of heats. Now, here they go. There's Westwood there with the orange helmet, orange on his helmet, should we say. So Sven Hendrickson leads him around. He's going to take the start. He takes the start. It's green. The start is good. They're into the hairpin. Do they all make? Oh, there's a lunge up the inside there. Someone's made up a couple of spaces, and there's a bit of bumping and boring, but it's generally all fair game. Hendrickson gets the job done. He turns into the new hairpin there. Ahead of Bram van der Ende and Michael Rayner. No, yes, it is Michael Rayner. And wow, side by side round the back there as they file out of the new section onto the backstretch, the shortened backstretch. Turning in there, Sven Hendrickson on that hairpin at the bottom, round the long left, and then the right, and then a right-hand 90-degree turn across the start-finish line. It's Sven Hendrickson who still leads the way. Sven Hendrickson into that hairpin there, avoiding the barrier on the left. That comes up really close to our right, to their left, as they exit that new hairpin. Now here's Hendrickson. He's keeping it really tight in the middle of the road there, and that is means when he does turn in, he's occupying an awful lot of road. Be hard to get through on that one. So here's Hendrickson. He's out onto the more familiar part of the racetrack. He's got a little bit of a lead over Bram van der Ende. Now we've seen this happen in the earlier heat races. It can open up a bit on the early laps, and then it concertinas once again as people really get in the swing of things. So Sven Hendrickson, Bram van der Ende, Michael Rayner's there in 3rd, Ross Honeyman is there 4th, Edgar Azevedo, he's down there in 5th. Into the pits, Anthony.
Yes, it is indeed the number 20, Westwood, who's in the pit lane. It's a good stop, green on both, and he's back out on track.
Brad.
Sven Hendrickson has an enormous pace advantage over everybody behind van der Ende. He's got 7 or 8 tenths on the car in 3rd position. That's the margin of his performance gap here. And for any of those of you out there who figure out which driver is which by using their helmet design, good luck in this race. 7 of the 10 drivers with a plain white helmet, so we're going to be using the suits and the numbers.
Well, fortunately for me, I tend to go on suits, Brad, I have to say. And helmets can help, but suits is always a good one. Unless they're in Bradley Shepherd Racing Team, in which case it becomes becomes a bit of a minefield. But turning in the lead in the white helmet is Sven Hendrickson. So the white helmet of Sven Hendrickson leads the white helmet of Bram van der Ende, followed by the dark helmet of Michael Rayner. It's sort of a dark grey, a very dark grey, kind of a gunmetal colour. Ross Honeyman, I think he's another one who's going white with Anthony Roberts. Anyway, so have we any in the pits? No, we don't. It's still Sven Hendrickson. 4 laps on the books now. 17.5 minutes to go in this race. And Sven Hendrickson there, he is looking good. He's doing what he needs to do now, which is pull out something of a gap to make a bit of a safer time in the pits. If you're new to us, there are in every race there's a mandatory pit stop where you have to make 2 stops in the same pit. So in other words, you come in, you stop at the beginning of the pit lane, you drive down to the end, you stop at the end of the pit lane and then out. Now, obviously, if you jump the lights, there is a light system there. It goes green when you're clear to go after each of the 2 stops in that one pit visit. If you break that, go too quick, you will get a red light and you have to come in and do it all again. So if Hendrickson can open up something of a lead, he'll build some margin there that he can be a bit more conservative about those pit stops, and that will be the sort of thing that takes the pressure off any misdemeanor he might make and lose the race win. He's already actually opening up quite a bit. Brad, you've been doing the analysis all day long so far. Do you analyse that Hendrickson's probably got the biggest lead at this point so far? Because he is very fast,
He's certainly got the biggest lead over 3rd position. Bram van der Ende is just kind of keeping him in touch, although the gap is increasing. We're still very, very early in this race, though, so it's going to depend on how much the karts behind get on top of theirs. On that last lap, van der Ende was only a 10th behind Hendrickson's lap, although 3rd position, Michael Rayner, was still 8/10. And on that lap, 9/10 of a second difference.
Yeah, and Bram van der Ende is very quick indeed. He's been a European champion in the junior level, and he's 17 years and he's transferring it to the senior level, so we know he's got some serious speed. Sven Hendrickson was somebody that we had probably a greater number of question marks over him over Bram van der Ende, and certainly Hendrickson's answering them in no small measure in this race. He's really opening up that lead. He's got 7 laps in and he's managed to pull it up to almost 2 seconds. So Sven Hendrickson is laying down the lap times. As you can see there, typical of rental karting, he's not necessarily using all the road. And sometimes, there's a fine balance between speed and distance, and Sven Hendrickson does seem to have that measure perfect. So we can see in some areas like this, yes, he will go all the way to the outside, but we'll pick up on certain parts later on where he isn't using actually all of the road. As he comes round to the final corners there, he's going to use all the road here and here. That's in the new hairpin, the first corner. But as we move through this bit, see how he's hugging it tight all the way, moving to the middle of the road, then back tight, middle of the road, then back tight, and he's going to turn in the middle of the road. That's that. Into the pits, Anthony.
Yep, number 21, it is Belek who's into the pit lane now. 2 green lights, and he heads back out onto the circuit for Conrad. It's a good stop. It's a 9.6.
Yeah, well, that's a pretty good stop indeed. Conrad Bilak, he, of course, made a kart switch earlier, had a bit of a cold kart by comparison, did get a chance to put some heat into it, but nothing beats going out there and doing a bunch of laps. So he struggled in earlier heat race, but now he's showing the form he has, although that form at the moment is 9th, having made a pit stop. Into the pits again, there's another one.
Yeah, Ross Honeyman is into the pit lane now. Green lights on gate 1, comes into gate 2, little early on the stop there, but he gets the green light. Team seems to be happy with that. Heads out onto the circuit, neck and neck there with Conrad Belek.
He's absolutely alongside Conrad Bilek, and how has that shaped up? There they are. Yes, it is actually Honeyman who's come out in front of that, but Bilek's having a look to the outside. Can he cut back across? No is the answer. They're on the Snell section. He's going inside, and Bilek's done it. Bilek's made the move. Honeyman comes at him, but Bilek has got that. Bilek has moved up to 8th place. It says he's 9th on the timing, but that will change when he comes back around. Brad Philpott, you've got something to add on this.
Yeah, Bilek qualified down in 9th position. You might remember, I'm pretty sure he changed karts earlier on. He went to a cold kart.
He's gone to a cold kart. We didn't really see what he could do there. And now we can.
And his pace is much, much quicker on his best lap, certainly, than most of the karts in front of him. He's essentially 3rd fastest, so he does need to get through this traffic. This early pit stop is exactly what he needed to do. So now he's got some clear air. That move was crucial. Let's see how much further forward he can get.
Absolutely, and Bilek there, the Polish driver, he's on a move. He's already trying to gap Honeyman. Now, if Honeyman really has his head screwed on. He'll try and follow Bielak and get Bielak to pull him forward and in turn leapfrog people as they come into the pits. But yeah, Brad, you've got something.
And I think Bielak is actually very nearly in a net third position already. So even having lost a little bit of time there, so he's 21 seconds behind the leader, and third position is about 10 seconds behind the leader. So add another 10 seconds onto that, it's about 20. So he's nearly done the job already.
Well, that's impressive, really, isn't it? I mean, you know, as you say, he's nearly done the job already. You're listening there to the voice of Brad Philpott. He's not racing this weekend. He's up here with us, and he's doing the effectively the data analysis. He's got a whole screen worth of stats there, and he's looking permanently at these times to figure out what's actually going on. It's all very well us saying this looks like this is happening, but he's got the numbers there right in front of him, and he's going to be giving us that information throughout the meeting. And the information he's given us basically suggests that Bielak is on the charge, and we can see that visually. Brad, he's getting even faster. How close is he to the fastest lap for this race?
So he's 3/10 off of what Hendriksen's doing, but Hendriksen is a complete outlier in this race. He's in a race of his own out front.
Yeah.
So if we ignore him, then he's very, very close to the pace of Bran van der Ende in second place. I don't think he's going to get that high up. I think the gap to that position is too high, too big, but I think he's in a net P3 right now, so he should take a podium if he carries on exactly like this.
Well, that's very interesting, because what did he start? Ninth
position.
So,
It's a great comeback if he can do it.
So that'll be one of the comebacks of the meeting so far. And we're talking about the driver we're looking at now. That is Konrad Bielak. Konrad Bielak, the Polish driver, and into the pits. with
Anthony Roberts is in the pit lane, and I'm expecting good things with a driver named Anthony. It's a good, strong, solid name. Nothing to do with the fact that my name is also Anthony. 2 green lights, he's back out.
That's right. You're listening there to. Oh, in fact, he's in the clutches of Bielak. Is it?
Bielak's through.
Bielak's gone through.
It's the driver behind Bielak, I think.
Right. Okay. It's Honeyman, of course, in the grey suit. Honeyman there. Yeah, because of course he was in the grey suit in the battle with Bielak. Now he's dropped back, but he's in contact there with Anthony Roberts. So Bielak's on screen, and he's the one we're looking at now. He's the one who we're expecting to move up the order very subtly. Anthony, you've got another one in.
I do indeed. I was having a sip of my hot chocolate. I've been rudely interrupted by Michael Rayner. 2 green lights. He's back out on track with traffic here.
Yes, and Rayner's come out side by side with somebody. Is that Roberts? He came out side by side, but I think it is. And that will also involve Honeyman by definition. So Honeyman, Roberts, Rayner was it who was in? We'll see what happens there as they come down the backstretch and things get a little bit more sort of in position for them. So here we are looking at Konrad Bielak. Konrad Bielak, the 16-year-old driver from Poland. He has made finals of big competitions. He hasn't won any yet, but he has made finals of big competitions. So he's a driver that we can look to show us some form here as he comes around the track there. He's completely on his own. Brad, is that working out for him in terms of the numbers?
Yeah, and I think this is now a foregone conclusion. So we've got actually a relatively straightforward top 3, although the driver in 3rd place effectively is down in 6th place. But I'm pretty certain that's how it's going to work out, barring any random stuff that might happen. So really then, I guess the race is the people behind them, so it's really going to be a battle for 4th place. That's the position that is kind of contested. There's half a second between Ben Chick and Hayden Harris, who are battling over that P4.
And the net result of the Bielak situation is, Brad, just to confirm this, you're expecting things being as they are now, that by the time the pit stops cycled through, we could see Bielak not in 6th place, but actually in 3rd.
3rd, and actually, just to correct myself, Hayden Harris and Ben Chick are actually fighting over a net 5th place because of the Konrad Bielak factor. So it's Edgar Azevedo, I think, is comfortably in P4, and so I think maybe the top 4 are actually pretty much decided in terms of position on here. Let's see. I'm going to keep looking through these, see if any other battles shape up. But as it stands, awesome job by Konrad Bielak.
So when we've been talking about pit stops, we tend to have been talking around about the 10.1 seconds. So if we call that around 10 seconds, those of you at home watching on the live stream, if you have a look at that little scoreboard to the left of your screen, you'll see the driver we're really talking about, Konrad Bielak. Now, he's been in the pits. He's 22 seconds, as you can see there, behind the leader, Sven Hendrickson. Now, if you then factor the 10 seconds that it's going to cost Azevedo, Harris and Chick to come in and out of the pits, you can see there that that's going to make quite a difference. In fact, if you consider Bielak 22 behind, 21 Chick, 21 Harris, this is actually going to be a close fight for position right there and then. So let's have a look at this. Now, that looks like it is, in fact, Hayden Harris was seen at the lead group there. That's it. In the completely black suit. The black suit with the red bits on it is Ben Chick, and that's Konrad Bilak right behind, I believe. I'll have a closer look at that because it doesn't seem right, but
yep, it is.
He's really made it up, has he?
He's a pit stop ahead of that little battle.
But he's caught him actually on the track as well.
Yeah, that's what I mean. They've still got to make their stop, and he's already done his, and he's right with them.
Sven Hendrickson in the pit lane.
Race leader
in the pit lane. It's a good stop on gate 1. Gate 2 also very good under the watchful eye there of Ruben Boutens, who was watching. And it's a good stop. It's a 10-1. It's not the best, but it's not terrible.
Well, he just needed to get in and out without any aggro, really, Anthony. He's got a decent lead. That's why he built up such a lead. I tell you what, though, your earliest pit stopper, Bilak, he's now caught on merit. We were looking at him actually passing Harrison Chick on the fact of the pit stop. You're just leapfrogging them when they came in, but he's actually in contention to do it on the track, in the pits.
Yeah, it's now Brand van der Eyden who's pitting, and gate 1 is green, gate 2 is green. Henriksen's gone past, but he's got a solid P2 here. Big gap between himself.
So there is a battle going on with Bilak and Chick there, which unfortunately for Chick, it isn't actually for a real position. I think Chick is just pointlessly losing himself time here by battling back past a kart that's much faster, who is effectively 10 seconds ahead of him when pit stops are factored in. So the fight that Chick is putting up here, as spirited as it is entirely pointless, is costing him time, and is potentially costing them penalties if they start clattering into each other. So the most sensible thing would have been for Chick to accept that he'd been overtaken and then just try and tag onto the back of the much faster Bilak.
Well, and do you know what the interesting thing there, Brad, is that slightly out of camera shot, Chick lost the position to Bilak and then got it back. So kind of, for all the wrong reasons, kudos to Chick for taking it, but he's probably unaware that maybe Bilak has actually made a pit stop. He would assume that someone making a pit stop would be further back than that.
And
yeah,
and this is why the drivers who are switched on enough to read the timing screens whilst they're going around, and I guarantee all of the top guys in the same position that Chick's in here would realise that Konrad Bilak was not in the same race as them, that he was, like I said before, a pit stop ahead, and so would just not have been fighting, defending, and certainly battling back. You lose so much time by going offline to attack or defend. So,
and that's also the difference, Brad, between being in the Blue Star team and the BSR team, where you've got teammates who are on top of that situation. So even if you don't look at the scoreboard yourself, you've got people doing some thinking for you. There's no kart to pit radio or anything like that. It is all done from the side of the track, but it is deceptively easy to get the message across. Now, Ben Chick, he's out there for a great time, isn't he? He's looking to just hang on in there and look good as long as he can. He's looking good in 5th place, but I don't think Bilak is going to find that Ben Chick pulls into the pits anytime soon. I think Chick's going to leave it quite late, to be honest.
Now, if I was on Bilak's team here on the sidelines, I'd just be telling him to be cool, be calm. He's much quicker than these karts in front, but he doesn't actually need to pass them at the moment until they pit. He has the gap to just slot into 3rd place when the kart's ahead, including Edgar Azevedo, who's not in this picture here. He's going to just slot into 3rd place anyway. He's only around 5 seconds behind the kart in 3rd place, so he's easily got a nice big gap when everyone pits. And even at this pace, he's not really falling away from Azevedo significantly.
Yeah, so Konrad Bilak, the one with the yellow bits on his suit that we're seeing on screen there, the one at the back of this pairing here, he's the one we're talking about. He's actually effectively a pit stop ahead of those two in front. Now, he will obviously leapfrog them when they come in, but his best result he can take from this race now, and probably right from the start, was 3rd place. And he's online to get that because Edgar Azevedo, who's up in 3rd place, is only 5 seconds up the road, and we're allowing for a cool 10 seconds for a pit stop. So Bilak, it is very important that he stays calm now. Yeah, Ben Chick is getting racing in front of him. Ben Chick's having a great race out there, and he's going to be feisty. He's already been feisty, and he's going to be feisty again. So what Bilak doesn't want to do is allow Chick to put him in a position where he ends up bumping him, ends up getting penalties, and for no reason whatsoever loses that 3rd place. This is just patience time for Konrad Bilak. Oh, and he's down this, but this is what he doesn't need.
Exactly.
This is precisely what we're talking about here.
This is exactly what you're just saying, Jeff.
Into
And
the
in
pits,
fact,
Chick, though.
finally Chick's out of his way, so Bilak's going to put the hammer down.
And let's see how he handles the pit lane stop. It's green light gate 1 into gate 2. Bit cautious on the brakes there, but gets the green light. He's going to come out behind Westwood. How good is the stop? It's a 10.4, so it's not that great.
Okay, was it good enough, though, do you think, Anthony?
Definitely good enough, but he's got, I think, after all that battling he's done in that part of his stint, it's not played into his hands.
Right. Obviously, Bilak will be very, very happy to hear that it wasn't brilliant.
Edgar Azevedo is now into the pit lane. Green light on gate 1 and green light on gate 2. Bit of traffic, but no drama for him. He's out on track. Yeah, no, I'd agree with what you were saying there, James, but again, it's still quite a way to go in this one, 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, and Bilak, of course, has now obviously jumped those in front, especially from an Azevedo point of view. So Bilak's now up to 4th place. He's closing down on Hayden Harris. He's got the speed on Hayden Harris, and he hasn't really got anyone behind him. Harris has got to come in soon. He's in now. Hayden Harris in with you, Anthony.
Yes, he is indeed. Let's see how good this stop is. We saw a 10.4 earlier on. Let's see if we can better that in this one. It looks quick. It feels quick. 2 green lights for Hayden Harris. I reckon that's going to be a sub-10. It's not. It's a 10.3. Shows how much I know.
But it's enough to help him in his battle with Ben Chick, because when they were out on track before either made a pit stop, Harris had a little bit, a second or so lead over Ben Chick. So a blundered pit stop would have cost him dear, and heaven help him if he'd actually had to come in and do it again because he jumped the lights. So obviously Hayden Harris has done enough, even if it wasn't quite up there with the likes maybe of Ivan Shana. So we've got Sven Hendrickson with 1.5 minutes to go. He's got a comfortable lead of 4.2 seconds. In indoor karting terms, that is a very good lead as Sven Hendrickson continues on his way. We're looking at now Konrad Bilak, who has in fact inherited the 3rd place that was predicted. Now, Brad, you're doing all the analysis. You've got all the numbers on screen in front of you. I am right in thinking that Bilak started this race in 9th and now he's 3rd. It has been a bit of a showing of exactly how to get up the order in an indoor kart race, this, hasn't it, from Bilak?
Yeah, it shows what's possible when you have a bad qualifying session and then you nail the strategy in the race. So he's obviously done the job on track. He's had some traffic he's had to try and be calm around, although he did have a little bit of contact a couple of times. But now he's up to where he pretty much should be, I think, on pace. When you look at the lap times, 33.6 is his fastest. The 2 leaders both in the 4s. So 3rd was absolutely the highest he was ever going to be in this race. And although he's 17 seconds behind the leader, which is a pretty big gap for a 1st to 3rd, he has really, really limited the damage that could have happened to his point score.
You know, that's exactly right, and that is everything. The limit of the damage, yeah. And so if you can't be making tons of points, limiting the damage there is key. Now we're looking now at the midfield battle there. That is 5th, 6th, and sort of 7th as well, because we've got in the blue suit there. That is Edgar Azevedo. He's been chased really hard there by Ross Honeyman. Ross Honeyman's really on the case of Azevedo there. Michael Rayner's trying to join in at the back of that pairing there. There they are. So they're 1, 2, 3. Azevedo, Honeyman, Rayner on screen as they come into that hairpin, which is just after the start line. So there is Azevedo, there is Honeyman, and there in picture is Rayner as they come to that tight little hairpin. Getting it pinched in there nicely was Edgar Azevedo. Great little turn in there. Really got the karting flick down to a T on that one. Azevedo's not someone we've talked about too much, but he has been a regional and national finalist in the British Indoor Championship. That's more of a year-long series. Obviously, you know, he's had to really sort of hit the seriously hard stuff. Now he's in the BRKC, but it's a good showing there by Edgar. Yes, he's running in 5th place, and crucially, he's staying ahead. But the win has gone now. It's Sven Hendrickson. Sven Hendrickson that takes the win, and there's Bram van der Ende. It's come through. Where's Konrad Bilak? He's some way back from them, but he is in 3rd place. It's a huge gap to Konrad Bilak. Here comes Bilak now around the hairpin, through the final corner. The flag now for 3rd place. That is probably the highest grid movement we've seen so far today and of the weekend. Conrad Bilak.
There's been a spin. There's been a spin on the final corner, and the track's completely blocked here. And unfortunately for one driver,
Edgar Azevedo, by the looks of it. Edgar Azevedo is the one who's 90 degrees across the track.
It is.
Honeyman must have made a lunge there, and probably assisted by Michael Rayner. So it looks like Rayner's gone through because he's got a grey helmet, a dark grey helmet. So Rayner's probably gone through. So we'll obviously wait and see how the officials are going to work this one out, because I think Rayner's actually gone through, and he has in fact taken the checkered flag. I didn't see Rayner get past the two in front, so we can only assume he's worked his way through as the incident was unfolding, and that's why he's fifth. Azevedo's now down to seventh on the standings, but Azevedo, Honeyman, Westwood, Chick have not crossed the line. There's all four of them parked up. Brad, you've got something?
Well, I couldn't see it live, and I don't think we have the replay, but I'm looking through the door of race control, and I can see Ollie Fox furiously scanning through the footage that he has, and he's smiling, and so that is the case. They have a lot more camera angles than we have here, and they can rewind every single one of them, so he will be checking in detail who was at fault for that one.
Ollie Fox is probably the man with the least enviable task this weekend. It's his job to adjudicate what's right and what's wrong. So in other words, there's two people who are going to come to him with what's right, and he's got to give somebody the bad news. And he may well be giving out a fair bit of bad news in this one. So Ollie Fox, I think when they come into his office, which is just by the commentary position here, when that door closes, the lock's probably going to go on it, and he's going to have some sorting out to do. So we'll see what Ollie comes up with in that one. He does have a great overhead camera there, though, doesn't he? So to be honest with you,
of them.
You know, you almost want to go there and kind of video it over his shoulder, don't you, to see what he's got. Needless to say, that's going to overturn an awful lot of what we might come up with. So there, now into the back of the pits there. There's Honeyman, there's Azevedo we've seen up ahead, and the 11, of course, is Ben Chick. So clearly there was some interesting stuff going on there. Anthony, down in the pit lane with you.
Thank you. I've got many people who I want to talk to. Most importantly, Conrad Malik is one I want to talk to. Conrad, there we go. Just want to say, the cameraman is stuck behind multiple drivers there. There we go. Great race for you. You certainly made up the positions in that one. How was it for you?
I mean, not that great because quali was terrible, to be honest. But race was pretty good, but still not that I would like to drive, you know. So maybe pace would be better, but I still got the one hit today, so maybe next time. I'm happy because of position, of course, but not the style of drive, you know. A lot of improvements to be made.
Well, still a very good jump in the order there, but congratulations, well done on a P3 in that one. I just wanted to see if I could chat to Azevedo, but I'm not sure where he is. In fact, is this him here? It is, indeed. I'll let you put that down. It looks very heavy. There we go. There you go. Like we were saying, it's a little bit larger than some. Edgar, just quickly, camera's behind you. What happened on that last lap? I saw you 90 degrees out of the final corner. What can you tell us?
I don't really know what happened. I was a victim of that, you know, so yeah, it was a bit unfortunate, but yeah, can't do anything about it.
Do you know who it was?
No, actually, no.
One of those things, but still. Are you going to be chatting with race control about it, or are you just going to be like, it is what it is?
No, 100% I'm going to talk with them. It's unfair,
Andy, tell him we were well impressed with his performance in the race up here in the commentary box. We were really enjoying his race up to that point, obviously.
Well, they were saying up in the commentary box there they were really impressed with your performance out on the track up until that point. But yes, they said you did a brilliant job. So there you go. Kudos all around, I guess.
Yeah, thanks very much. Yeah.
Excellent stuff. Congratulations on that one. I was going to chat to Sven, but he's done runner, which makes sense. It's understandable. But more stuff coming up. Drivers are seated, ready to go. This should be an exciting one. We've got Johnny Elliott. We've got Lewis Manley. We've got Ruben Boutins. We have many more. This is going to be an exciting one.
Absolutely. And as you were chatting there with Edgar, Brad and I up here, Brad's doing the stats and giving us the numbers information. We were looking down here, and this could be an epic heat. We've got Johnny Elliott, who is desperate to make up points in this. We've got Lewis Manley, who is desperate to make up points in this. We've got Ruben Boutins, who's desperate to add points in this and just kind of try and guarantee a final place right off the bat through the heat races, as he can do. We've got Max Opden-Kamp, who really he wants to put some points on the table here as well. So there's a lot to shoot for here. We've got Max Thorne, Lewis Manley, Hassan Zafar, Johnny Elliott, Craig Tucker, Max Opdemkamp, Josh Ostick, Ruben Boutons, Joe Peters, and Melodika Hupkes in this one. And these drivers are going to give us a good show, I'm sure. They are seeing this revised layout. I keep saying it every race. They're seeing the revised layout for the first time. It's a secret layout until it gets put in place. And so it really is down to how quickly can a driver figure things out. Now, there's Max Opdemkamp. He's going to be the first one set a time. He won the Polish Championship last year. He had to defeat Ruben Boutons, among others, to do that. And he now faces Ruben Boutons right behind him, as well as in this race, right behind in the qualifying. What's he going to be? Opdemkamp's going to set the benchmark. What about Ruben Boutons? What's he got? Has he got enough? As they start their qualifying lap now. The checker's out. The checker's out. It's Opdemkamp who's quickest from Ruben Boutons. Lewis Manley up to third. That's what he needs in this. Lewis Manley needs to make up a lot of points. Johnny Elliott to fifth. Hassan Zafar into fourth. Josh Ostick in sixth. And seventh, Joe Peters. Craig Tucker eighth. Melodika Hupkes in ninth. And Max Thorne into 10th place there. So that was quite a strong... the people who needed it did something with it, but Max Opdemkamp right there on the pole position there. He's going to make the pace to start. Now, Brad, the interesting thing here is Ruben Boutons. He knows that Lewis Manley's always a threat at Formula Fast. He's not going to want to be in a race with Lewis Manley. Lewis Manley is going to want to get past both of those in front, and he's probably going to want to do it sooner rather than later. Ruben Boutons, clearly he's going to want Opdemkamp to... literally try and walk away with this, but that's a big ask in this company. I mean, you know, when you think of the speed of, say, Johnny Elliott, and there's an issue with Johnny Elliott.
I think it's just a seat position thing, like before, so I think he's okay. I agree with you. Ruben is going to want Max to get on with it. Max had a pretty tidy margin there, though, for that pole position. So I know you can't
well for that.
Yeah, you can't read too much into the first ever lap these guys have driven of the track.
No,
but you know, things might change as drivers slightly further down get more used to the track.
Could it be said, though, Brad? Sorry to cut into that point, but relevant to what you've just said before you move on. Max Opdemkamp, the fact that he's done an outlap, a qualifier, and that gap was there, that means he's kind of going to be quicker in the very early stages, which is what Ruben Boutons wants. It creates that gap, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely. And we all know Ruben can grind out the that extra little bit of performance from whatever kart he's in. So I don't expect Max to be able to pull away dramatically. Lewis Manley needs a big result, though, so he's got a driver behind him who has a lot of hunger.
I don't think Ruben Boutons is going to mind too much if he sat behind Max for a lot of this race. Simply, he just does not want to be mired in anything that involves Lewis Manley, Johnny Elliott and those behind. We have still got Hassan Zafar in fourth place, though, and that's a great showing by him, isn't it? And he's maintaining it as they go round. So turning in, Max Opdemkamp, the Polish champion last year. Ruben Boutons, former double world champion and 6 times winner of the British Rental Kart Championship, is second. Lewis Manley, always a possibility for a champion round here. He's been the track champion many times. He's there in red in the third place, and then it's that Hassan Zafar, and then it's Johnny Elliott, and Johnny Elliott getting a fair crack of the whip in this one, and in fifth place there. So there's Max Opdemkamp. He had to defeat, as I say, among others, Ruben Boutons in Poland last September, and he did it with style. He managed to come out the winner in that one, and he's looking to do the same here. But, of course, he doesn't really know Formula Fast as well, but it doesn't show, does it? The class act there up at the front. So there's Ruben Boutons, there's Lewis Manley, and there is Hassan Zafar. So Lewis Manley is really the local hope, if you like. He's been in every edition of the BRKC since it's been here at Formula Fast. Down to you, Anthony.
Yep, Hupkes into the pit lane. Good stop, first stop as well, so we obviously know how that's going to go. Clear track, looking to see if they can get the upkeep.
So Hupkes first in and first out, a clean stop there, and Opdemkamp continues on his lead. He's actually pulling away slightly from Ruben Boutons. Now, Ruben Boutons, how's he going to take this? Maybe he's not overly concerned about some gap, but he's not going to want that to extend too far, unless, of course, he's thinking the best he can do here is second.
And Opdemkamp just pumped in a ridiculously fast lap time compared to the rest of the field. A full 4/10 faster than Ruben in second place on that last lap.
Yeah, Opdemkamp is fast. I mean, he was the Polish champion, you know, absolute last year in the adult section, but he has had results in the juniors, because he's still relatively young guy. He's only 19. Sorry, Brad, you're looking at something?
And again, on this lap, 3/10 faster in the first sector than Ruben and 1/10 faster in the final sector. So he is pulling out a consistent 0.4 of a second per lap gap on Ruben Boutens.
Now, I want to go down the order there, Brad. You've got all the numbers in front of you there. Can you tell us anything about Lewis Manley and Johnny Elliott relative to what performance we might see?
Okay, so Lewis is, a couple of tenths off of what Ruben's capable of doing at the moment, so gradually falling away. Johnny Elliott's
And that, of course, the driver in front of him. He's third, Ruben's second, yeah?
Yes, exactly. And Johnny is actually matching the couple of karts ahead of him. 1/10 behind Hassan Zafar on the last lap, but all three of those guys, Lewis, Hassan and Johnny, are all very similar.
Now, I want to draw a little bit of attention, though, to Hassan Zafar. He's definitely a driver we've not mentioned much in the BRKC. With the British Indoor Championship, he has been a regional champion last year, in fact. But obviously, like so many others, BRKC is the top event, so he's having to do his best, and he's almost got to accept he's going to get a bit of a drubbing to an extent. However, he's managing to stay with the local hero, Lewis Manley, really well. So we're looking at Lewis Manley there in the red suit, and there's Zafar in the black with the white helmet behind him. So Hassan Zafar, this is a very, very strong showing because he is staying ahead of Johnny Elliott, and Johnny Elliott is a very well-known top-level performer, not only at British level but internationally as well. So Johnny Elliott is a good benchmark. If you're saying you're pulling away from Johnny Elliott, Brad, you're doing something, aren't you?
Well, interestingly, it was Johnny who pointed out to me that Hassan Zafar did really well at BIKC.
Yeah,
and
well, he was a regional champ last year. So, he's known to Johnny Elliott, so probably the least surprised person here will be Johnny Elliott, who's the one behind Zafar, as the steward's office opens and the steward's office closes. That's going to be to do with the previous one, and it looks like it's actually team boss Bradley Shepherd who's in there. So that's going to be a very interesting discussion. Meanwhile, back to this race. We're looking at Lewis Manley in the red. We're looking at Hassan Zafar in the black as they come around it. This is third and fourth positions we're looking at right now. The two leaders, Opdem Camp, Ruben Boutens, they're pulling away respectively, and there's about an even gap between them as well. As Lewis Manley, he's looking to put points on the board. He wants to win every race now because he struggled in the first race. He wasn't very happy about the way things went, and he was obviously way down in points, so he needs to make up those points. That starts now for Lewis Manley. To be fair, again, looking at the numbers, Brad, Lewis is doing a decent job of it, and we are talking about who's in a heat race with Max Opdem Camp, Ruben Boutens. If there were two people who probably didn't want to be in a heat race with, they would appear on the list of people, wouldn't they?
I think I tend to agree with you. And if we accept that the top two are pretty much in position now, it looks like Max has gone.
In the pits.
Craig Tucker in the pit lane for his one and only stop of this race. 2 green lights, out on track. I think he's going to lose out here to Hupkins. He does.
Yes, he does, but there's only a second in it. I think they're going to be really close on track, which they are, as we look back again at the Manley and Zafar situation. Go on.
So these guys are not home and dry in these positions because Johnny Elliott has spent the last couple of laps figuring out how to go slightly quicker than them. So they all matched each other on that last lap, and Johnny's 1.8 behind this battle, but on the previous couple of laps he was at least 1/10 faster. So with enough of this race remaining, 14 minutes left to go, that's quite a lot of laps around Formula Fast. There's every chance Johnny Elliott's in the fight for third position in this one.
Now, we've known Johnny Elliott for well nigh on 15 years now, haven't we? And the one thing that you could say about Johnny Elliott, especially those new to this kind of game, he drives very well in so many different types of karts, whether it's indoor or outdoor. He's constantly reinventing himself. He's also one of those drivers, he's everything in a kart racer, isn't he? There's times when you watch a race and it's all about Johnny Elliott. He's in your face the whole time. Things go well for him, things go really badly for him in the same race. But this is one of those races from Johnny Elliott's point of view. This is the stealthy Johnny Elliott. This is the Johnny Elliott that we're not even really noticing. But it's the Johnny Elliott you think is closing in, right?
He's closing in very slowly. He was slightly quicker, 1/10 quicker than Lewis Manley on that last lap, which he'll be happy to hear. Lewis has responded down to a 33.7, but Johnny again, 33.6, a 1/10.5 faster than Lewis Manley. So he's absolutely closing in on this gap. The problem is he can't pit and carry on this stealthy work because there's not really a gap for him to do that. He will pit into a gap, but he will very quickly then catch slower karts than him. So he has to keep working on it like this and wait for something to happen later on.
And the fact he's in 5th place, Brad, just to sort of compound on that, means that he's in the kind of position where a pit stop involves him being able to leapfrog people ahead of him, but equally it puts him at risk with people behind him, doesn't it? Because he's in that middle ground. He's not like looking one way or the other. He's having to look in every direction there. Again, the interesting thing with Johnny Elliott is that you know, there's many different sides. He's got a lot of different sort of arrows in the quiver, if you like. And this seems to be the very stealthy Johnny Elliott. The action's up ahead of him. We've seen him just coming into the picture there. So there's Manley, and there is Zafar, but occasionally the driver behind that we're getting glimpses of is Johnny Elliott, who we're talking about. And Johnny Elliott, he's got the capability of doing anything here. He can win races. We know that. If it goes to pieces, it goes to pieces fast. But I think he's very strong indeed, to be fair, Brad. I really do.
It's also going to be interesting what Lewis Manley does if Zafar manages to get onto his tail. He's only 4 tenths behind, just under 4 tenths behind Lewis now. Will Lewis start going defensive? Because obviously that will easily bring Johnny Elliott in. Are we seeing some of that now? Did I just spot Lewis defending?
Well, I think you did, just as we jumped over to Johnny Elliott. So there's Johnny Elliott in the Tony Kart suit. That's Johnny Elliott we've been talking about. Look at how he leans out. He's very tall, this Johnny Elliott, and he can use that height to look at that really inside wheel there, lifting off the ground completely. That really helps the direction change in those tight corners. We'll see it down here. Look for the inside wheel. Is it up in the air? Not quite there, but we'll keep an eye on that one. There's Johnny Elliott. Look at that lean angle he's putting in, and that helps load the outside of the kart. It releases the grip from the inside wheel, so he gets less understeer because it's a solid rear axle. It is not a differential on these machines. So
3 tenths of a second on the last lap as well. The gap's coming down much more dramatically.
It is, and it's visual because we're seeing he is physically closing in. Now, just to give an idea, folks, the layout of the land up here, we've got Anthony Jordan in the pit lane down there.
Don't remind me.
And he's out in the cold in the pit lane. We've popped him down there again. He's looking out for what goes on in the pits. I'm in the commentary booth. I'm faced with what you're seeing at home, also with a window, but I'm looking really at what's on the screen. Brad Philpott is next to me, but he has just got a face full of numbers from a screen in front of him. So he's constantly analysing the data and the various replays we get. Brad, on the screen, we're seeing Johnny Elliott is now making this a 3-way fight for third. Is that what's being backed up with the numbers?
It was half a second on the last lap. Now, Johnny will be desperate for those drivers down in 7th, 8th position to pit because he wants to stealthily pit and just make his way past these two guys here, Lewis and Hassan, without them realising it. He doesn't really want them knowing that he's quicker than them and that he's right behind them. He wants to just be out of the way and manage to pump in the fast lap times whilst Lewis defends from Hassan and just jump them that way. He is absolutely on for a podium here, but he needs a gap to move into. So I'm going to keep an eye down on Josh Ostick and Joe Peters and see if they come into the pits.
Yeah, that's going to be important. Anthony, when we get Ostick and Peters with you down there, they're actually crucial pit stops for those up in this third place battle. So we'll see what happens there.
Right, okay, we'll keep a very close eye on them. Yes, neither of them have pitted yet. We have only had the 2 stops, so we still got 8 drives to pit. We are half race distance now. So,
and 9.5 minutes with which to do it. There could be some stacking here. Now, we've got Lewis Manley. Is one of these three going to crack? I think Elliott would be the one who's first in.
Elliott's got to pit first. He has to. His pace has been so much quicker than these two. If he pits now, prays that he gets clean air and knows that he could get the jump on these two easily.
The problem is he won't get clean air. He'll have 3 karts in front of him, Max Thorne, Josh Ostick and Joe Peters, who are all quite close to each other. So Johnny needs to... In fact, I think now he will have jumped Joe Peters. He will be maybe just level with him, but
he's going to be looking for that to be really clear, isn't he?
And Max Thorne is driving way too fast for Johnny to close too much on him. So it's really going to be about Josh and Joe getting out of the way in the pits. Josh in particular. There's a case to be made that if Johnny pitted and came out behind Max Thorne, he'd still be going quick enough to jump Lewis Manley and Hassan Zafar because Thorne's still in the 33s, whilst Zafar and Manley are going slightly slower around the 34 mark.
Right, so that's going to be very interesting indeed because that's going to be a hard one for Elliott to realise.
And Elliott's managed to break Zafar away from Manley slightly.
Yeah.
Obviously, if Zafar's right on Manley's tail, there's not really an overtaking gap for Johnny to move past.
And comes Johnny. He's coming into the pit lane.
Yeah,
this is
that's
a
the right move.
vital one here. And let's see what happens. Green light on gate number 1. Traffic coming around the last corner now. He is going to have traffic. 2 green lights.
Yeah,
he's going to come out in the middle of them.
This is the thing I was worried about. He's
Side by side, though, with the 15.
So he's jumped
Peters.
15. He's jumped Peters. That's what we expected. But it's Josh Ostick that I mentioned earlier is going to be the cork in the bottle here. Johnny's going to have to dispatch him instantly and then get on with his fast laps.
And crucially, it was a 9.2 pit stop as well. So a quick
That's
time.
incredibly fast, Anthony. That's one of the quickest we've seen at all this weekend by Johnny Elliott. Well, we know he can do it, and he's proving he can do it here and now as they continue around. But Johnny Elliott, going back to the point you were making about Ostick, you were saying he's the cork in the bottle, but he's the slightly faster cork, isn't he? And so if Johnny's going to be following somebody, is it better to follow Ostick than Zafar?
Ostick's around 5/10 off what he needs to be doing for Johnny to just be able to follow him. So that is good in a way for Johnny. If he's that much slower, he should have a decent enough delta to overtake him. But you know it's always difficult to overtake on a circuit like this. So if Johnny can get immediately past and get back on with the kind of pace he was doing before his pit stop, then he can still take 3rd place.
Right, so the pressure's on for Johnny Elliott if he wants to make that leapfrog on those headbutts into the pits.
Yeah,
Perfect
that's
timing.
a vital one for Johnny Elliott. So this is worked into his hands. Ostick gets a green light on gate number 1. Gate 2, a little slow on the getaway. He applied the throttle smoothly on that one, comes out in traffic.
And crucially, Johnny hasn't been held up. He actually managed to put in a 33.6 on that last lap. Manley and Zafar are in the 33.7s and 33.6s because they've broken apart slightly, so they're not losing time by fighting at the moment. If they do fight, then Johnny could jump them both.
And unlucky for Josh Ostick, just on that note, when he came out the pits, he did actually get passed by somebody. We'll wait for them to cross the line to be certain exactly who that was, but I think that might have been Melodica Hupkes, which puts Ostick down to 9th. We're looking on screen, though, at Johnny Elliott. Now, this is where the times need to come in. Johnny Elliott has some clear space. He needs to be fast. It's now or never for Johnny Elliott. He's got 6 minutes of pure qualifying, effectively, to do. This has to be fast. The kart in front is Max Thorne, 3 seconds ahead, and it's actually probably unlikely that Elliott would catch Thorne till the end. However, he does have this gap with which to be quick. Brad, what are the numbers telling you?
He did a 33.4 on the last lap, quicker than anyone apart from Ruben Boutons and Max Ochtenkamp. So Johnny is doing what he needs to. That time, a 33.5. That compares favourably to the 33.8 that Hassan Zafar and Lewis Manley did. He's doing the job, and he might come out in front. He just needs these guys to stay on track going slower for a few more laps, and now they're about to start fighting.
And it's 5.5 minutes. Is one of them coming in? What about Lewis Manley? Yeah,
No, here we go.
Zafar is in.
Zafar has come into the pit lane. This is going to be a vital stop. Johnny Elliott is coming into the final sector now. Green light on gate number 1. Johnny's got this. He's got he's going to get the pass here. Or it's going to be close. No, Zafar's going to come out in front, side by side.
He needed a couple more laps. Johnny didn't quite get there. I think Anthony might have just seen the pink helmet of the other driver in front, which looks very, very similar to Johnny's.
But Johnny's on the attack. Johnny's on the attack. He's onto the new hairpin there. We're looking at Lewis Manley.
Bouton's in.
Yep, Ruben Boutons second.
Right, this is going to be an important one here for Boutons. He's got a good gap, though, from everyone else, so this might just be a clean-cut pit stop here. 2 green lights. It's not bad. Manley's in as well. Nearly stacked up there. Green lights on the first one. Crucially, engine doesn't stall on gate 1, and it's a green light on gate 2. Where is Johnny Elliott? Clean.
Here comes Zafar and Elliott, and they're right up with Manley once again. It's going to be a 3-way fight. Elliott finds himself in the same position. Manley finds himself in the same position. So therefore, Zafar must be finding himself in the same position as Max Thorne is shown as 3rd, but he hasn't come into the pits as far as I know. So this is 4th, 5th, 6th. In reality, 3rd, 4th, 5th. And it's Lewis Manley, and it's Hassan Zafar, and it's Johnny Elliott. Zafar is driving the race of his life to stay with these two because Lewis Manley is an absolute established star of this place, multiple track champion. Johnny Elliott's been around forever, and he is an established ace, whether it's at national or international level. So Hassan Zafar is doing very well indeed to not only hold on to Lewis Manley, but hold off Johnny Elliott trying to take that spot from him. So there they go. Now, can Hassan actually just turn defence into attack and have a pop at Lewis Manley? That would be a massive ask. Brad, what do the numbers suggest at this stage?
Well, we've seen before that just because your strategy doesn't necessarily get you in front of someone doesn't mean you can't still make an on-track pass near the end. So anything could still happen between these three. It hasn't worked out for Johnny. I think he did everything he possibly could from that position. The karts in front just were savvy enough.
Race leader in the pit lane. This is Max Oppenkamp, who's in now. Green lights on gate number 1. Gate number 2 is also, and he's clear and dry. No drama for your race leader whatsoever.
Max Oppenkamp gets the job done. He's got 3 minutes just over remaining and total. Here comes Lewis Manley. There's Hassan Zafar. There is Johnny Elliott. Now, obviously, if people are going to make a lunge, they probably need to be fractionally closer. Oh, in the pits. It's
Max Thorne now in the pit lane for his stop. Yeah, he's going to lose out on a lot of positions here. Big shame for him, but still a strong result, and he comes out in clean traffic.
Yes, he does, and crucially for him, he kind of, after that sort of performance, it's unfair if he loses a load of spots coming out.
We've now got Zafar looking very racy on the tail of Lewis Manley. I saw him shaping up for a move into the snail on that lap, and this is where the opportunities can open up, because you've got Zafar who's having to attack and also be wary of the attack from behind him of Johnny Elliott. They're all going to impact each other here, and hopefully not literally.
I was going to say, I think impact may be the word, because quite frankly, I think the deciding factor in this group here is going to be Hassan Zafar. Zafar is the one who's either going to make the move or not make the move, and it's going to dictate it. I can't see Johnny Elliott trying to jump Zafar, because I don't think he really gained anything. There's just no kind of a clear opportunity there for Johnny Elliott. Meanwhile, Lewis Manley's getting a bit defensive. He's clearly feeling some heat with just under 2 minutes to go. Looking over his shoulder there, Lewis Manley. Now, if Zafar can take advantage of that, and a rattled Lewis Manley might provide a gap, and Zafar jump into that, I think Elliott would be wise to maybe follow Zafar, but Zafar's dropped back. And now this is where Elliott would start thinking about making a move of his own. Zafar makes up on the brakes, but loses out on the exit of the corner. Johnny Elliott is already starting to look racy. For everybody's racy in this little battle here. It's Lewis Manley there on screen in the red. It's Hassan Zafar in the black, and it's Johnny Elliott in the green and white behind. There goes Lewis Manley. There's Hassan Zafar. And at the back there, Johnny Elliott. It's 3, 4, 5. Anything could happen here. It could stay this way till the end. Something could happen very easily. I mean, look at the last race where Azevedo ended up sideways. Oh, in the pits with you, Anthony.
Yeah, last pit stop, Joe Peters for his final stop. And, yeah, 2 green lights. He's all good. He comes out in a bit of traffic here.
Yeah, and he does actually lose a place there. There's a kind of a bit of a close run thing. I wouldn't call it a battle, but it's reasonably tight around 7, 8, 9, 10, and as they sort of all continue on. But we are looking at Lewis Manley in 3rd place and Hassan Zafar 4th and Johnny Elliott in 5th. This is where the action is. Max Oppenkamp, we haven't had to mention him a lot because he's doing so well, but he is leading the race. Ruben Bouten's double world champion. He's in 2nd place. And Lewis Manley trying to be BRKC champion. His campaign didn't get off to a good start in this earlier heat race, but he's certainly making up some big points in this one. He, of course, will have wanted to win to get maximum points, but that's a big ask when it's Max Oppenkamp and Ruben Bouten's in the same race as you. 3rd place is actually a good result, even though he probably won't see it that way. As they cross the line again, there's Lewis Manley, there's Hassan Zafar. There is Johnny Elliott. It's absolutely nose to tail here. Now Hassan Zafar looking to the inside, keeping it tighter, and tighter sometimes is quicker because of speed and distance. A slight karting nudge there. Johnny Elliott on Zafar, and that's cost Johnny Elliott dear. He's dropped back a little bit. Can he make the ground up? It's the last lap. It's the last lap. Max Oppenkamp, is he going to take the win? They're starting the last lap now. So there's Oppenkamp. He's on the last lap, and Johnny Elliott and Hassan Zafar and Lewis Manley are fully back. There they are. They're starting their last lap now. So this is it. It's all on this lap here. It's still Lewis Manley. It's still Lewis Manley from Hassan Zafar, and Zafar's closer than ever to Manley. Is he going to make a move? Is he going to make tries? But it doesn't work. Lewis Manley's got it covered. The race win goes to Max Oppenkamp. Next up will be Ruben Bouten's, but what's going to happen 3rd? And Ruben Bouten's actually quite some way behind. There's 3rd place. It's Lewis Manley. Now this is Hassan Zafar's last chance theoretically. However, if he closes in, he could go for the crazy lunge. What about Johnny Elliott? No, he's not close enough. It's going to be Lewis Manley 3rd. It's going to be Hassan Zafar 4th, and it's going to be Johnny Elliott 5th. What a race that was.
That was
Brad,
such an
very
exciting...
quickly over to you. Yeah.
That was an exciting race, considering the grid order is exactly how they finished in the top 5. You wouldn't have thought it from what we just watched.
How can something that the same as the grid to result be that exciting? They're going to come down to you now, Anthony, so see what you can find. But Manley, Zafar and Elliot, what a performance.
Pretty solid there, wasn't it? Nail-biting to the end. Now I'm seeing the number 9 kart getting pulled out of the lineup here. They are swapping it over with what I've been deeming now my personal heater, which is kart 12. But yeah, very dramatic race in that one. I think I'm going to chat to Hassan Safar in this one, because we've not spoken to him yet over the course of this one. Hassan, let's have a quick chat. What a race that was. You had a battle with Lewis. You had Johnny coming up behind you there as well. What were you thinking during that?
Oh, that was very intense, because, you know, I don't know whether to defend from Johnny or try and attack Lewis. Obviously, he was defending quite hard, so it was quite hard to get past. So I decided to pit after Johnny, because I saw him gaining on us. Luckily, I came in front just on the inside here, but it was quite close at the end.
It certainly looked like it. It must have been pretty hard work. I think you timed your pit stop there pretty well, and it was a good pit stop as well. Were you comfortable with it?
Yeah, after the first one where I messed up the pit stop and I went to like 9th, obviously I don't want to mess it up anymore, so just focusing on the pit stops.
Well, it's paid off well for you, and that's a solid result.
Tell them well done from all of us up here. We really love that.
Well, they say well done up in the commentary box as well, so there we go. I don't think he heard that, but at least I said it to him.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, brilliant little race that was. Absolutely fantastic. And I've got to say, to a lot of the drivers there, who are all going to get weighed up now, that's exactly what they need. Next race is lined up, ready to go, as you can see already. Is this going to be an exciting one? Do pray tell.
Well, that depends. If you're a fan of Bram Gelton, if you're a fan of Chris Ball, if you're a fan of Dylan de Wolf, it's going to be an absolute cracker. Your pal Cal Clark is in this one as well. So is Adam Davis. So is Richie Clark. So is Charles de Cleen. So is Shimon Vesgrin. So is Neil Durant. And so is Danny Hale. So as we can see them getting in there, there's Adam Davis, one of the Blackpool lads at the tail there in the number 12, and he's lined up. You can see Chris Ball. Now he's 3 up from the back. Those who've been watching all day, you'll remember Chris Ball really gave Ruben Boutons a real run for his money earlier on. We saw Ruben Boutons come second in that last race. Ruben Boutons won the race earlier on, but right on his tail for most of it was Chris Ball. The great thing is, of course, from his point of view, is team boss Bradley Shepherd from BSR. He is here. He will have seen that. I'm sure he'll be delighted with the I would call it steady. It's a very steady improvement for Chris Ball over the last couple of years, but it's come fast. It's only been in sort of 2-3 years that he's got to this level. So it's a rapid rise, but it's happened in such a progressive rate that it's a constant curve. So we're looking in this race, Adam Davis, as I say, Bram Gelton, Dylan de Wolf, Richie Clark, Cal Clark, Charles de Cleen, Shimon Vesgrin, Chris Ball, Neil Durant and Danny Hale. They're, of course, checking out the course for the first time. They've seen it, but they haven't driven this layout. So as they come around now, we are going to start the qualifying lap. It's Neil Durant who's going to get the first qualifying lap in. So there's Durant there that we're looking at. He's shaking his head already. He's just coming off the first corner. It's a little bit early to be disappointed with the lap time. He's one of the Bradley Shepherd Racing drivers. There's a couple of them in this race. The other one, of course, being Chris Ball. So Durant there is leading the way round. He's going to set the opening time of this session. He's down the backstretch, heading towards the hairpin at the end of the long straight. And he's got 2 corners and then the kink into the finish line there to navigate now. That hairpin, now he's got 1 more corner. There's the checker flag, and the benchmark originally is going to be Durant. Can he keep it? Carl Clark is, he's been beaten by Charles Cleen, beaten by Bram Gelton, beaten by Dylan de Wolf. De Wolf is fastest right now. Vesgrin has come through to 3rd place. Young Shimon Vesgrin. Chris Ball takes the top spot. Now, can he hold it? Richie Clark into 8th. Danny Hale and Adam Davis, what can they do? And the answer is 9th and 10th by the looks of it. as Adam Davis crosses the line, and yes, it is. So Chris Ball will line up on the pole position there for the lineup of this. He's going to lead off from Dylan de Wolf, Bram Gelton, Shimon Vesgren, Charles Declane, Neil Durant. 7th is Carl Clark. 8th is Richie Clark, 9th is Danny Hale, and 10th will be Adam Davis. So as we look down at the lineup as they form up there is Chris Ball right up there in the front with the orange arms. There's Dylan de Wolf right behind him. You can see de Wolf on the back there. Bram Gelton, he's the one in third, right in front of us with the white gloves and the black suit. One place back, that's Shimon Vesgren, the young Polish driver. Charles Declane is actually 5th, so he's the one bending his arms, leaning back in the kart there, Charles Declane. And then, of course, you're dealing with Neil Durant, who we were looking at for most of that session. Now, here comes Chris Wolf. Can he take a win in BRKC? To my knowledge, he's not yet won a BRKC race. Might want to double check on that, but I don't think he has. Could this be the one? This is Chris Ball. There he is. He's pulling the pin now. The lights have gone green. They're all underway as he takes him across the line, and the race is on. It's a clean start. There goes Chris Ball. He's leading the way around into the revised area. Now, although they've done 3 laps in the revised area, they've not done it as a group yet. And so there is some scope for collisions, but it looks pretty clean so far. Chris Ball from Dylan de Wolf and Bram Gelton. Shimon Vesgren is right there. Shimon Vesgren is the one with the predominantly blue suit and the gold and red helmet. So there is Chris Ball in an awful lot of orange there. You can tell when the BSR team boys are in town because there's a lot of orange covering the grid. There it is, big on the front there of Chris Ball, BSR Brother Shepherd Racing. As, again, Chris Ball leads the way around. Now, can he open the gap? He's got Dylan de Wolf meaning business. Chris Ball gets turned in. De Wolf has got a better run and is actually closing in. Okay, so as they come out, it's still Chris Ball. Chris Ball as Brad, looking again at the stats, this is about we've gone from the widest start to the closest start. Now, I don't remember them being this tight in the previous couple of races.
Yeah, everyone's a lot closer bunched together in this one, aren't they? And the gaps in qualifying were not very big.
Yeah, it is a decline in the pit lane, and it's all good. He's back out, and obviously, as the first stop goes, we know what happens.
From the mid-pack, Decline rejoins. He's obviously dead last, having made that pit stop. But Chris Ball up front, he's actually under an awful lot of pressure. We haven't seen a race leader pressured this much in a BRKC heat race this year, especially on the revised layout. Dylan de Wolf means business here, and Chris Ball is going to have to get his foot in it on this one. Dylan de Wolf is going to make a passing move, possibly. He's going to think about the pit stops. To be honest, Brad, you've got something to add.
I expect some of the karts behind this leading duo to think about pit stops and moving into clear air, because they know these guys are fast, but if you look at the pace of the guys slightly further down, Neil Durant, for example, driving the kart that won the last race, he's got the fastest lap of the race, and he's down in 5th.
Yeah.
So there's karts behind that have the potential to close up to these guys.
Neil Durant, a BSR team rider, they've got a team, a driver in 1st and a driver in 5th. Will they call Durant in? That's the interesting question. They've got the front covered with Chris Ball, BSR this is, but they've also got Durant there in 5th, who is the fastest, but now it's Ball. Ball has taken over the quickest lap, but it must be very close because he's only pulled out about half a kart length over Dylan de Wolf. So obviously, what will the BSR strategy be? They're actually pacing Bram Gelton. Gelton is falling away. He's over a second behind the race leader there, Chris Ball. So Chris Ball has now found some speed. He's almost knocked it up a gear, it would seem. He's really looking convincing against Dylan de Wolf, and the pair of them are pulling away from the epic Bram Gelton, who equally is pulling away from Shimon Vesgren.
Everything I said 1 minute ago is now incorrect, because you're right. The two at the front have found an extra gear and have just gone 4/10 quicker than the karts behind them.
And I might be wrong, but I think that's all about Ball. I think Ball has found the extra speed to allow Dylan de Wolf to run at his true speed. And of course that is why the pair of them are now pulling away. So taking a couple of laps to get into his stride, but Chris Ball has found that stride right now. He's on the throttle, he's in the new part now. There he is, he's leaning out, he's lessening the grip of that inside wheel to help it turn. He really drifts it into the final corner there. Dylan de Wolf matches him though for speed on the snail section there. If anything, Dylan de Wolf getting a little bit caught out behind Chris Ball as they enter the backstretch. Ball needs to make this clean into this corner here. He doesn't want to fight with de Wolf there, because a lot of time to be lost in that corner should things get a little bit heavy. So, Chris Ball leads the way across the line. 16 minutes to go, plenty of time. There's Ball. There's De Wolf. This is now becoming a two-horse race up at the front with De Wolf clearly about matching Ball for his speed, but not able to do anything. Of course, if he really felt he was held up, we'd see him in the pits, wouldn't we?
We sure would. And Ball actually looked like he was going slightly defensive on one of those hairpins a moment ago. But if he can do that without losing that gap to Gelton, it's not really much of a problem. He can just protect his position and not worry about someone jumping them in the pits. As it stands, we've only had one pit visitor, and that's Charles Leclerc right at the back, so he's not a threat. So as everyone is in their kind of real positions on circuit as Chris can see them. So he knows, provided these gaps stay roughly as they are, if he has to defend, it's not a problem at all. It's only when people start pitting out of position and then he has to start worrying about a quick, stealthy Bram Gelton, for example, perhaps the defence would be a problem. Right now, he can just keep De Wolf behind him.
And Bram Gelton has always been one of the best drivers in the world, but even he is being outpaced by the flying Chris Ball and Dylan De Wolf, to the point now where we're not a million miles away of a safe pit stop. Obviously, that's what Ball and De Wolf want. They want to be able to, if they have to fight, at least fight with each other. They don't want to have that awkward sort of thought in the back of their mind of what am I going to pit out to? Is there somebody who's there who I don't realise has been in or something like that? But Chris Ball's, obviously they're both just staying out. They're going to be out for the long term, I'm sure. One of the features, as it turns out, with this revised layout, and Anthony, you might have an opinion on this as well, is it does seem to be lending itself to the late pit stops.
Did you see me literally receive a Twix so I should stop eating it? But right, yeah, no.
I did not, but if I did, I probably would have cut in about now, yes.
Yeah, perfect. I just opened the packet. But no, you bang on in what you were saying there. But again, we have seen this quite often with the late pit stops later on in the day. We've only had the one, of course, Charles Leclerc, who did that earlier on. But yeah, so far, because we've seen everyone in a close-knit pack and there is still a big chance of traffic in this early stage, yeah, we're not seeing those stops. So the teams, of course, will be working hard. They'll be watching the data from the sidelines. They'll be telling their drivers what they want them to do. And I think all of the meanwhile, it's just stay out, keep pushing.
Absolutely. Well, we'll leave you to enjoy the Twix. We'll give you a Twix eating gap here, unless someone comes in the pits, Anthony. While you're eating, Brad, who's got all the numbers in front of him, Brad, can you tell us numerically what we can expect with this battle for the lead? Because have they done enough, do you think, for the safe pit stop? And what's going on further back that might affect them?
Well, if one of those guys was to pit right now, they'd come out in 8th position with quite a few karts in quite close proximity. So, no, to answer your question, they certainly don't have a kind of safe margin to pit into, either of them at the moment. So I think we're going to just watch them carrying on exactly as they are now, as it looks like Ball has to go slightly defensive into the hairpin.
Yeah, he's he is fighting something of a rearguard action. If we look at the lap times, though, they are still the two fastest in this race, right?
They're a good 3 or 4 tenths quicker than Bram now. So yeah. I think the threat from Bram has dissipated unless they get into a massive defensive battle with each other. So I think it really is a two-horse race out front. Bram has a kart 1.3 behind him, so even Bram in 3rd place is relatively comfortable.
Well, yeah, I mean, that also means that although they appear to be battling, because we are seeing Dylan De Wolf actually looking left, right, and sometimes, and trying different lines, seeing if he can make some sort of serious inroad to the actual bumper of Chris Ball there, who's leading the race that we're looking at. We're still seeing them actually maintain that speed. This battling and almost pseudo battling that they're doing, Dylan De Wolf is clearly trying to be unpredictable behind Chris Ball. So whenever Chris Ball looks over his shoulder, such as now, he's potentially seeing a different position for De Wolf, so he doesn't really know what's going on, and that often ends up with drivers going slower, but in this case they're still carrying the speed. So there is Chris Ball. He's leading the way. They're the two fastest on track, these that we're looking at now, in the pits with you.
Yep, they're double stacking. We've got the 10 and the 16 in. This is Neil Doan and Cathal Clark pitting. It's not an ideal time for Cathal Clark, but I think they got away with that one okay. Pit stops 9.2 and 10.4. Yes, Cathal Clark did lose out on quite a bit of time on that stop, but both two green lights.
Absolutely, Anthony. And the interesting thing there with Cahal is that probably is a show of experience at this kind of thing with the pit stop. So these guys who we see doing this kind of thing every week, every month in the national level and international level, they, in Cahal's position, would have seen a kart pitting in front of them and bailed out and done it the next lap. So that may well be a problem of inexperience there. So, yeah, go on.
I was just saying possibly so, but like you say, it's one of these. It's late on in the day. I think a lot of people have seen a lot of races, and it's just one of those things.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's be fair, you only learn by learning, don't you?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
This is what's happening now. Carl Clark, he races at a very, very high level, but he's now having to tackle a pit stop. So, yeah, he's top of his game. The rest of it. But, of course, the thing he's never done before, we've got to make some allowances there. Talking of allowances, there are no allowances being made up at the front, because now we have Dylan de Wolf piling even more pressure on, to the point where you saw there Chris Bull responding to that pressure by going to the middle of the road. That is clearly a sign that Chris Bull is feeling the heat. Why did he go to the middle of the road? To defend the inside. Why did he not go all the way to the inside? Because he wanted to defend the outside as well. So by being in the middle, he could control the inside, control the outside, but it will have cost him an element of time. And the only way he's going to feel he needs to do that is if he is actually under real attack. And I'm not just talking about being driven close to, but if he does sense that de Wolf is about to send one up the inside. So there he is again, going for the middle of the road, going in to block any move that de Wolf might make.
What's particularly impressive is that despite going super defensive, it seems like Bull and de Wolf are able to maintain a pace which is still just as quick as the kart in third place of Bram Gelton. So they're not losing any of their gap by fighting like this.
And I don't. This sounds a bit outlandish, Brad, but is this the race that Chris Bull shows himself to be of this true international level, when he can do things like that and not lose the time?
I think Chris has shown on a number of occasions that he's a real top performer. If he can get this race win, that will certainly be another little tick in another box. We saw him come second to Ruben earlier today. This would be what he's looking for. He has his sights firmly set on the final, I'd say. And he's on his way to it if he carries on like this.
Yeah, three or so years on this scene at this level, and Chris Bull is right up there at front, and he's looking like the real deal. If he can absorb pressure like this from the likes of Dylan de Wolf, then he can absorb pressure from nearly anybody out there. So he is absorbing it massively now. We can see there he's gone to the normal line. Sorry, Anthony, there was someone came in the pits there. Do you want to tell us about that?
Richie Clark in for his stop. Nothing eventful. Clear traffic in front and clear track in front, and 2 green lights.
And that's the most important bit, really, isn't it? The 2 green lights there for Richie Clark. So Chris Bull continues on in the lead. He continues to defend firmly but fastly, I think would be the way of describing this. He's managing to get around the track at as fast a pace as he could do, whether he was in a battle or not, and at the same time stay with keep Dylan de Wolf in position. If he was losing too much time, Dylan de Wolf would eventually find a gap and be down on the inside of that. But Chris Bull, if you're watching at home, this is the one you're seeing in the orange and black suit, but with the pinkish and blue helmet there. Dylan de Wolf is the one immediately behind in the brighter orange helmet, and they come around this revised bit into the Snell section. That is kind of the old bit, but it goes back to a new bit again. They haven't raced on this layout yet. In fact, this layout has just been put in place for this evening and tomorrow morning. So we'll see how they do when they hit this next time. This is the first time they've been on this track. They haven't even practiced it. So what you are seeing is the best they can offer off the bat. So the best he can offer off the bat, Chris Bull, is to lead the race and to hold off Dylan de Wolf. The best Dylan de Wolf can offer off the bat is to continually challenge that race leader. And Brad, it has to be said, that is a challenge. This is a race-long challenge by Dylan de Wolf.
Absolutely. He's doing everything he can. Chris Bull isn't providing a space for him to overtake him in, so Chris is doing everything he needs to as well. I'm stunned by just how fast they still are, despite all this defending from Chris. But they've got some traffic coming up. They're coming up to Adam Davis, I believe.
He's gone in
it
the
is.
pits.
Well, they're
Yeah.
not coming up to Adam Davis.
Yes, Adam Davis into the pit lane. Green lights on light number 1 and a second for him as well. So good, solid stop and has relatively clear track in front as well.
And Anthony, how relieved will Chris Ball have been the moment he saw Adam Davis jump down the pit lane there?
Oh, I can imagine very happy because, yeah, crucially, he didn't lose out on any time. It was perfectly timed. He may have even looked behind him and thought, right, that's the race leader. Probably a good time to pit, get out everyone's way.
Yeah, and of course, Dylan de Wolf really thinking, yes, we're catching him. And no, he's gone in the pits. So poor old Dylan de Wolf would have been gasping for Adam Davis to perhaps be the thing that distracts Chris Ball for a moment and allows him the gap that he's been trying to force all race long. I mean, Brad, are we still doing the numbers on the lap times here?
Yeah, I mean, they're still pulling away from Bram Gelton, despite Chris Ball effectively driving around the inside of every corner. I've not seen him take a normal racing line for half of this race, and he's still the quickest out there on circuit.
And those of you watching at home, you saw that there. Chris Ball to the centre there to defend the outside, to defend the inside at centre, into the pits. Finally comes Dylan de Wolf.
Yeah, indeed. Wolf in, and let's see how he does. He was very quick in qualifying. How good of his pit stop's going to be? 2 green lights, solid on that one. Where's he going to come out? He's coming out in P4, and it's a 9.4 for the stop.
Incredible there by the Honolulu team driver, Dylan de Wolf. And Dylan de Wolf has come out in 4th place. Now, he's got Shimon Vejgrin, who we've not mentioned at all. In fact, there's been nothing to mention apart from this massive lead battle. Brad, can you keep your eye on the lap times here? Oh, well, I was going to say Chris Ball in. Can he keep the speed? But he's in with you, the race leader.
He certainly is in with me, and it's a green light on gate 1, green on gate 2. It's a good one. He gets pointed by his teammate. Wolf is side by side with him. Wolf makes contact. He's done it. Wow. He's got past.
An incredible move. It was all or nothing. In fact, de Wolf, he went in so fast that first corner, there was no way he was going to get to the inside. But the inside wasn't available, so he was right to carry the speed. That allowed him to brake later. That allowed him to turn with less severity. And he has managed to leapfrog Chris Ball. Chris Ball has had victory. Would have been a well-deserved victory in the British Rental Kart Championship, snatched away from him. Haven't got someone else in the pits.
Yeah, Joanne is in the pit lane now as well. Green on gate 1, comes to gate 2. Very abrupt on the stop there, very abrupt on the getaway. It's a good stop. How good was it, though? It was a 9.8, not bad, down to P6.
Yeah.
We
Brad,
need to know.
Looking at the numbers, what have we got? Sorry, yeah,
we need to know from Anthony, how fast was Chris Ball's stop? Because that's almost unheard of to have such a massive undercut when you pit before the kart that you're in a pairing with. Chris really didn't have a chance to defend that into turn 1 at all.
I believe it was around a 10. I think it was a 9.9. So it was a good stop, but not the greatest.
Fractionally slower than Dylan de Wolf, we think, and that's the difference.
He must have had an unbelievable outlap, de Wolf, because that is the gap he's closed there was massive.
Also, what I'd like to point out, and I don't know if you're able to, but Dylan de Wolf, something we were talking about before about the qualifying. You know, would you actually, at the end of your qualifying lap, would you cross the line, but leave it so late that you cross the line at full speed and go around the outside of the first corner? Now, did Dylan de Wolf realise that there was no way that apex was going to be available to him to take? So he didn't have to slow down for the apex, the hairpin. His own possible apex was at least a kart width away. So did that mean he could actually brake later for the corner? So he had on the inside Chris Ball braking earlier, and so he was able to do him on the outside for that reason alone, sending it in. So if you were, if anyone watching this races, dirt racing, grass track, something like this, you'll know this about how you can sometimes run on the outside quicker than the inside for that reason. And that might well be what happened there with Dylan de Wolf. I don't know, Brad, I'm just sort of supposing on this one, but, well, we'll see.
Yeah, the physics of turn 1 are such that it is very, very tight if you're on the right-hand side into that tight right-hand hairpin. So I think you're right. I think de Wolf could just send it and brake much, much later.
Because he never would be able to get the apex if Ball's there anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm still stunned, though. I'm still completely taken aback that he managed that.
That was the move of the meeting so far.
Right.
And it was to take the lead.
Well, I was just crunching some numbers down here in the pit lane around those pit stops.
Twigs.
Well, no, that was crunched earlier. It was delicious, by the way. half a second faster was De Wolf's pit stop on that lap. So either that was a really good in lap or versus out lap. He nailed it.
And that might be the other thing. All you need is half a second in the pits, and then maybe Chris does a half a second slower in lap. De Wolf does a great out lap, and that's the gap.
Well, considering there were no tail, half a second was the gap coming out. So, yeah, that's probably it. You know, that'll be the difference, won't it? Because these guys are matching each other's pace. Now, the interesting thing here is we will have the answer to the question of whether Dylan de Wolf was, in fact, being slightly held up by Chris Ball. But you've got some multiple in the pits, Anthony.
Yeah, last two are in. Bram Gelton from the lead just came in, did a 10-2 on his pit stop. Danny Hale also in, 2 green lights, a 9-9 for Hale.
And those of you at home watching on the live stream, you don't get this information, but I want to tell you now, Dylan de Wolf that you're looking at there has set the new fastest lap for this race. It's very fractionally fast, it's only about a 10th in it, very fractionally faster than Chris Ball. So Dylan de Wolf is actually the fastest on the track right now. He's the one we're looking at in the 13.
It's not even a 10th, James. It's half
a 10th, is it?
10th, yeah. It's super close.
Well, that's
sorry. It's not even half a 10th. It's 100th.
So basically, he's top of the table in name only, really. But anyway, that's enough. There's Dylan de Wolf. He is the fastest in the race. He's leading the race. He's got Chris Ball behind him. Chris Ball really was looking good there for his first BRKC race win. And it's been snatched from him by Dylan de Wolf. They've got 15 seconds on the timer now before we go to the last lap, which means this will probably be the penultimate lap as they work their way around the new bit into this new hairpin and then onto the snail section, which, although is as per the original track, is going to have a much different perspective as to how they arrive and speeds and things like this. As we heard spoken about earlier on, I've forgotten who it was, but somebody said about that who just come in. Anyway, there's Dylan de Wolf. He's on the familiar part. He's going to start the last lap as he crosses the line just about now. He's starting the last lap. So there's Dylan de Wolf. Chris Ball surely is not going to be able to do anything here, but an amazing result in second place there and by Chris Ball. And he had a second place earlier on. That was against Ruben Boughton. So if it's any consolation, 2 second places is a lot of points. The kind of points that might get you into the semi-final, but we'll see what happens here. So Dylan de Wolf gets turned in. This is the final lap. He's only got a couple of corners to go. He's on to the final hairpin now, and the kink left to the start line. And here he is. It's Dylan de Wolf takes the win. Chris Ball, incredible second place there. And third is Bram Gelton, but he's some way back. Bram Gelton, he's not crossed the line yet. There he is, flashing across the line from Neil Durant. Neil Durant's made up a place there. He's up in a 4th as Shimon Vergren has gone to 5th. Charles DeClain, the early pit stop, has come in 6th. Danny Hale, Carl Clark, Richie Clark will be next, with Adam Davis bringing up the rear in the 10th place there. So what a race that was. Anthony, there's going to be some interesting chats to be had down there.
I can imagine so. Yes, indeed. And our man de Wolf there, I will go and have a quick chat with him and see what he thought of that pit stop, because, yeah, like we were saying, pretty much nailed it in that one. And, yeah, let's see what he thinks of it. I don't think we've spoken to Dylan de Wolf yet either, so it'd be good to have a chat with him. And there you can see congratulations happening. They seem to be pretty happy with it. Dylan, I'll let you get weighed up first. You get weighed, and then I'll come on over. Sorry, I'm just juggling the cameraman around all the way over here. Did he make the 90 kilos? 90.9, there you go. All fine there for Dylan de Wolf. And congratulations coming around. Dylan, well done. Great drive from you there. And tell us, I'll let you get your helmet off. How on earth did you make that time there? Because that was a beautiful little switchback you got there on Ball, and you were able to take the lead of that one. Tell us, was it the in-lap or was it the pit stop?
I don't even know. I just did full risk. I had to risk something to get the first place. So my card wasn't that much of a good card. So I just did something risky, and it worked out.
It certainly did work out, but that's what you needed, isn't it? So a nice, good result there for you. And is that going to mean a good confidence boost later on in this weekend as well?
Yeah, we'll see. I like the track. I like the
cards. Huge lunge in the first corner around the outside.
I get any good cards at the end. So we're halfway through, but it's a good start.
Let's talk about that lunge around the outside on the first opening laps as well. How was that? Because that certainly seemed very dramatic at the start.
Yeah,
No,
it was
after the pit
Oh, after the pit stop, sorry.
It was a bit tenseful, but I looked behind me when I get around a corner, but it was already a bit of a gap, so it was quite okay. Yeah.
It worked out well for you, didn't it? Congratulations, well done. We'll let you go get warmed up there already. Speaking of warming up, everyone is seated in the karts, apart from one driver. Pan the camera this way. Sam Slater, there you go. Always, he's the last one. I don't know why. Sam Slater, get seated. Boys, this is going to be a good one. Shopler, Slater.
Absolutely.
We've got Schlitz as well in this one, lots.
Yeah, we're going to give that lineup in a second. Just first of all, though, we've got Brad with some interesting things to point out from this race.
Nothing interesting comes from Brad.
Hey, so what we're going to do is just look at that pit exit from De Wolf, because regardless of how he got that gap, what he did when he got to the apex of turn 1 as Bull was exiting the pits is what got him that position. And as James was mentioning in the commentary, there was a moment where De Wolf just gave up on the apex. He braked super late and went just around the edge of the corner, knowing that Bull had to take a really tight line. And that's what I've got lined up to show you just here. So the angle isn't the one you want. You want to see from above, but this is what we've got to work with. And this is the apex of turn 1. And here you can see, look just how far De Wolf is from that barrier at the apex of turn 1, with Bull trying to come back at him up the inside, but really just too far back to do anything. There's some minor contact. And then you can see De Wolf just has the position on the inside of the next corner, despite Chris being alongside him. Absolutely nothing he could do.
And hold that picture there, Brad. I mean, what a picture that was, because both of them coming out the corner, absolute heads down determination. Look at that. I mean, just to pan it back a little bit, go back a fraction, bit more, and just play it again, and you see both of them duck their heads down, really desperate to get on the throttle. It's there. Look at them, both of them heads down, desperate to get on that throttle and try and out-drag the other, because at that point, from Bull's point of view, they're kind of side by side, and then it goes De Wolf's favour. Sorry, Brad, carry on.
That's it. That's that move. And now we've got a very exciting race to talk about.
And I have to say one last comment on that last race there, Brad, Anthony, and everybody here and watching on the live stream. For my money, that was the move of the tournament so far. Absolute epic lunge around the outside. Clearly, De Wolf, he was all about speed and a lot less about apex. He had to go around the outside. He had to carry that speed, and he pulled it off. What a move there that was. For me, that was the move of the meeting so far. However, there are some people in the next race who are equally capable of providing moves of the meeting. We've got, in this next race, this is heat race 9, so we're getting near the end of the second round now, so we're almost halfway through the heat races here. We've got Lily Jeffs, we've got Frederick Navarro, we've got Aaron Bell, we've got Vika Schlitz, we've got Bobby McGeer, we've got Selena Balnega, we've got Sam Slater, we've got Jamie Burke, we've got Tibor Gabor, and we've got Anton Schopler in this race here. Now, this is going to be a tough one. Who would we look for the win here? Well, Vika Schlitz, former BRKC champion, so straight away he's a go-to there. Selena Balnega, she's been ladies world champion before, and another possible go-to there. Sam Slater, another possibility. Anton Schopler, always a possibility. Frederick Navarro, he's definitely a possibility now, because he's actually won his earlier heat race, and so we'll see what he can do in this one. However, in the earlier heat race, he wasn't up against Vika Schlitz, so he may find he's got his handfuls with this one. Now, as we look on screen, as you see at home, Navarro, the one I've been talking about, he's the one at the back there, and he's got Vika Schlitz right in front, so he's going to be able to see exactly what Vika Schlitz is up to out on that qualifying lap. These guys and girls, they're seeing this track for the first time in this layout. They've got one lap to look at it, one lap to qualify it, and another lap to look at it again. And that's Jamie Burke there we're looking at on screen. I'm assuming he's first out to qualify, and behind him is Bobby McGeer. Bobby McGeer is capable of doing something in this as well. So Burke is starting his qualifying now. He's had a look at the track. Now he's got to qualify on it. So is Bobby McGeer as they come around in the new section there. This hairpin's proven crucial so far. A good exit that leads to the snail section. Obviously, it's a much different manner in which they approach it with this revised, but it is built the same. It does kind of look the same to the untrained eye, but when they're arriving at a different speed with a different attitude, with the kart less loaded from that constant long right-hander, it will feel a little bit different. And so there's Jamie Burke. He's finishing his qualifier, so that's his time. Bobby McGeer goes top of the table there. So Thibaut Gabor goes third. We've got Selena Balnega, but I don't think
this
that's
is going to go to
qualifier.
Selena.
I think it is. She's now top of the table because that wasn't her qualifier. That was her outlap. This is her qualifier. So she's top of the table. Vika Schlett's only fourth. Anton Schopler to fifth.
Wow.
Sam Slade to sixth. They're all qualified now. So it's Selena Balnega who will take up the position at the front. Bobby McGear second. Thibaut Gabor is in third. Vika Schlett's fourth. Anton Schopler fifth. Sam Slater, frankly, a surprising sixth. Frederick Navarro, a surprising seventh given his earlier performance of winning a race. Aaron Bell eighth. Jamie Burke ninth. And Lily Jeffs rounds him out in 10th. As we get ready for the start. So there's Selena Balnega already doing deals with Bobby McGear. She's saying, listen, we got to think. She's pointing at a temple there saying, think, think, think. Don't let those guys through. We'll clear off and then we'll sort it out. Bobby McGear looks as though he's totally on form with that. Selena Balnega, World Championship regular, ladies champion in the past. So she knows a thing or two about winning these sort of events. Bobby McGear will be advised to try and go with her. The danger, of course, as Selena was probably pointing out to Bobby McGear, is look, 4 places behind us is Vika Schlett. We've got to keep him out of our hair. This is our chance. If we can pull away a gap, we don't have to worry about him. If they mess about, they'll fight, and that'll be to Schletz's advantage. So the race is on now. Selena Balnega gets the start she wants. She's got the lead. She's got Bobby McGear in tow. In turn, there's Thibaut Gabor ahead of Vika Schletz in fourth. So they're exactly where they were lining up, and it's a very clean start indeed, this race, so that could mean it will be fast. Bobby McGear getting a little bit snaky there. He's on the inside. He's lost a little bit of time to Selena Balnega. This is all to the Balnega advantage. The Dutch girl there, she's up in the front and looking like she's meaning business. Can she check out this early? It's always said you can't win a race on the first lap, but you can lose it. But to be honest, if you're able to pull away a gap a little bit like this, potentially you can go a long way to winning it right off the bat. There's Selena Balnega showing the form which won her ladies' world titles in the past. As she comes into the snail section there. Bobby McGear is fighting a rearguard action. Vika Schletz has been nudged from behind. Will we see an early stop by Vika Schletz? Will he want out of this? Because he knows he's fast, and he's not going to be fast if he's getting pushed and bundled around. So Balnega's not going to come in. But what about Schletz? Will he come in? Is he going to be the early stopper? No, he's not. He's carrying on, but there's a bit of a gap opened up there. Anthony, you've got one in the pits.
Yeah, it's an early stop for Sam Slater. He was involved in that humongous gaggle. He is absolutely furious. He's not a happy bunny, but he's back out on track and he's got clean air.
Yeah, so hopefully that can help him to sort of just wind it in a little bit, settle down into some fast laps, because this is going to be a quick race. Selena Balnega setting a searing pace up at the front. Bobby McGear is almost a second back. He's doing his very best to hang on, but he has the close attention of Thibaut Gabor. There's Bobby McGear right there in the blue. There's Gabor in the dark colour behind him. And then it's former BRKC champion Vika Schletz. So Bobby McGear, Thibaut Gabor, and then a gap to Schletz, and we don't often say that. So Selena Balnega continues to lead. There's Bobby McGear. The fight is for second as Balnega tries to check out, and she's doing everything she needs to do do exactly that. Brad, we're a few laps in now. What are we looking at in terms of lap times? Who's quickest?
So it's actually Vika Schletz down in fourth position. And who would have thought, with 4 previous race winners from today in this race, none of them qualified inside the top 3. That's a marker of how fast this race is. So if any of them can get up into the podium places, then they'll have done well. This race could ruin some potential finalists' entire event. Sam Slater down there, currently in last position after his pit stop, getting bundled down on those early laps. These are drivers who would have had their sights set on the championship, not just on individual heat wins.
Absolutely right, and that championship is made up of the to get the final made up of points. So what's going on?
Speaking of Sam Slater, he is now the fastest on track. He's done his early pit stop, 33.7, and as Selena retakes it, of the drivers out of position, it's Sam Slater who's going really quickly.
And it's now gone to Anton Schopler.
It's constantly changing. In fact, if you take a look at that midfield, everyone from first and then Sam Slater down all the way down in 10th are all, apart from a couple of drivers down in the lower reaches, are all very, very similar on lap time now and improving all the time. Yeah,
this is a race full of potential winners, really, isn't it? The one doing the winning right now, having pulled out just over a second, is Selena Balnega. The Dutch lady is definitely running away at the front. She's got a second over Bobby McGear. Now, Bobby McGear, this has to be his best BRKC showing so far, especially when you consider the company he's in. He's trying desperately to hang on to Balnega. He's staying ahead of Thibaut Gabor. He's staying ahead of Vika Schlitz. He's staying ahead of Anton Schopler. He's staying ahead of race winner Frederick Navarro. So there's a lot of pressure on Bobby McGeer there, and he's rising to that pressure. There's Sam Slater. He was for a moment the fastest on the track, but that lap record is switching around. He's now fastest again, but how long that will stay, because that lap, fastest lap in this race is jumping all over the field here. We've had about 5 different people claim it. Currently still listed as fastest is Sam Slater there that we're looking at.
So let's put that in context. He's in around about 5th or 6th position if everyone ahead of him pitted right now. So Sam isn't actually running in last position once it all shakes out. But if there's any race during the day today where you'd think it would be difficult to move forward by doing this undercut, it's this one, because everyone that he's trying to jump is also going super fast. It's going to be down to whether or not they start battling, because I don't think they're going to make many mistakes.
And Sam Slater moves up a place there. He pushes Lily Jeffs back to 10th, so Sam Slater is in 9th. Now, what he needed there to do was to not lose time, because he had to pass that position on track. He's lost the joker, if you like, that is the pit stop. He cannot leapfrog past people who he is notably quicker than, such as Lily Jeffs. Into the pits is another one.
Yes, and as you say it is Lily Jeffs in the pit lane now. Good first gate in towards gate 2. Not bad at all is that stop for Lily Jeffs as she heads out back onto the track.
So Lily Jeffs rejoins the race there, and so that's 2 people who've been in the pits. And Brad, what's happening with that fastest lap? Has it changed again?
Yeah, so it's back to Selena. I don't think Sam's really got a chance of getting her. And I talk about Sam Slater because he's the one that's out of position that I'm trying to keep an eye on here. But there are karts in the 2nd to 5th position region. So we're talking McGurr, Thibaut Gabor, Schleds and Schopler, that was a mouthful, who are all within 1/10 of each other each lap in around the mid-33s. Sam Slater now just really needs to get the hammer down and do low 33s.
Yeah, I'm glad it's not just me that gets into a tongue twist from time to time, Brad. And so we're looking at Vika Schlitz. Now, Vika Schlitz is a former champion of this race. However, of this event, but in this particular race, he's running 4th, and this is not really what he had in mind for this. Not only is he running 4th, but he's got actually Anton Schopler breathing down his neck. Okay, so it is actually quite close at the front there. It's a bit of a gap when you take the camera angle. The camera does close in, but from an overall picture, it's not a huge gap that first. For there it is, Balnega crossing the line, and you can see there is Vika Schlitz. So everybody in front of him is part of that lead group of 5. So although there's gaps, it's not big gaps, you know. It's reasonably doable still. Just Selena Balnega's catching Lily Jeffs. In fact, she's not able to pass Lily Jeffs there. Lily Jeffs is she's got to be somewhere. She can't be nowhere, and she's trying to wave Selena Balnega through. Balnega takes it down the inside. Jeffs goes wide. She allows a couple of cars through, including Bobby McGeer. Now look at Bobby McGeer. He's close right in on the Dutch lady up at the top there, top spot, and Bobby McGeer has closed that gap down. It was a 2.5. What's happened, Brad? He's gone for the lead.
Schopler attacking Schlitz as well. Round the outside, couldn't quite make it happen, but the fact that he is really trying shows you that he wants to make progress. He thinks Schlitz is holding him up.
Yeah, well, it's according to the scoreboard, Schlitz has been bundled to 5th. What's the real situation there, Brad? Schlitz has got back in front, hasn't he?
Yes, I think it's because Schopler had the inside over the start line, so he's showing his 4th position, but obviously the hairpin of turn 1 is a right-hander, so Schlitz easily had that position back.
Crossed the line ahead, but in reality he lost the spot. So there's Balnega, but look at Bobby McGeer. He's really closed in on the Dutch woman, Selena Balnega, ahead. Now, can he stay with Balnega? Can he use Balnega's speed as kind of the inspiration to stay at that level? Bobby McGeer could do something big in this race, really big, if he can stay with Selena Balnega, which is looking like he can. And that's pulling him clear of Thibaut Gabor, who he was getting pressured by just a lap or 2 ago. Bobby McGeer's got the bit between his teeth. Can he do the impossible here by either taking on the track Selena Balnega or doing it in the pit lane? It'll be a huge scalp if he does, but there's the thumbs up to Selena. But it could be a little bit early if Bobby McGeer's got anything to say about this, because he is closing in. He's closing in all the time. Who is fastest, Brad? What are the numbers?
Well, it's actually Sam Slater who's fastest, although he lost a lot of time on that last lap trying to overtake Aaron Bell for position. So he's trying to close up. There's 3 seconds he needs to gain on Schlitz and Schopler to jump them when they pit. So he's relying on them having quite a bit of a fight. He's really going to come out just behind them if it all stays as it is now. But we just saw what Schopler did a moment ago to Schleds. They could lose a lot of time if they start battling. But there's several fights going on here, and the lead battle we're looking at is definitely one of them.
And it's turning into an epic because you have the established star in the form of Selena Balnega. We know what she can do. We know she can win races all over the world, including here at Formula Fast. She went in a couple of years ago. She went in the semi-final with the points lead, having won every single qualifying race. So she's a proven performer around this track here at Formula Fast. She can handle the revised layouts because it is like a secret layout. It's only shown when it's actually created. But Bobby McGeer has the chance to show something he's never shown any of us before. He's shown that he can run with an established star, in this case Selena Balnega. He's shown that he can match an established star for times. And can he do even more than that? Can he actually manage to get in front? Will it be in the pits? Will he make a lunge? Will Selena keep him covered? We don't know, but any one of those possibilities I think is there. As Anthony, we're 10 minutes in now. How many pit stoppers have we had?
I can tell you we have had a fair few in this one. Oh, well, actually, no, I tell a lie. We've only had 2. I thought we had a lot more than that.
I was going to say it's only a couple. Is it 3 or is it 2?
No, it's 2. We've only had the 2 stops.
Right,
and,
well, in that case, Sam Slater has made up a place on merit, because we saw he overtook Lily Jeffs, but she came in the pits, so she's one of 2. Slater was 1.
It'd have been Aaron Bell he'd got past, because Aaron Bell hasn't pitted yet, despite the fact that he's in P9.
Yeah, so Aaron Bell's in 9th there, and he's got Sam Slater in front, so Sam Slater has made a move in the pits and on the track. Selena Balnega there on screen, she is really having to work to hold off Bobby McGeer. What was originally a drive to try and pull an advantage has turned into a drive to try and maintain the lead. Bobby McGeer is all over a back bumper now in that Snell section. He opens up a little bit through the fast S-bend there to about a kart length. As we look there into that all-important hairpin at the end of the straight, they're completing another lap. Neither of them are coming in, but Selena Balnega has had to go from racing to pull a gap to racing to defend the lead. She's choosing to be fast to defend that, so she's not exactly having to swerve all over the road to try and stop Bobby McGeer, but she is relying on pure speed to do it. And Bobby McGeer has shown he is the equal. He has matched that of an established star. We've not seen that from him. Brad, you've got some info.
And Slater's coming up against his next roadblock, and it's for position. Oh, he's down the inside. Okay, so Slater has actually dispatched Jamie Burke quite easily. That could have been a major problem for him, because he's really having to pump in the times ever so slightly quicker than those karts he's trying to catch. But last couple of laps, in fact, the last one was good. It was his best lap of the day. Best lap of the race. So that worked out well. Had he been held up by Jamie Burke, it would have all gone wrong. So Slater's still on course to do something here. Although, as I say that, he's immediately got some more traffic by the looks of it.
Yeah, and
number
that's
18,
Lily Jeffs. And Lily Jeffs a lap down. He's got through immediately, and gone with him is Jamie Burke there. So Lily Jeffs jumped out of the way, allowed Sam Slater through. She's a lap down there to Slater. Now, Slater, who's on screen now, there he is. He's also wearing one of the kart skin suits. You can see that inside wheel being lifted up as Slater leans out. But Slater there, as we go back to the lead battle there, Bobby McGeer's kind of relented a little bit in that pressure, but Sam Slater is somebody who's putting in one of the performances of this race, because he's actually trying to jump up. He's up to 7th place. Next on his hit list is a driver who won earlier today, such as the magnitude of Sam Slater's task ahead. Selena Balnega, though, she's managed to sort of kind of cancel out the challenge of Bobby McGeer. He's still there, but he's not quite in the contact he was. Brad, you've got all the numbers on the screen in front of you. Who is quickest? It's Balnega, right?
It is, yeah. She's managed to lower the benchmark slightly down to a 33.2. So everybody's going really quick. We've got such a stacked heat here. There are fast times coming in from everywhere, but the ones that I'm paying particular attention to are Selena and then Sam Slater. They seem to be trading at every few laps. Sam's best of 33.3. Selena's now down to a 33.2.
That's pretty impressive. What have we got for Bobby McGeer, Brad?
Bobby McGeer is also 33.3 as his best, currently lapping.
Sorry, how's that compared to Selena? That's he's a 10th
about a 10th,
off, is he?
Yeah, about a 10th off.
Okay, so we
currently lapping similarly.
Yeah, Selena Balnega's looking about as solid as she has looked for the past few laps now. This gap is kind of back to where it was when Bobby McGeer was really beginning that charge, as he is there with her, but he's not quite about to attack her. Anthony, if we can come back to you down there in the pit lane, we've got less than 7 minutes on the timer.
Yes.
What are we looking like in terms of pit stops?
We did have one extra pit stop. Anton Schoppler came in for his.
That's a crucial one.
Yeah. That was a good one from him as well. So he's currently in 6th place now. Sam Slater is just behind, but there is a bit of a gap between them.
Yeah, so Schoppler, he also won his earlier heat race. So Navarro and Schoppler are both race winners today, but such is the pace that already that's only good enough for 5th and 6th in this race. And setting that pace is Selena Balnega, but once again, Bobby McGeer has got the bit between his teeth. He's closing in on the Dutch lady there. They're still doing best last time. It's still Selena who's fastest. Go on, Brad.
Yeah, on the previous lap, Bobby closed in by 4/10 on Selena. It all seems to have calmed down now. Selena's just got the fastest lap of the race in that one, but something must have happened to Selena on the previous lap.
I think it's a simple case of attack, respond, isn't it? It's Selena Balnega. As you say, maybe it's only going to be the slightest slip here, slight slip there, but at the level that Selena operates at, that's unlikely to occur. So she really has got a hands full here with Bobby McGeer. We'll see what he can do. We know what Selena Balnega can do. We've been watching that for years, but we haven't really seen this kind of level of performance from Bobby McGeer, and this is by far the best showing we've seen from him. Selena Balnega continues to get the thumbs up, which kind of means you're well, I wouldn't call it safe, but it's about as safe as you can be at this stage. There's 5 minutes remaining. Who is going to come in first? I'm sure Selena Balnega will force Bobby McGeer into a bit of a how late are you going to leave it to follow me in? Because Selena Balnega, if she pits on the last available lap to pit, and Bobby McGeer has not done so, he's going to have to follow down the pit lane. He's going to actually get blocked out when she makes her
Vika
stop.
Schlitz in the pit lane from P4. Let's see his stop. Green lights on gate number 1. Gate 2, it's a good stop there. 2 green lights. He's going to come out ahead of Anton Schoppler again. It is a solid stop. 9.1 for Schlitz.
And a very important stop, that Vika Schlitz, former BRKC champion, as McGeer's back on the tail of the race leader. Selena Balnega, Bobby McGeer's there. He's right on the tail. He actually had a little look down the inside into the hairpin on the previous lap at the end of the backstretch. Selena Balnega knows this. She's got her hands full once again as they come around into the new bit, into the pits. Another one.
Yeah, this is Thibaut Gabor into the pit lane. Green on, no, it's a yellow. Yellow on gate 2. Thibaut Gabor, he comes out ahead of Schlitz, but he's got to pit again.
Oh, bad luck for Thibaut Gabor. He was doing so well. He was right up there amongst all those earlier race winners and champions, but he is going to have to come in again. That's going to throw him down the order in a race of this magnitude. Brad, again, going back to the idea that you have all the numbers in front. We've got the numbers up here. So if you look at home, look at those gaps. It's all very, very close. Probably the closest race we've seen on this revised layout so far.
Absolutely. We haven't really known where to look, and we've got another stopper.
Navarro, previous race winner.
In the pits. Oh, and they're double stacking here because, of course, the penalty's coming back in again. 2 greens for Navarro, who's back out. Let's see if it's 2 greens here. It is indeed 2 greens for Thibaut Gabor as well.
And a bit of a bump there on Lily Jess. Selena Balnega gave Lily Jess a little bit of a bump. Lily Jess in front of the wave, and in comes Bobby McGeer. This is a crucial pit stop.
It is, and he's timed it not too perfectly because he's got another cut in here. They're double stacked, and it was Bell who was in the pit lane as well, but McGeer had a brilliant stop there for Bobby McGeer. That's a 9.2.
9.2, that throws down the gauntlet to Selena Balnega. Will we see her trying to cover it? She knows Bobby's being fast. She knows if she's going to cover it, it needs to be now. I'm expecting her in, if not this lap, the next, but I would say it might well be this one. Anthony, I'm going to go straight over to you now because I think here comes Selena Balnega. No, she's continuing round. She's going to give it one more lap and then in.
So, and the lap was good. She's done a 33.3, so it's a solid lap. So let's see what Bobby McGeer can do on his first flying lap after his pit stop.
So Selena Balnega, former Ladies World Champion, she's now clear. She has not got the pressure immediately behind her from Bobby McGeer, but she knows the pressure exists. Bobby McGeer has been in. She knows he's out there pounding in the lap. She looks across to check what's going on. Will it be this lap? Surely it's going to be this lap that the race leader, Selena Balnega, comes in. It's not. She's continuing. Brad, what's the lap time as she crosses the line?
Okay.
This has got to be good.
So that one was another 33.3. On the last lap, she pulled about a 10th and a half on Bobby. It's absolutely touch and go. It's almost an exact 10-second gap that she's got to McGear. So I have no idea which of them is going to come out first, and I think it's going to come down to Selena's pit stop speed.
Pit closing light is on now,
So
guys, so she's got to come in.
Here we go.
She's in this lap. Now, she is setting fastest laps after fastest laps from her point of view. And she's got 2 corners now before we guaranteed to see her in the pit lane. Andy, we're going to go straight over to you now because here comes Selena.
Yep, she's into the pit lane. Let's see how this goes. Into gate 1. It's a good stop. Green light comes on for gate 1. First gate done. Gate 2 gets the green. It is a good stop. Where are they going to come out? It's going to be close.
McGear can't quite make it. There's contact, but it's still Selena Balnega. She waves back at Bobby McGear saying, what are you doing? But they are caught behind somebody else. Is it Aaron Bell? I'm trying to look at that. I think it might well be Aaron Bell. And they're going to catch him. Yes, it is. Into the snail section. This could be McGear's moment. Selena can't get through. There's a minute to go, and then obviously we'll be into the last 2 laps. But there's Bell. Has Bell seen? He's trying to move out the way. He doesn't give room. Selena Balnega has been blocked, and so is Bobby McGear as Bell continues round. He's in 9th place, but he's got the race leader right on his tail. Bobby McGear's coming through, but can Bobby McGear make it clean? If he does, he's waving them through. He's waving the first and the second through. That's Aaron Bell. There goes Balnega. There goes Bobby McGear. Can Bobby McGear do something? He's to the outside, but it doesn't work there. He's heading for the snail. Selena Balnega, she's looking as much behind as up in front. She's looking one side. She's going to look the other. Is she through the S-bend there? It's going to be very difficult not to defend. She's going very defensive there. Going to block him out. She needs to cut back really well. She does. It's around the final couple of corners. We've got 20 seconds on the clock. So really we're looking now at there being 2 laps. So 2 laps to go. They're on the penultimate lap. Bobby McGear has a look. It can't work out. Selena Balnega keeps that position. Bobby McGear's driving the race of his life. Selena Balnega's driving one of the defenses of her life. She's won here a number of times. So winning here to her is not new, but not against this kind of pressure. She's looking as much back as forward. Bobby McGear's got her going. As they come down the back, she's going defensive. She's looking back as much as forward as Bobby McGear piles on that pressure. This is the best we've ever seen from Bobby McGear. We've never seen anything like this from him. Can he convert this into a win? But will Selena Balnega take this? She's got every chance of doing it. It's the last lap. If anyone can do it, it's Selena. So Bobby will be forgiven if he ain't winning this one and taking 2nd place. It'll still be an amazing result. Selena Balnega, look at that. The head turning that she's doing, it's as much about looking back as forward. Through the S-bend here, there's no way Bobby's going to do something. There she is looking back again. Defensive the inside, lapping the back marker, taking McGear with her. Couple of corners, this is the final lap. Is Bobby McGear going to make a lunge? No, he's not. It's Balnega's race. Selena Balnega takes it just from Bobby McGear. And it's going to be Vika Schlitz in 3rd, surely. Yes, it is. There he is crossing the line with that gold helmet. What an incredible... Brad, you've got something to say?
Whilst you were following all that, all sorts was happening behind them because they were being closed down at over a second a lap by the Slater, Schledge, Schoppler, I just about said it that time, battle. And Slater went for a great move on Schoppler, didn't quite come off. But there's way too much to keep 2 eyes on during the end of that race.
Far too much going on in that race, yeah. Interestingly as well, just before everything goes on beyond that, Vika Schlitz made up a spot, didn't he? So he kind of came into 3rd place, which is a better result.
All those guys, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, all benefited from Tibor Gabor's yellow light stop. So he dropped down from 3rd place all the way down to 7th.
And Sam Slater managed to run up to 5th by the looks of it. But Anthony, they're all in the pits with you. You've got a massive choice.
I do. Well, I'm going to go with both of them. I've got to, haven't I, win this one? But let's start with Selena Balnega, because what a race that was for both of these two. Of course, Bobby McGear as well with a brilliant P2 in that one. Selena's just getting her lead out. She's got quite a bit there as well. And so, to be fair, has Bobby McGear. So we might have to wait a minute or two to have a chat with these two. But Selena, I'll let you get sorted out first and we'll have a quick chat. But certainly, what a race that was. Nail-biting to the end. Those pit stops at the end as well. Selena's was fractionally slower than Bobby McGear's one. So, again, so vital that she got out and stuck to that inside line, and that's where it kind of really works out for the drivers. Bobby, stick around for me, please. Don't go anywhere just yet. I'll have a quick chat with you in a moment. And let's jump in with Selena here. So, yeah, don't worry. Take your time. But congratulations going around all over the place, of course. This is an impressive one. Of course, you think what happened in the previous race earlier on, and to come away with this one. Very vocal teammates on the sidelines as well, helping out. Selena, from penalty to pole and then a qualifying heat win, that's exactly what you wanted. Tell us how you're feeling after that race.
Yeah, I really needed this. It was a really difficult heat with a lot of good names, also a lot of heat winners already. So I need to do a really good quali lap, and it felt all right. It wasn't the best, but then I saw I was on pole, and in the beginning I could have a little gap, and then I was stuck behind the back marker. So the guy behind me came back to me, and after that it was really close the whole time. He was faster and I was faster, so yeah, I did my best. I had to do also really fast pit stop because it was really close, and I think I managed everything.
You certainly did. Very close on the exit as well. And like you say, your fellow teammates on the sidelines, your friends and family, they were a lot louder than the karts, I've got to say. You heard them screaming from the sidelines saying, get out the way.
We think that was one of the races at the meeting, Anthony. One of the races at the meeting.
The guys up there saying that was probably one of the races of the weekend so far. Would you agree with that?
I hope so. A lot of races to go, so...
And I think it's up there as one of the best we've seen so far. Congratulations, well done.
So much, thank you.
Excellent. I just want to quickly jump over here. Bobby McGeer. Bobby, brilliant race from yourself there. Very, very close. Tell us, what were you thinking on this one?
Tell him what we thought of it as well,
just
Anthony.
to be up front with so many champions in that, it was just brilliant. It was, when I come in second, it's like, oh, yeah.
The boys up in the commentary box there were explaining as well that they think that's probably the race of the weekend so far. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, it was close. As I was coming out the pit, I tried to send it up the inside, but yeah, just not close enough.
Very, very close indeed. Your pit stop was actually slightly faster than Selena's as well. We were keeping a very close eye on that one, but all in all, do you reckon you could do that again, or maybe even better it in your next qualifying heat?
Yeah, I'm hoping so. I think if I can stay top 3 in my next 2 heats, possibly a final, but definitely a semi.
Excellent. Well, congratulations, Bobby. Brilliant job out there, and we'll see what you do later on.
Thank you. Thanks.
Excellent stuff there for both Selena and Bobby McGeer. That's the sort of racing we expect to see here at BRKC, and I'm sure we'll see many, many more. But the next race is seated. Let's head back up to you, boys.
Yeah, obviously Selena Balnega cementing her legacy, if you like, and Bobby McGeer on his way to creating one. Absolutely outstanding race that. Now, it's the final of the heat races for this round. So this is the final set of drivers who've yet to tackle the revised layout. Then we'll probably have a fuel break. Then we'll be straight back on it because we've got more races, 5 more races this evening before we call it a night. Now, this is Heat 10, and in this race we've got another very interesting lineup. We've got Jenny Tompkins, we've got Jacob Equal, we've got Nikki Dolan, we've got Kuba Pacholski, Gary Jones, Seb Miller, Adam Sheargold, Dante Dillon, Charlie Ratford, and Theo Rafter. And this is going to be a tight one, I think. Money would have to probably be on Seb Miller for this, I believe. Anthony, we want to bring you in. Who's your pick for this one? I say Seb Miller. Would you go the same or different?
I'm going Gary Jones.
And what about you, Brad Philpott?
Charlie Ratford.
Charlie Ratford. So, well, each of them capable of doing it. Gary Jones, now that would bring the house down, wouldn't it, Anthony?
That's what I've gone for it.
Yeah, that would be the emotion win. He is racing as part of the Unthinkables team, and, well, that might even be an unthinkable thing if he won, but what a win it would be, because it would mean defeating the likes of Charlie Ratford, Dante Dillon, Seb Miller. Jacob Equal has really shown some serious speed in this, and so far this weekend. So they're going to be heading out. They're going to be facing the revised track for the first time. Their out lap is their looking lap. They then got to qualify on the lap that follows, and then they have a sort of half lap, if you like, but it is on the revised bit before they get lined up ready for the start. So, you know, the 4th lap they do will be the opening lap of the race. And there's Nicky Dolan there. We can see him coming down into the hairpin at the end of the back straight. Obviously, the back straight somewhat shortened for the revised layout. A different level of momentum arriving at that hairpin. But Nicky Dolan, he's starting his flyer now. So he's had a look at the track. Now he's got to race the track and set his qualifying lap. It's the same for those behind as Dante Dillon's out there. A number of drivers now have already started the lap. Kuba Pacholski started. So is Seb Miller. Now, Seb Miller probably would be the likely pole sitter for this. assuming it goes right for him. And just 2 more karts to start their lap, I believe, and then we'll be looking at some answers as to who is fast and who's searching for speed still. So
it's currently Dante Dillon, and then Seb Miller has now gone fastest in the first sector on their flyer.
Wow. Brad Philpott, you've got all the numbers in front. What can you tell us?
So still Seb Miller with the fastest first sector as drivers come across the line to finish their lap. It's obviously Pachulski and then Dillon at the moment. Ratford in third. Most drivers now completing the laps. The fastest sectors are shared between people, and the pole setter has neither of the fastest sectors, so they obviously did almost fastest in both of them.
And on balance, that's ended up being fastest because we've got Kuba Pachulski on pole position now from Dante Dillon, from Charlie Ratford. Seb Miller is, by his standards, only 4th. Jacob Equal is in 5th. Gary Jones is 6th. Anthony, that's your pick. Nicky Dolan is in 7th. Adam Sheargold is 8th. Theo Rafter is 9th. And Jenny Tompkins is there in 10th place. So there's a bit of a discussion with Dante Dillon at the back there. Clearly some question mark over something. Is it a seat position that needs ironing out? The gap is just 1/10 of a second, well, way down really, just over 1/10 to the 5th place, which would be Jacob Equal when it's only 2/10. And when you consider how many corners are on the lap, that's not a lot. So it is Kuba Pachulski who's going to lead them away now. They've obviously sorted Dante Dillon's problem out as around the corner very slowly to try and get the whole train moving. The train moves as one now, and it's Kuba Pachulski, the Polish driver, who will lead them round to take the start. He's the 19-year-old from Poland. We know him well in these races, and there he is. He's leading the way. He's being chased down by Dante Dillon and Charlie Ratford. They're not able to make a move this early and probably not looking at it really either. Want to get settled into it. This is obviously only the 4th lap they've done of this layout. And there is Kuba Pachulski with Dante Dillon, and there, of course, is Charlie Ratford with Seb Miller behind him. Charlie Ratford being in the blue there in 3rd place, the blue and white. So Kuba Pachulski continues to lead. There he is, close up on screen. There's Dante Dillon in the 2nd place. Now, it does look as though something of a gap is opening up to Ratford behind Dillon, but, well, it's tenuous at best, isn't it? And probably a bit early to say. But Kuba Pachulski continues to lead around that long curve into the new hairpin there, into the snail, which they're arriving at with a completely different level of load and speed and everything else. Through the quick dogleg section now, onto the shortened backstretch, into the hairpin at the end, which we all know. Round the right-hander there with the final hairpin. There goes Pachulski through to complete another lap in the lead. He's got Dante Dillon right on his tail, and then maybe a kart or so opening up to Charlie Ratford and Seb Miller behind them. Kuba Pachulski continues to lead. No early visitors in this one, Anthony. Obviously, we're in that window for those who just want to jump straight in the pits. Have you anyone in? Not at all.
No, I've had no one in, which is good news for me. I'm currently standing next to a heater in race control, so I'm all Gougie. If they all stay out there until the very last lap, I'll be a happy chap.
You certainly will, and a warmer chap, because certainly someone laying on the heat is Kuba Pachulski. As he crossed the line again, no one in the pits at all. There's a little bit of a bunch behind Pachulski. I think really I'm looking at Ratford and Seb Miller. They got a little bit tight coming through the first corner there. We're looking at Dante Dillon on screen. He's the one chasing down the race leader, Kuba Pachulski, through the snail section, onto the dogleg part, onto the shortened backstretch, in towards that all-important hairpin at the end of the backstretch. Pachulski taking a normal turning point, but getting to the inside and spending quite a bit of time on the inside there. Obviously, Dante Dillon's got no option to pass. Into the pits, though, Ratford.
Yes, indeed. Ratford into the pit lane. Green light on gate number 1. Gate 2, green light. He heads out, and as it's the first stop, crucially, he goes to the back.
Now, he had some good reason. He could see that last couple of laps, he was actually slightly quicker than the 2 leaders. But the big downside to what he's just done is there is much, much slower traffic that he's going to catch extremely quickly. He's going to have to pass Jennifer Tompkins, Nicky Dolan, Theo Rafter, and they are lapping a good 6-7 tenths slower than Ratford can do. So he's going to have to make some moves unless he's very fortunate and all of those karts pit in front of him.
Now, why do we think Ratford might have come into the pits there, Brad? Because, another one in the pits. Talk us through it, Anthony.
Yes, indeed. It is the number 20 into the pit lane now, Nicky Dolan, and Nicky Dolan gets 2 greens and goes to the back.
Well, that's one of them, of the 3 that, that Ratford needed out of the way.
So there's a partial answer, but why, I mean, putting your driver's helmet on here, Brad, Charlie Ratford, he was third ahead of Seb Miller, a gap between him and Dylan for first. Why might he come in the pits there?
He could see he was slightly quicker than the leaders. So the leaders are doing 33.9, 34.0. Ratford's just on a 33.7, 3/10 quicker. Apart from the traffic he might be about to encounter, the other downside is he's just released Sebastian Miller, who's actually slightly quicker than Ratford himself.
Yeah, so, well, I suppose we can call that a very confident move from Charlie Ratford. What do we got going on here? We've got Dante Dillon being closed in on by Seb Miller. So just as advertised, Brad, as you were saying, Seb Miller is far from Ratford releasing himself from the leaders. Ratford has released Miller from him.
But Ratford sets the fastest lap of the race, so he is now the fastest on track.
So what we can conclude from this, perhaps, is that both Ratford and Miller are faster than the leaders.
Yep.
So could there almost be like the double jump? Will we see Miller close in on them, which he is? He's really all over the back of Dante Dillon now, although is this the concertina effect that we see in the new section?
Ratford passes Tompkins, so that's the second of the 3 karts he needs to pass. If he can get past this final kart of Theo Rafter without too much trouble, Ratford is looking best for the win here.
Right, so was that Rafter or was that Tompkins that he passed? Because according to the timing, Tompkins is ahead of Rafter.
Tompkins is in the pits now, but I think she was behind. I think it is still Rafter that's just ahead of Ratford.
Yeah, Jenny Tompkins in the pits, Anthony.
Yes, indeed. Jenny Tompkins with 1 and 2 green lights comes out neck and neck. And she's under investigation, actually, as well as Tompkins.
For what, Anthony? For what?
That's a great question. I have no idea. I'm going to find out.
Brad?
Ratford's through. This is now crucial. Ratford has masses of clear air in front of him. He's also the quickest driver on track based on him having the fastest lap right now, and the leaders are all bunched together and they're all going slightly defensive. If Ratford can now just pump in lots of fast laps and none of the leaders pit, he will have the lead.
And as they passed the team area there, Seb Miller was seen to respond to something. So Seb Miller waved an acknowledgement to something that was at the trackside.
That will be BSR telling him
BSR
he has
saying,
to pit.
"You're in now, pal." So I think we're going to see, get ready, Anthony, because it's going to be on this corner that Seb Miller comes in. Will he come in now? No, he doesn't. He carries on. So maybe actually the order was possibly even from Bradley Shepherd himself saying, "You're staying out, my son." And, see what you can do for a few laps. Can you get amongst those leaders before we pull you in? Obviously, if Seb Miller came in and then went out, he'd probably be neck and neck with perhaps Ratford.
Yep, right now, I think
that
he would
means
be.
it would be a pointless battle away from the lead contest, yeah?
Right now, the gap is almost enough for Ratford to jump to the lead. That 10.4 gap we can see, and he came back. Oh, now Miller's in.
Yeah. Into the pit lane, yes, for Sebastian Miller. Gate number 1 is good. There was a brief flicker there of another light, but it was fine. It was green. And green for gate 2 comes out. So
Ratford's through.
Ratford!
Oh! Ratford almost did it Dylan DeWolf style, and he was thinking the same thing, but Seb Miller was a little bit more robust than Chris Ball, and he made sure Ratford had absolutely no advantage at all. Ratford, there was some contact, probably more gentle, but who knows. And
Dylan.
let's have a look. Dylan in the pits.
Dante Dillon in the pit lane, and crucially there, Sebastian Miller under investigation. Green light on gate number 1. Gate number 2, it's a yellow light on gate 2 for Dante Dillon. He pointed at it saying that no, the red light was on still with the yellow, but there was no green light at all. That's a bad stop.
And there's Charlie Ratford right behind Dante Dillon, and Seb Miller right in front of him. There's the number 12, Kuba Pacholski, who's been released by everybody, and that everybody is now a 3-way fight further back. Miller, Dillon, Ratford, with Miller leading the way, although under investigation. This race could very much change depending on what happens with Sebastian Miller if he's under investigation. Dante Dillon, can he hold off Charlie Ratford? Because Charlie Ratford's on a proper mission, Brad. He was your pick, and who's fastest so far?
I don't understand what's happened to Miller's pace. He's down in the 34s now, and Pacholski's doing the 33.7. So,
well, I can tell you what happened to his pace. That heavy thumping he had with Ratford
But
probably on that first corner.
That was a couple of laps ago now, though. So
Right,
this is a clear air lap for Miller, and he's not fast enough now to jump Pachulski.
Well,
so
we've got Miller on screen here, Brad. So those at home are watching Seb Miller there. He's the one we're talking about. He's the lead one in the blue helmet of this group. There's Dante Dillon. There's Charlie Ratford in the white suit with the blue on it. So we can see in real terms there what the gaps are. They've just crossed the line, Brad. Can you tell us anything about the lap time of Seb Miller?
Okay, so it's actually Dante Dillon. Oh, yeah, Seb Miller's back in the 33.7. So obviously
so
some kind of
recovered
glitch.
that.
But it's actually Dante Dillon who's fastest, although if he does have a penalty for that failed pit stop, then that will mean nothing at all. Charlie Ratford, you could say he's bottled up behind Dante, but if he goes with him, Dante's capable of doing very, very fast lap times. Right now, there are a bunch of karts all lapping extremely quickly. Even Jacob Equal is kind of back in contention here, just 2 seconds behind the leader. If all these karts we've been looking at, this fight that's been going on between Miller, Dillon and Ratford carries on, you might see Equal jump up into one of the podium places.
Well, yeah, that is kind of something, because Jacob Equal, when this battle was going on, when these guys here hadn't made before they made their pit stops, when they were up there with Pachulski, Jacob Equal was nowhere near 2 seconds behind Pachulski, was he? What's happened lap time wise? You've got the numbers there, Brad. What's going on?
They're all lapping very, very closely, so it's really about who loses time.
Yeah.
You've got 33.7, 33.6, 33.7, 33.7, 33.7, 33.6, all the way down the field. So they're all basically identical. We've got a pitter.
We don't have a pitter. There's drama for Dante Dillon. Now, the lights in pit lane, it was red. With the light red was still on, and then it flashed yellow. I didn't see a green. People in the pit lane didn't see a green. But the team are saying it went green then yellow. Of course, they would say that.
Of course they are.
But yeah, so Dante was given an invalidated stop. He's not come in for that stop yet, and I'm curious to see whether or not that's going to stay. The team are telling him to stay out, but I think there's.
Is that do you think because he's actually sort of waiting on the team to keep arguing it?
Probably so, and until it's too late to actually come in, sort of thing.
Well, maybe they don't want to leave it that long, but he has got time if he wants to play that sort of game.
Yeah.
Because he is, they've got nearly 10 minutes to go. Now, Dante Dillon is closed right up on the back of Seb Miller there. And Jacob Equals made inroads on the leader, Kuba Pachulski, for heaven's sake. And here's Charlie Ratford just waiting to benefit from Dillon. Brad, what have you got?
And Miller, Dillon and Ratford are now in a little pace bunch that could be jumping Pachulski, because if you look, the gap between Miller and Pachulski is under 10 seconds now. So with a pit stop, that's where they're going to come out absolutely side by side. A few more laps like that, and Miller will be the net leader.
Absolutely. Brad, with your bank of numbers that's in front, does it actually look like Pachulski is losing to a lot of people? Because you're talking there about him losing to these three. It got mentioned earlier on about losing to Jacob Equal. Pachulski potentially is on his way to 5th place.
Right now, he's matching the karts that are behind him. So second, third and fourth are doing similar or identical times to Pachulski.
So he's doing enough to hold that.
But it's the karts that have pitted that are going quicker than him. It's the Miller, Dillon and Ratford trio that are all lapping quicker than the leader.
Right, and that cut in that Equal was making has now stagnated on 2.0 seconds. It's gone up to 2.1 again. So obviously Pachulski's been able to respond to Equal, or Equal's lost some time.
I love races like this where
Pachulski's in quite a race, probably without realising
Exactly.
it. He's got a lot of enemies out there really right now, hasn't he, Kuba Pachulski? Because a lot of people who are positioning themselves to take that lead away from him. He may be thinking Equal, he may be thinking Miller, but actually there's a lot more to it than that. It's probably better that he doesn't know.
And I think Miller now has the net race lead. And that's really relying on Pachulski doing a really clean stop. And he's got the pressure to do a clean stop too. So, and even Dillon looks like he's getting close to jumping Pachulski. Ratford will do the same if they carry on like this.
Now, Ratford seems to be falling away ever so slightly from Dante Dillon, but the elephant in the room is, of course, this penalty that may or may not be applied to Dante Dillon. If, with all due respect, if anyone can argue, it's the team he's with, isn't it? If anybody can get him off the hook here, it's the guys he's with. So obviously staying out until he has to come in. Surely he knows. Anthony, obviously, maybe you do or don't know, but can you tell us if you do know, has Dylan been given a penalty warning at all?
Don't know.
Yeah.
Is the answer to that.
Okay.
The team are still arguing it. They're still discussing it. I think they're looking at cameras. They're looking at the replays back on the broadcast. The team came up and showed us the broadcast. I stuck my nose in it. I didn't see a green light in the reflections of the floor. You don't physically see the light, but I don't see. But they say, no, look, there you go, it was green. But I'm thinking, how many green lights are there around this venue? There's one at the end of the pit lane. There's one right here on this post. There's another one on that post there.
Yeah.
There's green reflections everywhere.
Do you know, that's where I was going to go on to. The right reflection at this point could be very useful, couldn't it?
Yeah, exactly. And I just see red and yellow, and then a hint of, like, if you can't see it from my position, but from my position here, that green light on the pit exit shines perfectly where the light from where the pit box is would show. So it's like,
and that might be the argument that Dante Dillon throws. I thought I saw green because of that light over there.
Yeah, no, but I was looking dead straight at the light because it's kind of my job, and I didn't see a green.
And I'll tell you what else was looking straight at the light, I'm sure, are race control CCTV cameras.
Oh,
and,
yes.
and that's
More than likely.
That's what they'll be looking at, rather than people's anecdotes about reflections on the floor.
Exactly that.
In the meantime, Sebastian Miller has definitely got the net lead of this race. Pachulski's left it way too late to pit. It's now down to 8.5, the gap between Miller and Pachulski. So Miller is effectively leading this race right now.
So those of you at home watching on the live stream, this is Seb Miller that we're talking about here with the blue helmet. He's listed, as you can see from that little scoreboard on the left side, he's listed there in 5th place, and I think that's the fastest lap of the race, isn't it, for him?
Dante Dillon still holds the fastest lap, but Miller's not far away, within the same 10th.
Miller's within that. All right, so Miller is... so, Brad, there, you're talking about what's currently the 5th place because of the pit stop cycle. Seb Miller there actually is in the lead. Now, who's in front of him? That's the 18. That's Adam Sheargold. So Sheargold is yet to make a pit stop. Miller's catching him on merit. Now, there's 5 minutes to go. Depending on Sheargold's pitting plans, potentially, if it's tight, Miller could still lose the lead, do we think?
He's got a bit of a buffer right now. He's got about a 1.5 second buffer before he would lose that net lead. But you're completely right. Sheargold and Jones in front don't have to let him through. They're racing for position.
Yeah.
And they're in their own strategic battle between themselves. So they won't really care what's going on with Seb Miller. And so he could be held up. They're lapping about half a second slower than him. And now Miller does take the fastest lap of the race with a 33.2. So he's really
lucky.
Got the bit between his teeth.
Sheargold in the pits.
And Sheargold was also doing fast laps, actually, only 1/10 slower than Pachulski.
Sheargold in the pit lane, 2 green lights. Shake of the head, not too happy. It looked like a pretty decent stop to me. 10.1, not too bad.
Is that the default shake of the head, is it?
A default driver shake of the head, indeed.
The default shake of the
Raptor
head.
in as well. Now green on gate 1, green on gate 2. He's back out. He's got clear track in front, and his pit stop was a 10-second 0.0.
Now, sorry, to go back on that, Anthony, was that Theo Rafter you said into the pits?
Yes, Rafter into the pit lane. Right,
Which is
here's
helpful
Gary
to Miller.
Jones. Still my prediction to win this race, and he has got 2 green lights. He's back out on track.
Another helpful to Miller. Carry on, Brad.
We're now looking like Pachulski by just staying out. I don't know what his team are doing or whether they've got different calculations to us. He might lose 3 positions. He's definitely lost a position to Miller. But Dillon and Ratford are both now within that 9.5 second window where you're at serious risk of being jumped.
Well, if that's the case, that shows just how far on the screen as we look at it, because there's Miller and there's Dillon and Ratford. That kind of shows the clear advantage Miller's got.
Absolutely.
Over Pachulski, who's yet to pit. So, well, the slightly tongue-in-cheek statement earlier that I made about Pachulski could find himself down in 5th place. It may not be wide of the mark. Certainly 4th place is on the cards here, unless something can change. The only thing that can really happen is Pachulski responds with fast laps. If he comes in the pits now, he's going to come out behind Miller. That's no point. He's got, probably 2 minutes, minute and a half, 2 minutes, in order to put the quickest 3 laps in of his life. And only then might he keep the lead. Brad, if we look at the numbers there, what do you really think it'll be?
He's losing a couple of tenths, 3 tenths again on that lap almost to Ratford.
But is
down
it
in
too
5th.
late to come back out and block?
This
Will
is
he
what,
actually, by
this is what we don't
definition,
know.
lose all the spots?
So it's now under 9.5 seconds to Ratford, and he's the furthest back in that group. They might be banking on Dylan getting a penalty. They might have already given up on Miller because he's just way too far in front, and think maybe there's a chance. Here we go. We're about to find out.
Race leader.
Pacholski in the pit lane, green on gate 1, green on gate 2. It's good. He's got traffic, though. It's going to be close.
And there's Ratford trying to do a Dylan de Wolf. It doesn't work for him. And Pacholski assumes third place. So Pacholski assumes third in real terms. We've got Jacob Equal, who's yet to pit. He'll probably be in this lap or the next, Anthony, so be ready for him. And but Pacholski has probably maintained a top 3 place there by slamming it across the front of Charlie Ratford coming out the hairpin. Ratford again trying to
calls
do a
in.
Dylan de Wolf. Yeah, there he is.
Yeah, it's green on gate 1, comes into gate 2, watching that light, and it's green on gate 2. He's all good, he's out.
You've got to feel for Charlie Ratford. Twice in this race, he's almost jumped the kart that's coming out of the pits, and in an almost identical situation, he hasn't managed to hang on around the outside, and he's been bundled into the wall.
Yeah, he's been so close to that, hasn't he? If maybe the way things were going lap time-wise, if Pacholski had left it a lap later, it might have been enough.
Yeah.
Because he was even slightly ahead. However, Anthony is quiet in the pit. Yeah, that's fine. Now, it's getting very defensive behind Pacholski on Ratford. You just see that out of shot. There's Dylan just gone through. There is Dylan.
Move into the final corner, and it was on camera, so we can review that
It's
afterwards.
Ratford's taken the spot. And under pressure is Pacholski from Equal.
Ratford's under investigation now as well, so he's got to be
bet he
careful.
is.
I've got an update if you want very quickly.
Yes,
Dante
we do.
Dylan, they're not giving him a penalty right now, but it's still under review, so he's not out of the woods.
Gosh, his boys are good, aren't they? If they've managed to get that one. Right, so there is Ratford. He's giving the position back.
And he's going to lose to Equal by the looks of it as well. He's having to let one
blocked
cut
him.
through.
He's blocked. He's done it, man.
managed
He's done it. Yeah, he's just about covered it there. Charlie Ratford, he obviously knew that was going to be looked at. He didn't want the aggro. He gave the position back. Now, it's half a minute to go before we get into those final 2 laps. Ratford, he's going to have another look. Now, Pacholski will definitely be rattled. Pacholski will be driving so defensive for these couple of laps because he knows that Ratford means business. Okay, he's let him back through. That doesn't mean he's not going to have another go. As they come around that revised bit onto the old part now, as there is Pacholski. He's on these final corners here. This is where the move was last time. Ratford, no, he's not going to do anything there. He's thinking the better of it. But what will happen to the first corner here? He's got a bit blocked out. Pacholski really cutting across there. Pacholski's 100% defensive with just 2 laps to go. They're on the penultimate lap. Now,
do you remember in the last couple of races, third place was around 18 to 20 seconds behind?
Not in this race.
In this race, if you were 18 seconds behind, you'd be down in 8th position.
Yeah, absolutely. I was thinking of that just now. I thought, well, look at those tiny little numbers up there. But there's Kuba Pacholski. He is in 3rd place. There's Charlie Ratford immediately behind him 4th. And there is Jacob Equal immediately behind him in 5th. There's a gap. That's Gary Jones there and Adam Sheargold. So these, as we say, it's tight, and it's tight on the track. Having a look to the right-hand side, there was Jacob Equal. He couldn't make anything work there, but they're on the last lap, so if he does it now, just a couple of corners from the finish there is Seb Miller. He's going to make it a win here in this race. Meantime, though, we're looking at Pacholski in 3rd. Can he hold him off? Can he hold Ratford off? Now, what's Ratford going to do? He's going to go the inside. He tries, but he's covered by Pacholski. Now, will it be on this final corner? Is he going to be do or die? He can't, because Pacholski's covered that gap. It's going to be Pacholski in 3rd. He is, I'd call that a salvage. He's salvaged 3rd as Pacholski. So what a win there. That is definitely Seb Miller. Dante Dillon provisionally 2nd place. Kuba Pacholski 3rd. Charlie Ratford 4th. Jacob Equal a fight in 5th. Gary Jones not that far behind in 6th. Adam Sheargold, Nicky Dolan, Jenny Tompkins and Theo Rafter. Anthony, they're going to come to you now. And, well, Seb Miller, he did all that out of the lead.
Yes, solid drive for him. Dante's just going to do a practice run here. I'm going to watch this one. That was fine. But I'm sure we'll have a quick chat with him after that race as well. He's very vocal about it. We'll try and get a clean word out of him. Right, Mr. Miller, you can take your helmet off. It's fine.
Thank you.
Always want to take their helmets off. There we go. Sebastian, well done. That's what we needed. Good race, good drive. Controlled, was it?
Yeah, I'd say qualifying wasn't brilliant. Qualified in 4th, but then during the race, my team helped me out with my strategy, which is brilliant, and came in and just pipped Charlie once I came in, and once he came out of the pits, just got ahead of him, and yeah, drove to the flag. Kuba and Dante came close near the end, but I think the final few minutes I just was nailing those lap times down and won the race, so it was lovely.
It's exactly what you needed, isn't it? A great way to... Is that end of your day now today? You're not racing till tomorrow?
I have another race at 9 p.m. And then I'll be done for tonight, so hopefully another win. But
So you've got a bit of a time to wait now, and so get yourself relaxed and get focused on for that one, because you're back on the normal track for that one, are you?
it's alternate again.
Alternate.
Tomorrow is standard, so yeah.
Okay.
Hopefully another good race. Now I've learnt this layout, so we'll see.
Should be a good one for you. Well done. Congratulations on that one. Let's see if we can grab a quick word with Dante. He's running away, but I'm going to step over this one. Dante, can I grab a quick word before you drive off? Drive off? Walk off. There we go. Not used to it. Right, that pit stop. What did you see?
Well, I came up to the line, and then when it went to yellow, then it went to it went red, then it went yellow and red and yellow again. I don't know if it went red again. It just kept like, it was almost as if it kept re-identifying me as crossing the line. I wasn't even trying to push the stop, so.
Interesting. Okay, because lots of things happening there. So everyone's still reviewing it, but great race for you, Stowe, though. P2 at the moment, and hopefully you can hold on to that one.
Yeah, well, I knew that there was a risk of Seb undercutting, so that's why, I don't want to still risk the stop, and yet still the lights came on, so I don't get it. But yeah, it was a good race, good quality, very close to the pole. If I got the pole, it would have been a bit, I would have had a better chance of winning. But I know it was a good race. Hopefully the result stands.
Let's hope so. Best of luck. Well done to Dante Dillon on that one. Well, there you have it. Teams say they saw a green. I didn't. Dante didn't. And, well, there you go. We'll have to see what happens with that one. But rightly so, what Dante says there, it was kind of red, yellow. It wasn't doing what it should have done. If it was a penalty, the red light turns off, it goes yellow. And then I think that's what he's arguing on that factor.
There was a lot of different colours there, Anthony.
There was.
I couldn't quite work out
Maybe
the order
a
in
pink.
that one.
Put a pink in there as well.
We're going to go over to Brad Philpott with the Brad Pad. He's going to be explaining a couple of things. Just one thing as well. We're going to a fuel break, and then we're going to start the third round. We've got 5 of those races tonight. So, Brad, you're going to talk us through some of the things you've picked up on.
Well, just before I show you this little clip on my pad, I'm just going to address Dante there. I love when drivers give their description of what they definitely saw during a race when there's a potential penalty involved, because I remember quite clearly Dante definitely wasn't shown last chance to pit board when he received a penalty a couple of years ago, until we went to race control and I watched the CCTV footage where the board was clearly displayed to him and he just didn't notice it. So don't ever believe someone's personal testimony. Human testimony is notoriously fallible. But here's something which isn't, the objective video of the Charlie Ratford move into the final corner in that last race. Now, you'll remember he actually then let the driver back through, and it's not entirely in the middle of my shot, so you can see the karts are coming from the left-hand side of the shot here. But I think of the several moves we've seen like this into the final corner, this might have been one of the least on. You can see that Charlie, as much as he was trying to make a nice clean move down the inside there, is moving the other driver wide. If I zoom in, I know it's a bit dark, but there's quite a lot of opposite lock on that driver who's being pushed wide. And then Charlie, look at the angle. Both karts are still moving pretty wide at the apex. They're very
If I can cut in there, Brad, this is why Charlie Ratford very wisely gave the position back. That prevents any row with race control. He knew that they were going to definitely look at that, and it wasn't going to be in his favour, was it?
Absolutely.
Sorry, Brad, carry on.
No, that's it. And it's always a difficult move to make into that final corner. He had to give it a try. Ratford, along with several drivers in that race, could have finished much higher if other drivers had done slightly different things. They all had the pace to do it at various points. And Ratford just always seemed to be the bridesmaid in all of the different situations and ended up either 4th or 3rd, depending on the outcome of the Dante Dillon penalty.
Yeah, so a great showing there by Charlie Ratford. We're going to have a short break now, just for maybe 10 minutes or so. They're going to check the karts, they're going to fuel the karts, and then we will be right back with you soon. So from me, James Auld, Anthony Jordan and Brad Philpott, we hope you join us for the first five races of the third round, and then we'll be concluding it for the night, and the second half of the third round will be tomorrow morning. So join us for the next 5 races this evening, the last 5 races of the day, in just a few minutes once the karts are all fueled. We'll talk to you later.
Je m'appelle Luc Walter, je suis passionné de sport automobile depuis tout petit et je pratique le karting à haut niveau. Et j'ai voulu créer mon propre championnat de karting qui est le FRKC. Et la première édition était en 2022. Le FRKC, c'est très simple, c'est un championnat de karting de location où nous sommes basés au Metz Kart Indoor. C'est un championnat qui se déroule sur un jour où les 100 pilotes auront l'opportunité de rouler durant 5 manches distinctes, puis les 48 meilleurs seront qualifiés pour les demi-finales et ensuite les 16 meilleurs pour la finale. Le vainqueur de ce championnat aura l'opportunité de concourir au championnat du monde de karting gratuitement.
And then we start the match races. Yeah, first against Johan Medard was really good. Then against Ian Lepela was also very good. And then against the world champion in 2019, Michael Schuttler. And then we drove the final. Yeah, directly after lap 1, I was pulling away a little bit. Then I thought in lap 4 or 5, I think, I come in the pits, I will let them drive alone. It's difficult for them. And you saw it directly, and for me, I knew it would be a comfortable win. And now I'm sitting here, so I'm really happy with the result.
La chose dont je suis le plus fier au niveau du FRKC, c'est que les meilleurs pilotes du monde, certains champions du monde, placent ce championnat directement comme un des meilleurs championnats d'Europe. Et justement, ces championnats d'Europe qui ont plus de 10 ans d'expérience, ça me touche beaucoup. Pour moi, la plus importante chose quand on vient participer au FRKC est effectivement ce plaisir de pilotage qu'on peut entretenir avec ces très bons pilotes et surtout s'amuser et faire du karting à très très haut niveau, mais pour un très faible coût.
Yeah, the track is really nice. It has a lot of grip, and that's also really difficult for some people because it steers directly, so you have to keep in mind to steer later than you normally think. I also like the championship. It's perfect organization, and big thanks to Luc for everything.
Pour moi, le FRKC est bien plus qu'un simple événement parce qu'au-delà de la course qu'on réalise durant toute la journée, les personnes continuent à s'amuser, à discuter ensemble, à pouvoir entretenir des bonnes relations et c'est le plus important pour moi.
Yeah, of course, I will come back. I will defend my title, of course.
Pour conclure, je voulais vous rappeler que le FRKC, c'est un événement de haut niveau. C'est un événement de plaisir et c'est un événement très accessible.
The UK's premier rental karting series is back for 2025 and is bigger than ever. The 7th season of the SRK Championship is visiting some of the country's finest circuits, including Buckmore Park, Three Sisters and Rye House. Take your pick from sprint, endurance, novice, junior and cadet championships with fantastic prizes on offer, including 2-stroke test days, cash giveaways and 24-hour race events, plus huge trophies. Get ready to experience fast, fair racing against the best rental karters in the South. Visit srkchampionship.com to sign up today.
I visited Belgium to test out this karting suit in a 24-hour endurance race. The manufacturer says it's one of the fastest karting suits in the world, so I sat down with the founder of Kartskins to find out all about it. I'm here with Jonathan Burt. If you could just introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Burt. I'm 41 years old. I'm been driving karts since I was 12, so I try to find a way to make myself go faster.
Yeah.
So that's how I ended up Googling aerodynamic fabrics, aerodynamic suits, because I saw in other sports like cycling, alpine skiing, they all use these skin suits for aerodynamic reasons to go faster.
Yeah.
So I said, yeah, maybe if I make a suit in these fabrics,
Yeah.
I will go faster in a kart as well.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm holding the very first prototype here that was co-developed with BioRacer, and yeah, it was the very first karting skin suit ever made.
Wow.
It's the one we used for the wind tunnel tests and also for the tests on track with Matthias Roten. And yeah, so you can see it's actually a cycling suit. They put extra long sleeves on it because in cycling you are only allowed to have sleeves like this. So even a cyclist would be faster in the suit, but they are not allowed to by the UCI. So yeah, that's the very first suit. It's very basic. You didn't put
no designs.
No design.
Yeah.
So yeah, when I put it on the first time and when I came to the karting, everyone was actually laughing. So, but yeah.
You got to start somewhere. Humble beginnings.
We got to start somewhere, and you will see that it's only got better and better.
Absolutely. All right. So what have we got over here now?
So this is my suit I used to drive with before I had the skin suit. This one I used for the wind tunnel tests. It's a hot HRX suit.
Yeah. Typical karting
I also
suit.
used an Alpine Star suit to compare it in tests.
Okay.
But yeah, you can immediately see a karting suit has a lot of wrinkles in it. Yeah, if you just touch the fabric, this fabric has zero friction. Yeah, you have the aero sleeves, so that's the high-tech advanced fabric that BioRacer developed. And yeah, you see these stripes in the sleeves. Yeah, they enhance the aerodynamic performance of the fabric. Okay, so this is the suit I used in the Kart World Championship. So it's already with a nicer design. It's actually a copy of my of the design of my HRX suit.
Okay.
Yeah, we have, as you can see, you can print any logo on it in high quality.
So this is the original suit on the left.
This is the original suit.
And it's been converted to a skin
correct.
suit.
As you can see, there's a lot of less fabric used than in a normal suit.
Yeah.
You can see the iron stripe fabric.
So the design,
we put it everywhere. We put it on the legs and even the body.
You can see the lines on the suit there.
Yeah.
But you can see the design translates over very nicely. It's so similar.
Just an exact copy of this design.
So this is a better representation. So on.
So as you can see, the suit is a lot shorter, but still it's the same size.
Wow,
that is my karting suit size. This is my skin suit size.
Wow.
And yeah, you can see it stretches a lot.
The main similarities is the design. How from the original on the right-hand side, and even on the back. Wow, look at that. That is pretty accurate.
Yeah.
I guess going back to the essence of the idea, we have a big rental car community in the world, and when you tell them.
Hello and welcome back here to Formula Fast in Milton Keynes. This is the British Rental Kart Championship of 2025. I'm James Auld. We've got Anthony Jordan in the pit lane. He's going to be talking us through the pit stops. We've got Brad Philpott up here with the Brad Pad dealing with the numbers. A screen full of numbers there in front of him. He'll be keeping us informed of what's actually going on numerically and lap times and things. Now, out on the track, we've got the qualifying session for the first race of the third round of heats. We've had the first two rounds. The first one's been on the normal layout here at Formula Fast, so those who know Formula Fast will recognise this as not the normal layout. The second round of heats has been on this revised layout. We're starting the third round, and this is the first heat race of that third round. We've got 5 races, half the third round this evening, so we've got 5 more races to go. That'll take us to about 10:30 at night. We've got the qualifying laps being completed there, and in this race we've got Max Thorne, Bram Gelton, Aaron Bell, Kuba Pachulski, Eliana De Vos, James Miller, Aaron Mitchell-Begley, Rob Johnson, Tomek Benedowski, Konrad Bilak are battling out the 10 drivers in this race, and this is going to be a very tough one indeed. Bram Gelton, we know, could win this. Kuba Pachulski could win this. Eliana De Vos could win this. Tomek Benedowski could win this. Maybe even Mitchell Begley. Konrad Bilak could well do it. Maybe Max Thorne. How about James Miller, Aaron Bell, Rob Johnson? Anyone here in this mix could do very well here. But at the top in the qualifying is Kuba Pachulski from Eliana De Vos. Now, Kuba Pachulski led all the way in his previous heat race until the very end when he was outsmarted in the pit stops, ended up third. And it was a fighting third. He was nearly fourth or even fifth. But he's starting at the front here. He's ahead of Eliana De Vos. He's ahead of Tomek Benedowski, then Max Thorne, then Aaron Bell. Bram Gelton is the surprise, down in 6th place. Then it's Toby Edelston, then Konrad Bilak, then Aaron Mitchell-Begley, and then James Miller. James Miller there, rounding him out at the back there. So let's have a look at this. We've got, as they come around to start this race here. This is the first round of the third set of heats. As they come through, it is Kuba Pachulski. Kuba Pachulski gets this one underway. He's got Eliana De Vos in tow. Into that really tight hairpin goes Pachulski with De Vos, and they come out onto the revised section. This very fast, long left-hander into a hairpin left. Pachulski is going to hold the middle line there, making absolutely no room for De Vos to try anything at this stage. De Vos, though, does go down the inside. De Vos takes the lead already, and De Vos means business right from the off. So far, we haven't seen any opening lap pass for the lead, but this time it is De Vos who does exactly that thing. So Pachulski has been elbowed back to second. He's now in the clutches of Tomek Benedowski, and Benedowski may have similar ideas there if he can close in. As they complete that opening lap. Brad, you've got the stats there. I think this is the first time we have seen an opening lap change for the lead, certainly on the revised layout.
Yeah, that was a really brave move from De Vos, because he's really relying on not being squashed into the barriers and losing multiple positions. From where I was stood, which is with a pretty good view of that corner, it looked good. We will see it on the replay later, though, so we'll get the objective view in a little while.
Yeah, we'll do all the analytics later on as we see the race leader there pulling away. Brad obviously will be building up various points during the race, which he will look at later. Now, in the pits, Anthony, down with you. So,
yes, indeed.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah, my microphone was struggling to turn it on. Yeah, number 16 into the pit lane. Nice stop there. No drama whatsoever. And Edelson's back out on track. And, of course, as a first stop goes, it's always nice and easy. You've got a clear track.
Yeah, now, Toby Edelston there, we saw him up at the front in the sort of upper midfield in the previous race early on. He was very much in the fight there. So we'll see what happens here. That early pit stop, if you're new to this idea of indoor karting and pit stops in general, in a kart event, he's going to use that because he feels those around him are a little bit slower. Another one in the pits.
Yeah, another early pit stop. This is Aaron Mitchell-Begley, who's in 2 green lights. He's back out on track, albeit now behind the likes of Edelston, but still in a good position.
Brad?
That's because he was bundled down. He was passed on that lap and was knocked down a place. So quite often you see drivers decide, OK, I'm going to get myself out of this situation, pit to the back and do some laps on my own.
Yeah, especially if they feel like they're quicker, they've been released, take take that early pit stop option, that kind of joker lap that it creates, and to move them away. We often see in this kind of event people pit stopping early and people pit stopping late. Fairly rare are the mid-race pit stoppers. Obviously, that's going to be dependent on what's actually happening on track. But meantime, on track, it is Eliana de Vos with the race lead. There he is, coming down the long back stretch into the hairpin at the end. There's it's a very famous passing point here at Formula Fast. And there is Kuba Pucholski, and Tomek Bernadowski is now all over the back of Pucholski. Well, he's a little bit back from what he was a second ago when I started that. But Kuba Pucholski, can he make inroads back? Brad, you've got the lap times there. What are we looking at as who's fastest? It's de Vos, right?
Yeah, de Vos is the one just gradually stretching the lead. The carts behind are only around about a tenth slower than him, though. So that top four are quite static, and any of them could latch onto the cart in front. But at the moment, nothing imminently about to happen with them.
Now, we saw earlier on Dutch racer Selina Balnega. She did exactly this at the start in her heat race, and she actually pulled out a lead, but was then re-closed in on, and it ended up being quite a battle. So it's not over yet for de Vos. There he is in blue, leading the way. He appears to be pulling away right now against Kuba Pucholski, and therefore in turn against Tomek Bernadowski. But it's far from over here, because if Pucholski can find some speed, he'll probably feel like he kind of got a bit let down in the other heat race. He led so much of it, but once the pit stop cycled through, he was third place in the end, and it was a lucky third at that. He had to really fight hard to fend off fourth place from taking him. So certainly Eliana de Vos is going to, well, Kuba Pucholski has a point to prove here and some points to get. These drivers are scoring points to get themselves into the into the semi-finals, and therefore get themselves into the final itself. It's a points program. They all score points in their heats. Every race counts. There's no drop score, and the top 30 go through into the semi-finals, and from that the top scorers go through to the final, but it's done on scores. The semi-finals in reality the right to continue scoring. So there is Eliana de Vos. He's going to try and get in straight away. Brad, you've got something.
Max Thorne's being cast adrift here. So what started out as a 4-cart race at the front, it's now 3 carts and Max Thorne, and then there's an entirely separate race for 5th place onwards, headed by Bram Gelton. The carts from Bram and backwards don't seem to have the pace of that top 4, and it looks like Max Thorne's going to be a little bit lonely in no man's land for a while.
And we've got to change on that fastest lap for this race, Brad, is that right?
Yeah, Bernadowski is the one going quickest, just slightly quicker than the 2 carts ahead, although on that lap it's all pretty much the same. So the top 3 all lapping within half a tenth of each other.
And we can see on screen there, those of you watching at home, it's Tomek Bernadowski that we're considering here. And there he is in the blue, chasing the one in red and black, which is Kuba Pucholski. So there in the blue at the front is de Vos that we're focusing on now. But behind Pucholski, and there's Bernadowski. Now there is a gap there. Oh, Anthony, there's a pit stop.
Yeah, it's Bell who's in the pit lane. Now, I think that was a good start. I didn't catch the first light, unfortunately, as there's a marshal with a bubble hat on, which covered it perfectly. But it was a good second light. I'm just going to wait to see if a message pops up on the board. If I don't see anything, then it was a perfect stop, and I'll let you know.
Yeah, I was going to say Aaron Bell is pretty solid when it comes to pit stops, so we're not likely to see a mistake from him, I don't think, but who knows? You know, it's pressure on for everybody in this event. Meanwhile, Eliana de Vos continues to lead. Kuba Pucholski is second, but Bernadowski is behind him. But with that half second, Bernadowski's got the possibility to actually do faster laps before he starts to get affected by Pucholski. He is currently fastest. In fact, no, it's Kuba Pucholski who is now fastest on the track. Brad, Pucholski, he got really kind of hard done by in the other heat race. He's got something to really prove in this one, I think.
Yeah, just a little bit earlier on, he was jumped in the pits by a couple of carts. This time he was jumped on track on lap 1 by de Vos, but he's hanging on in there and obviously setting the fastest lap on that last lap. He hasn't given up yet. Having de Vos in front of him, though, is obviously a bit of a problem because track position is pretty key. And even if he's slightly faster, and on that last lap, actually, he wasn't. It was de Vos that's pulled a couple of tenths. It's going to be quite a big ask to drag back up to him and pass him on track.
Yeah, so there's Alejandro Vos that we can see as the leader there in the blue. He's wearing one of those skin suits, very similar to what a cyclist would wear for time trials or maybe a bobsledder. And there is Tomek Bernadowski in the blue suit. So there's De Vos, and then Puchalski and Bernadowski. And really, the race is over that second place at the front here. De Vos has what could be described as a relatively healthy lead right now. It's certainly the kind of lead that he could go into the pits, be average and defend. Yeah, he would be mounting defence if those behind actually made a decent stop. But De Vos is doing everything he can to try and pull away. But pulling away is something he's not doing, because once again, Puchalski has lowered that fastest lap of this race. Brad, you've got the numbers in front. What's De Vos's time?
33.5 for the leader, 33.5 for P2, 33.5 for P3. They're all
so it's
really
much
similar.
Then, yeah, okay. So De Vos, despite not holding the fastest lap of the race, is still doing enough to maintain that position. He's not really being closed in real terms. We can see on screen the top three there. There's Puchalski in the red. So you got De Vos in blue up ahead, Eliana De Vos, the Belgian, and he's being chased by the Polish driver Puchalski and another Pole, Tomek Bernadowski. Now, Tomek Bernadowski is very new to us here. He's raced extensively out in Europe. He's a champion in 3 different countries, as it happens. A lot of the European countries now have this format kart event as their national championship for indoor, and very much so is it a case that the same drivers compete in all of these events. So Bernadowski is actually making his debut here in the UK, but he's showing very well indeed, including being third in this race he won earlier on too. Brad?
As a marker of just how close this top 3 are, second and third did identical lap times on that last lap, both with the current fastest lap of the race, 33.477.
Well, you can't say fairer than that. So Puchalski and Bernadowski absolutely matching each other on performance there in their pursuit of Eliana De Vos. De Vos will probably be aware of this because he can see a couple of screens around the track. There are screens available to get that information, and De Vos will be fully aware of what's going on, as he can see, well, you know, are they really catching? Are they not? They might be quicker, but right now it's perfection that De Vos needs. He needs to continue in this spot here. It has to be said, Brad, that yeah, you can see that the gap is stagnant. De Vos was pulling away for some laps now. He has stopped to pulling away. Looking in terms of the pit lane, Anthony, what can you tell us about how many visitors they have? There's only 10 minutes left. We're halfway through this race, but what's going on down there?
Well, Bell's in. Now, something's wrong with his weight. He's pointing at the weight, and I think maybe one has maybe fallen out. I'm not too sure.
I saw him during his pit stop slightly earlier on. He was doing something with the left side of the car, exactly the same area that he just pointed to there.
Right, okay, yeah, and well, he's out of the car, and I think that's our first retirement of the weekend so far. That is a huge shame, so not sure. I think it's the seat. I think it's the seat. That's what he was fiddling around with. It's the lever that I think's come loose, and the seat is just going backwards and forwards. That's why he's retired.
And what a disaster for Aaron Bell. It's very unfortunate for young Aaron Bell there. He's been doing very well, but he's out of this one. Obviously further down the order, but it's still you know, his result as well that he's looking for, and you know, that's a very unfortunate outcome there for poor Aaron Bell. So he's obviously recording 3 laps down and all that kind of thing now. So Brad,
he's closer at the front. Puchalski's been closing in very, very slowly. We're now down to 0.8 of a second, and it's not long before you start getting a tangible slipstream effect, and certainly a psychological one. So he's just getting closer. If he can get within maybe 5 or 6 tenths, then De Vos is going to have to start looking in his theoretical mirrors.
Now, those of you at home, what you need to look at here is that little scoreboard on the left-hand side. You can see the gap, the relative gap. That's all how far back they are from the first place, which is Eliana De Vos. So you're seeing Kuba Puchalski now listed as 0.8 of a second. Tomek Bernadowski is 1.8. So what we can see from that is it's not a case of De Vos slowing down. It's more a case of Puchalski has actually pulled ahead of Bernadowski and closed in on De Vos. So this is all about the speed of Puchalski here. Is he fastest, Brad? No, it's De Vos on that lap. De Vos has had to respond, and he's responded with a new best lap of this race. It is only very close, so it's only a couple of thousand, so it's not enough. Puchalski does continue with that forward motion. De Vos is doing his best on screen there, but it's Puchalski in the red who's behind him, who's the one who's on the move at the moment there. Puchalski, we're going to see what the gap is.
Identical lap times from the the top two, 33.488, 33.488. That's how close these two are.
And that is some of the best driving you'll ever see. They're cancelling each other out completely. It says a lot for the drivers. It says a lot for the karts here at Formula Fast and Milton Keynes. And that gap stays the same at 0.841. DeVos is trying to respond. Puchalski is trying to come at him. And look at that gap now to third place. Bernadowski is actually extending all the time. So both of these two are going faster at the front. DeVos is trying to get away, but it's not enough because Puchalski's got an answer. He's answering with exactly the same. In fact, the lap's come down now. In the last lap, there's a difference there. And yeah, it is indeed Kuba Puchalski taking another 10th out of DeVos. He's closing in as we speak. Anthony, any news down the pit lane there?
Well, not too much news. We've had Aaron Bell, of course, he's retired from this one. We've had the 2 stops, so we've got another one right now as I speak. It is James Miller who's coming for his stop. Green on gate 1, green on gate 2. He's back out. He will come out right in front of the leaders, though.
Yes, he does. He's got the inside. He's trying to stay out of the way, but they're bumping him more, and Puchalski's right in the tail of DeVos. DeVos tries to go up the inside now. Miller's waving him out of the way. He can't be nowhere. He's got to be somewhere. That's been to the advantage of Puchalski. That's karting. You know, that's welcome to international karting. Basically, these things happen, and you've got to go with it. But that's been to the advantage of Kuba Puchalski. He's now all over the back of Alain DeVos. Miller tries to get out of the way. He does so. He's really trying to be the sportsman, but, you know, he can't be nowhere.
And now Bernadowski is being dragged back into this. We started off with a 4-kart train at the front. Thorne is now nearly 9 seconds back. In fact, yeah, almost 9 seconds. So he's out of it. But Tomek Bernadowski kept himself just about in contention. And now DeVos has to defend. Bernadowski can feature in this race. Maybe he can pit and jump both of them.
Yeah, it's 0.3 of a second first to second, but we can see it. He's right on his tail. Now, will Puchalski make a move here? Will DeVos get defensive? DeVos really kind of covers it cagily there. No real sort of outward swerve across the track, but he was making that kart wide. And here, DeVos knows what he's doing. He's been around this game for a long time now. Into the pits, Anthony?
Yes, indeed. We have got the likes of Bernadowski, who's in here. 2 green lights, back out on track. That's a lovely stop.
You know,
exactly what I would have done.
He looked really quick on that pit exit there, Anthony. Did it seem fast in the pit lane?
10 seconds. 10 seconds on the dot.
10 seconds, okay,
so,
yeah. He just seemed to come flying out the pit. So, yeah, optical illusion. Maybe it's late at night. Who knows? Anyway, meantime, that gap is still a case of nose to tail at the front. There's DeVos. There's Puchalski. They're putting another lap in. 5 minutes to go. Neither of these are pitted. Who's going to be first? DeVos is willing to take Puchalski to the wire. There's no doubt about that, because if DeVos pits on the very last lap and Puchalski hasn't yet pitted, he's going to have to follow him in. So DeVos can call the shots here. Now in the pits, Bilak.
Yeah, Bilak into the pit lane. Green on gate 1. Gate 2, also green. This is a nice stop. He comes out with a bit of traffic, though.
Yeah, he's just tucking in behind the one ahead of him. I think, is that Bram? No, it's
Edelson.
Toby Edelson. Yeah, Edelson. Toby Edelson is there. But another lap goes by without a stop for the 2 leaders. There's 4 minutes remaining as DeVos and Puchalski. Now, if Puchalski wins this, that's kind of, you know, almost the race he's deserved all day long if he does this. But DeVos is in formidable form. He's, in fact, I think he's won both races, has he? Yes, he has. DeVos has won both his heat races, been in here today. He will make it 3 out of 3 if he can keep this position. DeVos there in the blue suit, in the skin suit from Kart Skins in Belgium. They are... and in comes Puchalski.
Yep, he is in the number 21, pitting from 2nd place. Green on gate number 1, into gate number 2. This looks like it could be a quick one. It is a quick one. Heads back out onto the circuit. What is it going to be for Puchalski? It's a 9.5.
9.5. Going over to you, Brad, with the analytics. 9.5 is good, correct?
Yeah, very, very good. Yeah. Bernadowski wasn't quite close enough. He needed about another second, so the 2 out in front didn't fight enough or for long enough. So he is sitting there in probably 3rd, and now it's all just about what DeVos does on his stop. He's currently just staying out lapping. Another 3 minutes, 42 seconds to go.
Yeah, so Puchalski couldn't really afford that to bleed out into the 10s, into the 10 there, could he? He needed to be 9. And into the pits, Gelton, I believe, is it?
Yeah, it is the number 18, Gelton, who is in the pit lane. Good stop. Stopped a little early on the 2nd gate, but gets the green light. I'm curious to see what this one's going to be like for Gelton. Let's find out, because Gelton's gone down to 5th place. 10.1. So again, looked quick, but wasn't too quick.
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't. Here comes De Vos. Here comes the race leader.
This is going to be an important one then for Emilio De Vos. Let's see. Green on gate 1. Gate 2, good stop. Bit slow on the getaway. Didn't seem too happy with it. I reckon that's going to be a relatively decent stop. Around a 9.5, so very good stop indeed, actually. Number 10 also in. Max Thorne comes in. 2 green lights. Is a good getaway as well. What's the stop for Max Thorne? 10.3, so drastically different times there.
Absolutely, but Anthony, we can tell you, the people at home watching on the live stream can see that De Vos has kept his lead. He did enough. In fact, actually that lead is ever so slightly extended to about a cart and a bit length from being bumper to bumper. But De Vos has done enough to keep the lead. There's 2.5 minutes to go and no pit stops for these leaders. De Vos continues with his lead. He's got Puchalski right behind, but if Puchalski wants to win this race, he's got to do it on the track. Bernadowski's probably the net gain in that. He's really closed in on those in front. However, he's not really within what could be considered striking distance right now, although he has potentially about 6 or so laps to do something about this. As there, Emilio De Vos goes round. He's on the new bit there. As they're already moving out of the way, and someone very, very gentlemanly there. Was that Miller? I think it might have been James Miller there. He literally almost parked on the backstretch. Incredible performance there, and got the big thumbs up from Emilio De Vos. That shows at this level, you see, drivers are driving with eyes in the back of the head. Even those who are going a lap down, like James Miller, are absolute star entries. I mean, James Miller, you know, he can beat in the Northern Rental Karting League, and of all those guys in the north, he's 5th overall. He's been second in championships. The BRKC, the British Indoor Championship, is more of a season-long series. Obviously, drivers upgrade to this from that. But Aaron Bell has, not Aaron Bell, James Miller has actually been a national finalist in that. But such is the standard of the BRKC that he's a lap down here. So he really has a lot of experience and skill. But against the likes of Emilio De Vos, he's been forced to go a lap down. Anyway, here comes De Vos, and there is Puchalski chasing De Vos as Bernadowski. This looks a bit set. If we can go over to you for a second, Brad, for some analysis on this of the lap times. Does it look like they're set in terms of what they're doing? Has anyone been able to really make inroads? It looks constant here.
Yeah, since De Vos made his pit stop and he got this little gap to Puchalski, so he's not really under threat, not having to defend, he's been slightly quicker. On that last lap, Puchalski did pull back half a tenth, but the work's already been done by De Vos, and really the work was done on lap 1 to get that track position. So I don't expect any changes here. The 3 at the front are too far from each other to do any lunges, and there's not very much time remaining.
Absolutely. They're close visually. There they are, 1, 2, 3 on the screen. That's Emilio De Vos with the lead. It's Kuba Puchalski in second and Tomek Bernadowski in third. The gap seems to be relatively similar. 1, 2, 3 there, the gap between them. They're circulating, matching each other for speed, literally cancelling each other out. You can bet your life they're right on the money on lap times. It's still Puchalski who's marginally faster of the 3 in the sense that he holds the current record in this race. The current fastest lap in this particular heat race is Puchalski, the second one, the one in red. But it's literally no difference to those in front and the one behind. So there he is, Emilio De Vos. Is he going to make it 3 out of 3? That one put him ahead on points pretty much of anybody, as we're only going to do half of round 3 tonight. The second half of round 3 will be in the morning, as we'll need to sort of catch up on that one. But De Vos will be somebody who's got 3 races and 3 wins in the bag, so he will be setting himself up for a place in the final already, and that of course is in intention. They're on the last lap now, just a couple of corners now, maybe 4 corners for De Vos, 3 corners now, 2 corners now, final hairpin there, 1 corner remaining. De Vos goes through and takes the win. It's Emilio De Vos, wins from Kuba Puchalski. Tomek Bernadowski comes through in third. Max Thorne is going to come through to fourth, with Bram Gelton in fifth. So well done there to Max Thorne. Bram Gelton is a class act, we know that, and he's only fifth. Conrad Bielak has come in 6th place there. Toby Edelson's moved up to 7th. Aaron Mitchell-Begley there in 8th. James Miller 9th. An unfortunate retirement there for Aaron Bell, so he's showing in 10th. They're coming around to you now, Anthony, but to be honest, De Vos, he had that one sorted right from the off. Puchalski tried to make a race of it, but I've got to be honest, De Vos looked so convincing in that race. The pressure was there, but he never let anything really build.
No, exactly. A standard Eliana de Vos drive there, just calm, collected, exactly what he needs. And smiles are coming around, of course, because, of course, you've got the likes of Vika Schlitz, who's out in the next race. The two Blue Star drivers certainly having a very good day, and as well as the rest of the Blue Star team. We have spoken to Eliana de Vos in previous races, but it's probably his last race of the day. Let's have a chat with him, because he comes away with another convincing race win at the end of that one. He's just getting himself weighed on the bridge there. And Eliana, we'll let you drop your stuff there and put your helmet off if you'd like. But certainly a lovely end to your day, I think, for that one. Another win, exactly what you need, and I think you're primed and ready for tomorrow now, aren't you, after all those races?
Yeah, very happy with the results for today, and tomorrow we have one more race left, and then I hope for also again a P1, but yeah, we will see it. Very happy.
You're looking good that you'll make it into, of course, the semi-finals and possibly that final as well. But, of course, everything's just seemed to go your way on this one. This year, do you reckon you could come away with it?
I hope for it. We'll make the best of it. But, yeah, we will see it.
Still a long way to go. Congratulations to Eliana de Vos there. Plenty of action happening at the moment with drivers getting themselves sorted out and ready. But ups
DJ,
and downs, I think, throughout that one. Go on.
That's right, Anthony. We're going to go over to Brad Philpott for some analysis of various moves in that race.
The driver you've just been talking to, Eliana de Vos, he made a crucial move right at the beginning of the race. Pachulski defended into the first hairpin, and he looked like he had P1 covered, and ultimately, saw on the lap times, he had the pace to win if he had the track position. But de Vos made this crucial move. So let's watch it, and you guys can see whether you think it's fair. I personally think it's one of the best moves so far. So as Pachulski comes round into the snail, he's looking down here somewhere. But de Vos behind him in his Blue Star suit is looking straight down the inside. That's where he's going to go. And here he goes. He finds the gap from nowhere, is fully alongside by the time they reach the apex, and makes an excellent move. And Pachulski will be kicking himself that he left that gap open on those early laps. And in full speed, in slow-mo, let me just show you that one more time. Look at this. That's how you go and take the race win.
Now, Brad, I just want to cut in on you there, because you can see the thing with de Vos is he's made that move stick really early in the corner. Long before they're at the apex, he is comfortably ahead. Pachulski can see him. He knows he can't turn in. And de Vos putting Pachulski, he kind of blocked past him in a sense, hasn't he? But it's well early in the corner. And, of course, the snail, it's a slower entry on the revised layout.
Pachulski just didn't expect him to go for it. He just wanted to get the best possible apex speed and exit. And unfortunately, he let him slip through.
Absolutely right there, Brad. So great insight on that one. And with the slow-mo there, we could clearly see what we had seen at full speed as it was happening. And that was about the cleanest move we've probably seen in the snail for a long time. Now we're moving on to Heat 2 of round 3. And this is going to be an interesting lineup here. We have a lineup that looks like this. Anthony Roberts is in this one. Lewis Manley is in this. So is Dylan de Wolf, Vika Schlitz, Gary Jones, Carlin Bedo, Ben Frankham, Kobe Coslet, Jamie Sherman Chase, and Gabriel Kinter. Now, looking at the front of the race here, we've got to really be considering these top three, Lewis Manley, Dylan de Wolf, and Vika Schlitz. All of them being running at the front. Lewis Manley has been a contender for years. He's been knocking on the door of winning the whole event ever since about 2014 here at Formula Fast when it first came. A perennial competitor, perennial front runner. At some point, he always wins a race, and he is yet to do so. But this could be the race that happens. However, if he does that, he's going to have to beat Dylan de Wolf, and Dylan de Wolf has won twice. He's another one like de Vos who's won both his heat races so far. This is his third heat race of this event. And there at the back, well, that's Gabriel Kinter, who we'll come to in a moment. So Dylan de Wolf is a major threat. Vika Schlitz is a former champion here of the British Rental Kart Championship, and he actually kind of scored a bit low in his previous heat race by his high standards. Kind of a scrape through in third, but Vika Schlitz will be looking to really cement some points here and, put himself in a position of actually already qualifying for the final before he has the problem of the semi-finals. Now, There are those three. Somebody who could be a fly in the ointment here, you've got to go down to Gabriel Kinter there. He's been really piling on the pressure, putting on the performance. Gary Jones, we know, can win round here. He's... also with those lot, you know, do we look then at Ben Frankham? Can Ben Frankham get in the mix? Anthony, obviously down there in the pit lane. Do we know what was going on there with Kinter, or just nothing really?
I think he's on the next Twix.
I think he's getting the next
sorry,
Twix,
was
yeah.
that a question at me? No, I was talking to Phil Stanley.
If that's a lie, it's very good. Well done.
What was the question?
No, I was going to say, was there some drama with Gabriel Kinter? But he's going now, so there's no problem there at all. There just seemed to be a delay with him out of a car.
Well, I've actually got news on that one, actually.
Brilliant.
So he's gone into kart 20. Obviously, that was the kart that came in earlier on because of the seat loosening thing. Now, the team here at Formula Fast have fixed that, and they've said, you can go in this or you can go in a spare. What would you like to do? He said, I will go in this kart. I won't take
because
a spare.
Because it's warm?
Because it's probably warm, yes, indeed. But a word from Formula Fast as well to the drivers is don't over-tighten the seat thing, because that's what's causing it. You can put it tight, but not too tight.
Yeah, now this live stream goes out in the driver's area, so we're going to repeat that.
Yeah.
Don't over-tighten the seat when you lock it in, because if you have over-tightened and it sort of fails on you, you're going to go slamming back, and it's going to be very hard to get full throttle. Obviously, no one cares about the brakes, but the full throttle's a problem. Now, the times are coming in, and we've got Dylan DeVille fastest from Lewis Manley. Gary Jones in third. Look at that. Vika Schlitz, where is he? He's third. Anthony Roberts is now third, ahead of Vika Schlitz. What an amazing result there by Anthony Roberts into third place. And Roberts is seemingly from nowhere. He's a very young competitor there. He was second in the championship in the Herefordshire Raceway. He's not really someone that we had to speak about as a front runner so far in the BRKC, but that changes here and now as he's qualified third right behind the very experienced veteran Lewis Manley. So Dylan DeWolf there, he's already talking to Lewis Manley. He knows Lewis Manley's serious. Lewis Manley's saying, look, let's just go. Roberts there is, well, we don't know what he's going to do. He's probably got a game plan all of his own. He is one of the Bradley Shepherd racing drivers, though, so that means he's going to get full support from the sidelines. Vika Schlitz is in fourth place, which seems to have been a regular starting point for him. His qualifying's been a little bit off for whatever reason this whole weekend.
He benefited from a penalty from another driver moving up to third in his last race. So he's had a first and a third. So he's doing absolutely fine.
Yeah, but every time he qualifies fourth.
Yeah, fourth will not be what he wants to end up with at the end of this race. But unfortunately for him, he's got De Wolf, who's been a star performer today, and Manley, who really needs a good result.
So race is on. It's De Wolf from Manley, from Roberts, from Schlitz, and Gary Jones is there in fifth. Gary Jones there in fifth from Kylan Beddoe, Frankham, Sherman Chase, Kinter, and Coslet. So Kinter's made up a place by the looks of things as they come around. As there is Dylan DeWolf. Now, Dylan DeWolf will be looking to check out. So far, very few have been able to completely check out at this point. They might run in the front and they might win the race, but it's always been by a tight margin, and Dylan DeWolf was having to do such a thing on Lewis Manley, which is a big ask around Formula Fast. Lewis Manley is very much a local hero, and you know, here in Milton Keynes, he only ever races at this track. He is a multiple champion of the track championship, and obviously competes every year here at the BRKC, and he's very quick round here, Lewis Manley, and for years has been arguably the British hope. He's never actually won the series, though, and other Brits have, but he's always a contender. Dylan DeWolf there has the lead from Manley, and Roberts keeps that third place from Vika Schlitz, Gary Jones. It's tight, but no pit visitors yet, Anthony, and I don't think we're going to get any soon. They seem to be staying out.
Oh, well, you're completely wrong there, because straight in on cue. Sherman Chase, yeah, he's in. Good in gate number 1, good in gate 2. As a first stop goes, nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, Jamie Sherman Chase has been kind of pretty much on it in those pit stops all day, hasn't he? He's not someone we're thinking is going to end up with a penalty on that, and he's looking like he's making something as he comes round. I'm looking out the window there, and he actually looks fast alone on the out part of the circuit there. Meanwhile, very much this end of the circuit is Dylan de Wolf. There he is, turning in. He's trying to extend his lead, and he is extending that lead.
Yeah.
There they are. They're pushing on Manley, but it's Dylan de Wolf who's trying to check out. This is about the biggest lead we've seen this early. He's only 3 laps in, and he's got a second already on Lewis Manley, which is saying something here at Formula Fast. Lewis Manley, bit of a rear guard action on Roberts, on Schlett, and in turn Gary Jones. There's de Wolf, and now look at that gap already. Brad Philpott, what are we seeing on the numbers?
Manley had an absolutely terrible lap that last time around, lost half a second. He'd been really keeping de Wolf honest, and then just it must have made a mistake somewhere on the lap or gone a bit defensive, and he's really moved back from de Wolf, although on this last lap he's managed to just break away from 3rd place.
Anthony.
Yep, Colin Bonneau in the pit lane for his first stop and only stop. He's going to have traffic here on the exit with Jamie, but how are they doing?
He just manages to block Sherman Chase out. It was clean as you like, but he just got to that corner in time. Sherman Chase had to actually... Oh, and he's made the move. He's gone down the inside the hairpin. He's done it. He's done it. Jamie Sherman Chase has made the pass. So what he didn't do coming out of the pits, he's done out on the track. Meantime, there on screen is Dylan de Wolf. And look at that gap. It's extending out over Lewis Manley. The incredible Anthony Roberts is the fastest in this race so far. So an outstanding performance by him. He was not on our list of potential winners, but he is fastest in this race, and he's holding down 3rd place. Oh, but here comes Schlett. Schlett has gone up the inside of Roberts as I speak. As I speak and saying how Anthony Roberts is the fastest in the race, it's Schlett. Dive bombs him into the snail and takes 3rd place. There's Dylan de Wolf on screen. Dylan de Wolf continues to lead. He's got that steady gap of almost a second to Lewis Manley. And Schlett and Roberts have actually lost an element of time there. They're about a second in turn behind Lewis Manley, just over that. Can we see Vika Schlett close in? He has won the championship here before. And, well, he's going to have to work hard if he's going to do that again. It's not a clear result. But if he can just scrape in that final, now a wave there from Roberts, as if to acknowledge, yeah, OK, guys, he's signalled back to the pits there. Yeah, all right, I lost a place. He's coming in the pits. He's with you now, Anthony.
Well, let's see how he does. Roberts into gate 1 here, gets that green light, and into gate 2, rousing support from the team. Good stop, clear track as well, and that stop was a 9.1.
9.1, Brad. Looking at the stats, that's good.
Yeah, I think that was a really sensible decision from Roberts, because he wasn't going to get back past Schlett. And Schlett has really gone off, set off after Manley. So what he's now relying on is the thing that we see all the time, those stealthily laps with nice clear track in front of him, and hoping that de Wolf, Manley, Schlett all come together at some point for a fight.
And that may well happen, because as we look, Schlett is the fastest on the track in this race. He's actually closing in the gap between the race leader, Dylan de Wolf, and Vika Schlett, who is third, has now come down to under 2 seconds for the first time since it kind of opened up that 2-second set. And since Schlett overtook Roberts for 3rd on the track. So we've got Gary Jones in 4th now from Ben Frankham in 5th, but there is Dylan de Wolf, and Dylan de Wolf puts another lap in. We're going to see what the gaps are as they cross the line. Is it still Vika Schlett's fastest? I'm not sure. Yes, it is the answer. Yes, it is. But what about that gap? It's still on just under 2 seconds. It's come down ever so slightly as Dylan de Wolf on screen there makes his way through the snail there. You can see that gap does look like there's something of a gap there, but it is 1 second. Dylan de Wolf to Lewis Manley, and then 0.9 back to Vika Schlett. It does look like Vika Schlett is visibly closing in on Manley, though. So de Wolf across the line. We'll see if there's a difference here. 1.9 Schlett to, importantly, Dylan de Wolf up at the front. It's 1.8 now. It's 1.8. So another 10th out of the lead by Vika Schlett. Vika Schlett is ever so slightly, lap by lap, pulling himself to the front. He's closing in on Manley, which also means he's closing in on Dylan de Wolf. The gap remains the same between the first two, but it is the 3rd place driver, Vika Schlett, who is making the moves, who is closing in. It's 1.8 seconds. This time around, could it be in the 1.7 gap? Could it be the 1.7? We've got one more corner till we know. There's Dylan de Wolf, the leader. 1.7 will it be? 3rd place to 1st on this lap. Is it? Well, we've got the time coming up. What's the gap? What's the gap? It's coming up in a
Schletz has
second.
moved definitely around 0.3 closer to Manley. He did a 5 versus Manley's 33.8.
It's 1.6. Yeah, you're absolutely right there, Brad. That's a huge amount because he's gone 2 seconds, 1.9, 1.8. He's missed off the 1.7 completely. He's gone to 1.6. He's got the bit between his teeth, and he's now all over the back of Lewis Manley to the point where Manley gets defensive. Manley's defending, and Vika Schletz right in his tail there. It's visible. Schletz into the pits.
Yeah, this is a smart move from Vika Schletz here. Let's see if it pays off. Green light, gate 1 goes into gate 2. How is the track going to be, though, on the exit? 2 green lights. It's relatively clear. However, he does have karts not far ahead.
Yeah, is that Ben Frankham in front? I was thinking it might be Kinter. Go on.
I've got a report there. 8.7 pit stop. Phenomenal.
That's insane. Brad, you've got the stats. Has anybody been under 9?
I don't have everyone's pit stop times. I think Anthony's the man for that, but that's the quickest I've heard.
Yeah, Anthony.
I'm pretty sure that's the quickest I've heard.
As a straw poll, I don't think anyone's been under 9, and he's not just under 9, he's well under 9 with 8.7.
Yeah, that is a phenomenal stop, and I would have Schletz, if he can keep that pace up, I'd have him right on the rear bumper of Dylan de Wolf, if not ahead.
And he is keeping that pace up. Another 33.5 for Schletz on that lap.
Yeah, now Schletz, he's the quickest on the track, as Brad has just said. 10.8 behind the race leader Dylan de Wolf. Obviously, de Wolf needs to come in, but we know round about 9 and a bit seconds is what these guys have got it down to now. Schletz, 10.8 seconds. Quite frankly, are we looking at Dylan de Wolf needing to pit now to block off anything from Schletz? Brad, can you tell us anything about where Dylan de Wolf might come out if he pitted now?
I don't think de Wolf...
in the pits, a crucial one.
Yeah, this is Kobe,
Kobe,
at the moment, and a good pit stop back out on track.
Brad.
I don't think de Wolf's under threat at the moment. Manley certainly is. Manley's slightly slower than Schletz on each of these laps, and Schletz is 10.7 behind the leader, but Manley is 1.3 behind the leader himself, so that really puts him in the threat zone.
Yeah, that was under a second, and it's gone up from 1.3 to 1.6, so Manley is actually falling away a little bit from Dylan de Wolf. This is not really what Lewis Manley will want to see when he spots those scoreboards as he's going around the track. The drivers can see the trackside scoreboard, and they do refer to that, especially drivers at the level of Dylan de Wolf, Lewis Manley and Vika Schletz, and they will be aware of what's going on. Now, Vika Schletz does seem to have lost a bit of time to Dylan de Wolf on that. Is it because de Wolf's faster? Because if Manley has lost time and Schletz has lost time, does that mean on those laps that de Wolf was actually quicker than those two, because he's done the 2 of them in one go, if that makes sense?
Yeah, de Wolf was faster, and Schletz was still slightly quicker than Manley. The first 2 have gone through, though. They've both done a 33.6, and this time around, Schletz does a slightly faster 33.6. So every lap he's taking time out of Manley, and I've got a feeling it might be now too late for Manley to defend this. I think Schletz has got the position.
And we're looking now at the 2 Bradley Shepherd Racing team drivers in this race. Of course, BSR are an absolute class act, and they're from the pits. They can give full support to anybody, obviously of their drivers. They're not going to support people who aren't in their team, are they? They'll be giving information from the trackside. There's no kart to pit radio, but they can certainly wave, signal and do all sorts. A proper pit board isn't really the done thing in indoor karting, but they all have a sort of understanding of what's been indicated. We've got there Ben Frankham leading his teammate, BSR teammate Gabriel Kinter there. That's 4th and 5th. Gary Jones being moved up to 3rd by the pit stops. Dylan de Wolf is now the fastest on the track. That really is... Dylan de Wolf is sped up really here, Brad. I mean, the numbers aren't telling any lies, are they?
Yep, de Wolf has sped up. Manley is starting to go with him, so that's the first lap in the last few that Manley has pulled slightly away from Schletz. I still think Schletz has the position. We're going to see as they come out of the pit side by side, but they're trading times, and they're very, very close together.
Yeah, the Schletz and Manley gap is sort of kind of resting on that 9 seconds bit, with Dylan de Wolf just that 2 seconds now up the road from Manley. And as we look on screen at de Wolf there, he's the one on the mission now. He's the one who's setting the laps. He's actually quicker than those who would be regarded as his challengers. He's got 9 minutes, so plenty of time before he needs to come in the pits, but he wants to make it so that he can make a relatively conservative stop. Obviously, he'll try and make it fast, but he can't go cutting any lights on this one. He's got this one in the bag if he plays his cards right. Playing his cards right at this point does include a 2-second lead over Lewis Manley in second place, with Vika Schlitz maintaining 11 seconds now back. So Schlitz is actually falling away from this one on screen here, Dylan de Wolf. He's on the revised bit there. Sorry, Brad.
And that lap there, 2/10 Schlitz to Manley. So he's really, I think it's now down to 8.9, the gap between Schlitz and Manley. That's really the fight. And he will have moved himself up from 4th on the grid. Another slight poor qualifying from his point of view, where he will be salvaging a podium result.
Absolutely, and if Manley was to pit now, we would definitely get one of those side-by-sides on the pit exit with Manley on the inside. So it's probable that Manley could hold it, but it's going to get messy into that hairpin, as it always has.
About 3 or 4 laps ago, I would have agreed with you. I think Manley has... and another 2/10 on this lap, I think it's gone. Schlitz was close enough behind Manley before the pit stops began. He then did an amazing pit stop and has been closing on Manley every lap since.
And further back, in 3rd place, 4th place, 5th place, the 2 BSR team drivers have caught Gary Jones. Gary Jones driving with the Unthinkables team. They'll be urging him on from the trackside. And, well, the way the BSR boys are monstering him now, it wouldn't be unthinkable, but it would certainly be a tough effort. And one of the BSR guys coming, I think it's Kinter.
Yeah, it is indeed Kinter who comes in. Oh, very lucky on that first gate. I thought he'd stopped just a fraction too soon there. Nailed it, though. 2 green lights back out on circuit. How was that stop for Kinter? 9.5. Very good stop.
Yeah, way under 10 seconds there. Gabriel Kinter, he resumes in 7th place. Going to give a quick look out the window. Yes, he is out there on his own by the looks of it. So Gabriel Kinter is out on his own. But of course, once teammate Frankham comes in, they will probably resume that. And Frankham comes in now, the other BSR driver in this time.
Okay, so we had a 9.5 earlier on. Let's see what can be done here by Frankham. Goes into gate 2, 2 green lights. Frankham's going to come out alongside his teammate Gabriel Kinter, and that stop 9.8, fractionally slower, but they're going to work together now.
Absolutely honest even between the BSR boys. Now they need speed. They need to, for the sake of the team, they need to leapfrog Gary Jones. We're looking at Gary Jones. He's yet to come in the pits. Will he come in this time? He will be aware that those have pitted behind him. In he comes this time. Here comes Gary Jones.
Let's see how this stop goes then for Gary Jones from 3rd place. Gets into gate 1. Good green light. Get a good getaway on that first gate. That'll be very thankful for him. Green light on gate 2. How's he going to come out in front? Good stop. 9.6.
Yeah, that was a great job there by Gary Jones. He's comfortably covered the BSR lads. They'll probably close in on him again, but his pit stop there did all the work for him. Well, they're getting racy. There's Frankham having a good sniff on the bumper there. It's very, very close. And look at that. There is Gary Jones in the red suit, and the 2 orange behind are the BSR lads, led by Frankham, tailed by Kinter. As there is Gary Jones close up on him as they come around into this final corner here, and then it's just the kink to the finish line. There, Gary Jones, he's maintaining that position. There's about 5.5 minutes remaining. Anthony, any idea how many people we've yet to see?
2 more to go, and it's 1st and 2nd place. De Wolf and Manley left to pit, and Manley is now coming in. Let's see how well this stop goes. Little cautious on the brakes in towards gate number 1. That's not going to be the best one, I don't think, for Manley, but it's 2 green lights. It's a good stop. Through goes Schlitz, crucially. That's the important one. It was a 9.5, so still a very good stop.
And we can now see on the live stream there the lights that the drivers have been looking at, so we can make our calls as well as we watch this race. That's not only myself and Brad up here in the commentary box, but the viewers at home can see when somebody's jumped those lights or not, and we can talk them through that. So there is Gary Jones. He's made his stop. Of course, those behind him have. Vika Schlitz saying we're only waiting for Dylan de Wolf, the race leader, to come in. Schlitz. Now, Brad, on the numbers, can Schlitz do it, or is it too big an ask?
No, it's too big. De Wolf's been slightly faster than Schlitz on average, so that gap up to 11 seconds, that's not enough. It really needs to be 8.5 to 9.2 to be in with a shout to jump the kart in front.
So De Wolf has covered the Schlitz Manley threat on the track with speed.
Exactly.
And now he's going to have a good pit stop to seal the deal.
And he's just got the fastest lap of the race, so he's not letting that one go.
And that's another part of sealing the deal, really, that, I suppose, isn't it? And so round he goes for another lap. We've not seen De Wolf. He's clearly going to take it right to the end. So Anton down the pit lane, you're simply waiting for Dylan De Wolf, but it still has to be good.
Yeah, it still does have to be good. There is that threat, of course. There could be a mistake or anything like this. Fingers crossed that there isn't. Now, I've just seen on my screens down here, Kalam Badeau in the number 10 has just been given a bad passport, so he's got to give that place back from the incident he had.
And that was obviously involving Jamie Shearman Chaser, I would believe.
So, yes.
Yeah, because they're in the sort of similar area of the track. We haven't really looked at that too much. Maybe that's from some way back, because I'm sure that Badeau is actually running on his own at the moment. So maybe that's that was some time ago.
He's had to really slow down here, and they've caught up now, and that's going through. Right, leader's in. Dylan De Wolf, he's in. Let's see how this goes. Gate number 1, nothing wrong with that at all. Very strong on the brakes. In towards gate 2, very early on the accelerator. That's going to be a quick one. He will maintain that lead, and it is a 9.4.
And it was... Oh, that's more than enough to maintain that lead, isn't it? It's a very good stop, that. Those watching on the live stream back at home, you could see there the lights that the drivers are looking at. We had, as he went in, it was red to stop, and they're making that two-stop thing. It's red and then goes green, red and then goes green. And we saw very clean stops there for Dylan De Wolf. He maintains his lead and has probably done enough. 2.5 minutes until we get the 2 laps to go. Now, that may well be Dylan De Wolf who's home and dry, but someone who is not home and dry is Gary Jones, who we're looking at now in the red suit from the Unthinkable team. He's got the BSR boys ganging up on him behind. They're starting to bully him around the track a little bit. They're keen. They want to both pass him, and they realise that they're going to have to work as one with this. So patient needs to be Gabriel Kinter. He's got to trust in Ben Frankham to do the work. So Frankham, the pressure's on him to do the work. Kinter, clearly, from a team point of view, will not be challenging his teammate. Those are the 2 in orange, as we can see. So Frankham's the lead one. But Frankham is the one who has to do the work on Jones here. But down the inside, Kinter's run out of patience finally. And he's obviously feeling that, in fact, maybe he's had to give the position back. No, Kinter's assumed that position ahead. So Kinter's obviously felt that Frankham is not making enough of an effort on Gary Jones, and that he, Gabriel Kinter, could do something to get them ahead. So he's changed positions there with Frankham. Clearly that wasn't part of Frankham's plan, but it was definitely Kinter's plan. Now, can Kinter close in with only 1.5 minutes and 2 laps to go? Gary Jones is there. He's got Kinter, who's closing in. Brad, if we look at the numbers, is Kinter actually closing, or is it hard to spot because he's still listed as behind, isn't he?
He's lost a little bit of time with the move on Frankham.
Right.
So
I think we need to look and see them cross the line again, because is he still further back, or
well, I can
he's closed in, hasn't he?
I can throw this in for you if you like. Kinter is under investigation.
Yeah, well, it was fairly robust, but he kind of needed to do it, because I think
he's just making
a move.
And that was very robust as well.
He's going to have to let that one go. And in fact, Frankham is now fighting through on his teammate. Frankham's reassumed the position, so Kinter, by definition, that he's lost a place back to Frankham, will probably be off the hook for that investigation.
The snail has been reprofiled as a result of that crash. The corner's not the same shape anymore.
No, and so we've got the Kinter modification to the snail there. Formula Fast reset it, and Kinter's done some more. So there's Gary Jones. Now, this is great news that he actually has the BSR guys fighting behind him. If they want to pass Gary Jones with 15 seconds before we get the 2 laps to go, it does mean that they must stop fighting. But if they do stop fighting, part of that deal is that Frankham has to get his sleeves rolled up a bit more on this one. Frankham has to really kind of accept that he's got to do more on Gary Jones if he's not going to have Kinter thinking, well, listen, if I was up front, I would be doing more to tackle Jones. Trouble is now, Frankham has probably lost faith in his teammate. Not only is he feeling like he's battling Gary Jones, but he's now battling his own teammate, Kinter. So this may have fallen apart a little bit with just 2 laps to go. We're on the penultimate lap. We're on the last lap now, actually, because De Wolf has crossed the line. So De Wolf has got 1 lap to go. So will these lot when they cross it themselves. So Dylan De Wolf still leads from Vika Schlitz and Lewis Manley. There is Gary Jones to start his last lap, crossing the line right there as just in the foreground was Lewis Manley there. But Gary Jones is maintaining 5th place. And quite frankly, now that the faith, if you like, has been lost between the BSR boys, that is only good news to Gary Jones. He's just got to make it round these final half lap. But Dylan de Wolf does indeed take the win from Vika Schlets and Lewis Manley. But what's happening behind it? It's Roberts in 4th. Roberts is going to come through in 4th. But what about Gary Jones? Is it going to be a last corner lunge? Yes, there is. No, there's not. And Gary Jones is going to take that 5th place from Frankham and Kinter. There they are. What about Jamie Sherman Chase? Can he make it? He's got a second in, well, half a second over from Bedo. Yes, he's done it there. Crossing the line, it was Sherman Chase in the predominantly green ahead of Kyle and Bedo. Bringing up the rear was Kobe Coslet there in the 10th place. So, Anthony, they're going to be down with you. But that was a very solid effort there by Dylan de Wolf, it has to be said.
100% agree with that one. Certainly a driver who's looking to be one of those fateful 10 that end up in that final later tomorrow evening. So we look forward to seeing that one. Of course, Schlets is another one of those drivers, some really, really strong results. I am going to jump in and chat with Dylan. We have spoke to him a couple of times, but let's chat with him again. Dylan, once again, I know we've spoken many times, but when you win, you get spoken to. Again, solid drive on that one. That's, again, what you need. And you're looking like a potential maybe for that final later on this weekend. Is that starting to loom a little bit closer to hope?
Yeah, after 4-3 now, it's getting close. But we have still one race to do tomorrow and one semi-final. So, yeah, we'll see.
It's still a long way to go, but still, it's looking pretty good for you out there. Got to say, pit stops have been a talking point. We saw a rapid one there in that race from Schlets. He put a sub-8 or sub-9 in. It was an 8.7. Pit stops are going to be vital on this one. Are you still feeling confident with it? Because your times are good on those as well.
I didn't practice them a lot, so I just do them on the feeling. When my teammates said just brake, 1 second, accelerate, I'm doing like they said, and it's working. So.
It's paying off for you. Well, congratulations. Well done on that one. Brilliant stuff. I want to quickly chat to this man here, Gary. Gary, a solid race for you there. You didn't lose anything. You didn't gain anything, but you were right there where you wanted to be. You had a cracking little battle there. Is that thanks to the fact that I picked your kart for you?
Well, you did choose 2 of the ones that I'd already got, but then you chose the cracker, so thank you for that. Yeah.
You're very welcome. You're very welcome. What's your plan now for the rest of this evening?
I'm quite looking forward to the last seat. I think the last seat tonight is going to be a bit of a... I think it's got 10 drivers that could be in the final, so I'm going to look forward to watching that. And then a bit of a lie-in back here at 4 o'clock tomorrow. See what I can do.
That sounds like an amazing lie-in. Lovely. Well, I'm very jealous of that one. Well done on that race, and good stuff there to
Anthony,
Gary Jones. Go on.
Talking about drivers who are going to be in the final,
Yeah.
I'm going to show a little analysis of a couple of them.
Oh, go for it.
And some moves that went on between them in that last race. So we saw Iliano de Vos in one of the previous races make a great move down the inside into the snail early in the race, and we saw a very similar thing from his Blue Star teammate Vika Schlets in that last race. So here it is. Well, let's play it in kind of semi-slow motion to begin with. Schlets on the inside here, going down the inside of the BSR driver, and it kind of looks like he makes a gap. But the difference here is, although I don't think this is quite as clear-cut as with the De Vos move, the gap was there, and he was kind of in a zone which then stopped being occupied. The driver on the outside here, Roberts, just didn't then move across and bounce off him. So he kind of made it fair. He could have made it look unfair if this driver here had turned in and clattered into Schled. So good, crucial move. We've got an example of one which wasn't quite as good. So let me load that one up as well. This was one that received certainly a contact warning later on. So let me just load that up here. And that's this one. Here we go. So this was Gabriel Quinter right near the end. Kart number 20 here. Now, there's less space here, and Gary Jones, who you were just speaking to, was the almost victim of this attack. So down the inside he goes, but Gary has left much, much less space here to the barrier, if I can use my tools. Just here. It's a lot closer, and he hasn't really got alongside, so Quinter hasn't made a clear enough, decisive enough move, and that's why when they get to the inside, there's definitely no gap, and if you take a look at the barrier on the inside just here, this is going to move a little bit. Here we go. And then if we carry on, you see the barrier down here is in a completely different position to where it was when it began the race. So there we go. I got to draw on the iPad here and make some funny squiggles. And there are 2 moves into the snail of varying outcomes. Back to you, James.
Yeah, you could see from that, Brad, that in the Gary Jones incident, he'd already committed to turning in. He'd already actually started to move the wheel to the right when Kinter was actually still technically behind him completely. You can actually almost say as well, hats off there to, I think it was Anthony Roberts, who actually, how do I put this? He kind of avoided doing a professional foul.
Yes, he saw it coming and left just enough room.
If he had turned in, it would be very easy for race control to actually deem that a bad pass.
The difference is Gary Jones was definitely defending, and Roberts wasn't defending. The move was being made on him.
And also Roberts did leave more of a gap than Jones, but equally Jones had committed to steering in there when you could see that Kinter was definitely actually back from him. Now we're on to the next qualifying, so we're on to heat number 3. We're going to do 5 of the heats for round 3. We've had 22 races so far today, and we've got 3 remaining, starting with this one. In this, we've got Alex Ford, Reese Westwood, Hassan Zafar, we've got Richie Clark, we've got Bobby McGeer, we've got Seb Miller, we've got Russ Lendine, Pongrash Barter, and Jonathan Wilson and Ben Luff. So those are the entries in this one. Now, on paper, we would have to look at Seb Miller as the probable winner, with the second, the other challenger really being Russ Lendine. But
Bobby McGeer.
We've got to look at Bobby McGeer now. We would not have really have figured him as highly as we are now going to, but the challenge he threw down to former multiple ladies champion Selena Balnega.
And that's one of the fastest pole laps we've seen on this layout so far.
Bobby McGeer has thrown down the gauntlet that he's definitely ready for his first BRKC win. Will it happen in this race?
I think we called that, James, and it will happen if Russell Lendine doesn't do something about it.
Yeah, and what about Seb Miller in 4th?
And Richie Clark ahead of Seb Miller will be something he didn't expect. I don't think Richie has flown that high among those kind of names in the recent past.
Richie, with the best will in the world, we kind of want to flip that grid. Instead of 3rd, we'd probably see him 7th or 8th. So this is something he can get a result on. Surely he's going to try and stay with Russell Lendine as long as he can. But I think Bobby McGeer is going to try and check out on this. He's seen how Selena did it. All he's got to do, I mean, literally, if you were to advise the kid now, he's saying, listen, you spent the whole last race watching how it's done. Just do what Selena did.
And I think that number 19 is the kart that Gary Jones really liked in that last race.
Yeah, well, Anthony reckoned he picked it for him. So I think Anthony Jordan there...
I definitely picked it for him.
Yeah, you were working on the basis if he can't be good, just be lucky, right?
Yeah, exactly. So and it worked out.
Excellent. And talking of which, here comes Bobby McGeer now. So he's going to set the pace. He's on the pole position there. He checks out. Now he pulls across into the lead there, into that first hairpin. He's got Russ Lendine chasing him down, but McGeer's done enough to a comfortable run into this hairpin here. Will that mean that Russ Lendine won't be in a position to challenge into the snail, which will be the next point? And now Bobby McGeer has the comfort, if you like, of the dog leg, and then down the backstretch. So, and he looks over the shoulder. He knows that no way is Russ Lendine close enough to do anything there. And of course, importantly from his point of view, Richie Clark has held on to 3rd place, and there's Seb Miller in 4th. So, Bobby McGeer, what can he do? We've seen him really take the fight to Selena Balnega in the last heat race. He almost won, and Selena needed to pull just every trick she knew. She went on the attack with speed, but Bobby McGeer closed in. She did the pit stops right, but Bobby McGeer closed in. She had to pull out every piece of experience in her vast experience. She's won many races here in the BRKC, and she needed all that knowledge to stay ahead of Bobby McGeer. Now, Bobby McGeer has never won. Could this be the first win for young Bobby McGeer? He's down there and he's leading this race. There he is. He's opening up that lead in the pits, hasn't he?
It's Wilson I'll be Anthony for the moment.
Yeah,
Wilson, I think it was clean.
Yeah, Jonathan Wilson, he's looking good. We're looking at a whole bunch of decent lights. We can see them now on the live stream down the bottom corner there. The lights are good. But there's Bobby McGeer in the big picture, and he's certainly big on that picture there and looming large in first place as he comes round these final corners to end this lap. That's another lap where he's extended his lead. He is the fastest on the track in this race so far, and yeah, it's a couple of tenths as well. He's extending that lead. Now, Russell Endine is incredibly pulling away from Seb Miller. Seb Miller's moved ahead of Richie Clark in the pits, hasn't he?
Yes, indeed. We've got Westwood in the pit lane. Solid stop. He's back out. He's a happy chappy.
Yeah, so there's Reece Westwood. He assumes the 10th place there, drops in behind Jonathan Wilson, the other pit stopper. As Bobby McGeer, he's doing everything he needs to do. He's looking so good out there, so composed. And this young lad has got possibly a big future in front of him. He hasn't yet won in the British Rental Kart Championship. Could this be his race? It's going to be a lot of points. He's actually got a deceptive amount of points in the bag already. He has had a third place in his first heat race. He's had a second place in his second heat race. So I don't want to call it, but you do the maths on that, Brad. What happens in the third race?
I think he has the potential to get a very, very high score this weekend, but Sebastian Miller wants to make it slightly smaller because he is now on a mission. He's dispatched Richie Clark and he's just set the fastest lap of the race, and he's going to need to, first of all, get past Russell Endine.
Okay, we can see on the main screen, so those watching at home, you can see that Seb Miller is 1.7 seconds back, and that's from McGeer, the race leader. That's Russell Endine, obviously in the middle there. So 1.7 seconds back, third place Seb Miller. In the pits, Anthony.
Yeah, Ben Luff in the pit lane for his stop, and 2 green lights. He's back out on track right next to Westwood. It's close, and I think he's just taken it.
No, in fact, he's lost it. Westwood has come out ahead. So Westwood has swept across and picked up the position there. So Luff has been pushed back to 10th place. Now we're looking on screen now. Seb Miller is all over the back of Russell Endine. He's all over the back of Endine. Endine's dropping back from McGeer and into the clutches of the third place Seb Miller. And Seb Miller means business. He's the fastest on the track. He's closing in on both of those drivers in front, and that starts with Russell Endine there in the second position. So we can see on screen there's Russell Endine with the dark suit, and there is Seb Miller. Orange, of course, is the orange and black, the traditional colours of Bradley Shepherd Racing. One of their drivers right there in third place. Second in the picture, though, that is Seb Miller with the blue helmet. And Seb Miller, I'm sure, went earlier. Yes, he did. He defeated Rico Harbosch. Former world champ Rico Harbosch was defeated, put to the sword by Seb Miller. And Russell Endine's the next one on Miller's sword list. Where's that going to happen? Is it going to be in the pits? Is it going to be on the track? Now, Brad, at this stage, if he can, he probably wants to do it on the track, I would say.
Yeah, if Miller was to pit now to try and get some clear air, he's going to fall behind. It's going to be Alex Ford. I think he's going to close up to him pretty quickly because he's lapping around 7/10 of a second per lap quicker. So that's probably not what he wants to do. He's going to want to just get past Russell Endine. I think Bobby McGeer might already be too far away for him. Although Miller has the fastest lap of the race, McGeer's fastest lap is only half a tenth slower than that. So
yeah,
Russell Endine's definitely the prime focus, but with every lap, he's falling further and further away from Bobby.
Yeah, Endine's falling back into the clutches, isn't he? Because that gap there, okay, it's 1.8 now, but it's been around the 1.7 area for several laps now. That's the gap Miller to McGeer, who's the leader, and it's Russell Endine who's falling into the clutches of Seb Miller there. Neither of them into the pits. It's way too early in their mind. As you said, Brad, they're just going to come out of the pits straight into a problem if they do that. So Seb Miller's going to try and do it on the track. Obviously, if it is that it's Endine who's dropping back to him rather than Seb Miller actually gaining on both the two ahead of him, that does actually put increasing pressure on Miller to pass one way or another pit lane or on track Russell Endine, I would say, Brad. And so he's going to have to think about that and not lose any time if he wants to win.
The one thing that's playing in all of their favours is that they are comfortably the podium. No one else is challenging these guys. So Richie Clark is quite a long way back already from this trio. So whatever happens to them, they're probably going to finish in some order of first, second and third. It's looking ever more likely that Bobby's going to be the one out in the lead. But Seb doesn't have to do this right now on Russell. If he tries it and it goes wrong, it doesn't really matter. He can then try again. Russell now really feels under threat, though. Right. With 15 minutes left or so, he's going defensive already.
I'd I'm about 2 laps away from starting to argue that point, to be honest, because as we can see, the gap, Seb Miller's losing time to the race leader McGear. Seb Miller will want those points for the win. That'll be his intention. It's now gone to 2.1 to McGear. So actually, Seb Miller, relative to McGear, is being held up by Russell Ending. So, okay, it might not be utterly critical right now, but we're about 3 laps away from it being critical at this rate of loss.
And here he goes.
And here is Miller.
And it's a really good move.
Oh,
Very
yeah.
decisive. The first time Endine didn't defend, Miller went for it immediately.
Absolutely textbook pass at the end of the backstretch hairpin there. Absolutely textbook. And no contact as well, Brad. That was as clean as you like.
And that's exactly what you'd expect from Russell Endine. He has extremely good peripheral vision. He saw it coming a mile back.
And he's not an idiot, is he? You know, he knows he's slower.
He doesn't want to lose additional time for no reason.
No, there's no point fighting and wasting time over that.
So, bizarrely, in this situation, in Russell's position, he's now gone from thinking, I hope Seb Miller slows down, to thinking, I really hope Seb catches Bobby so that they can fight. He's now willing him on.
Let's have a look at the gap. It's 2.5 seconds, which really has got to be deemed the limit that Seb Miller can let that go to if he wants to win. McGear is not experienced at leading a BRKC race because, quite frankly, he was competitive before, but he was following Selena Balniga for most of it, and so he had her as his measure. You know, he had a known international driver keeping his pace up there. He's now got to create that pace. He's doing a great job of it, but Miller's already brought that down from 2.5 into the 2.4 bracket. So Miller is pulling away from Endine and actually, it's gone back up.
McGear responds with an identical lap to what Miller did on the previous lap.
Yeah, Bobby McGear, he's really got the bit between his teeth. We're looking there at the 10, which is Richie Clark in 4th. And that's a great result by him. Overshadowed, though, by the race leader, Bobby McGear, who's desperately trying to put a good run together to record his first his first race win at this international standard of the BRKC. So this will be a real high point in the very early career of young Bobby McGear. He's only 15, but he's handing it to these guys here. He's shown that he can, he can lead. Now he's going to have to maintain that to the win. He's doing what's right, but the new fastest lap has gone to Seb Miller. That time has come down back to 2.3. So it was 2.5, it went to 2.4, went back up to 2.5. Now it's 2.3. So Bobby McGear, he does have a race on his hands. Okay, there's a big gap there, but Seb Miller closing in. We've got to see what McGear is like. Is he actually paying attention to the boards? Is he looking at the times? If he is, that could actually be bad news.
Whatever happens with this leading trio, it's not happening imminently. Really, the fight on track now is for 4th place, and it's Richie Clark being under threat from Hassan Zafar. So Hassan is breathing down his neck. That's really the fight we want to see.
Yeah, it's only 0.3 of a second between them, so that's pretty much nose to tail, really. Yes, it is actually. We can see that visually. They are really, really close. There they are, in fact, on screen now. There is Richie Clark, and behind him is Hassan Zafar with the black suit and the white helmet. There's Clark, there's Zafar. Now, Zafar's been pretty racy this weekend, but so is Clark, and Clark qualified 3rd. He means business in this race. He knows he can really put down a lot of points in this one, as he is... he's going to fight hard for that, but so is Zafar, because Zafar wants the points too. They're fighting over 4th place. That's a pretty decent points haul, and a race, it has to be said that these two, it's a good chance for them to get this level of points. Now, we have McGear has opened that gap up again to 2.4 seconds as we look at Richie Clark. Richie Clark's just extended that out to half a second, a solid half second now. Clark, we're looking at, has extended half second to Zafar as they come around into the final couple of corners there, crossing the line to put another lap down. Under 10 minutes to go now. Anthony, how many have we had in the pits so far, mate?
3. Only 3. I'm getting a little bit anxious here that it's going to get a tad busy.
Yeah, there's some... busy is the key word if they don't pit. So your 3 is obviously Wilson, Westwood, Luff. That means Ford in 7th, and everybody north of that is looking at having to come in. What's crucial, though, is that they are in sort of close match groups. There's the lead pair. Russell Endine is about as far back from Miller as Miller is from McGear. That's more cat and mouse. It does look a bit more on the track than it does in the time. It's only a couple of seconds for each. But there, actually ever so slightly pulling away now, is Richie Clark. He does seem to have the measure of Hassan Zafar, although that is 4th and 5th place. It's still very good points going forward here. as they work through that dog leg onto the final part now of the backstretch.
This still is the closest fight, really, for anything of note. Although we've got this kind of cold war going on at the front where Miller is ever so slightly closing in. He's now 1.9 behind McGeer. That's quite a significant gap on circuit. So we've still got just under half the race to go. We've still got all the pit stops to come from those top guys. So something can still happen, but there's just enough distance right now that it's not imminent.
Now, Miller has done enough to pull that gap under the 2-second mark now. He was 2/10 faster on that last lap to Bobby McGeer. That gap, if you remember, went out. We can see that on the left of the screen, those enjoying the live stream. He's gone down to 1.8 now. So Miller is ever so gradually creeping up. He does have time on his side. There's 8 minutes before we get those 2 laps to go. So, we are really looking at, a good 15 or so laps to run. And at the rate that he's clawing him in, Seb Miller might do something here. Certainly, Bobby McGeer, he's holding a good lead, but it's a lead you want to keep an eye on because really Seb Miller is a known quantity who's going to pull that gap down. McGeer is absolutely driving the race of his life to keep this lead, and I'm sure really this is going to be a popular win if he does take it. But Seb Miller may be the one to put a stop to that. If he does, he's got a lot of work to do. He really could have done without that gap getting so big, I think, Brad, when I analyse it myself.
Yeah.
He's doing his best to claw it back, but it's kind of a problem that he didn't need to get to this extent. But we are now in a situation where we're seeing them both in the same picture on screen. There's Bobby McGeer in blue, and then there's Seb Miller in predominantly orange. There he is, just going out of view there. And there is Russell Andine in 3rd place.
The gap came down quite a lot on that last lap because McGeer made some kind of small error. He lost 0.3 of a second
in
to
the
Miller.
pits.
Yeah, finally. I was getting a bit bored. Bartha in the pit lane here, and he's got 2 green lights back out on track. Right behind Wilson, but it's a good stop.
Hongrash Bartha there has been in and out of the pits, and Bobby McGeer now, that gap has come down to 1.5 seconds. So just in the last couple of minutes, McGeer has lost a second to Seb Miller. Now Seb Miller has really got a bit between his teeth. He's the one actually closing in. I don't think it's McGeer who's fallen off the pace. If you look at his best lap, you look at his last lap, they're actually very similar on times. They were certainly within a 10th. And so McGeer is doing his best. It's all about Miller actually going faster. That's what's happening here. Now McGeer has got a back marker. I believe it's going to be Ben Luff who he's closing in on. Now even if Ben Luff does move immediately out the way, maybe it's the sort of thing that's going to cause McGeer to lose a 10th here or there as he considers it.
0.4 on the last lap.
Oh.
The gap, it's like McGeer's feeling the pressure. He's making more errors. There's no one directly in front of him. It's not a forced error. It's some small unforced errors from McGeer.
Brad, I want to draw your attention to the times though. Seb Miller set a new fastest lap for this race. I don't believe it's honestly as much McGeer losing the time as Seb making it up.
That's a very good point. That is a very good point.
Pits.
Alex Ford in the pit lane for his stop now. 2 green lights. He will come out behind Miller, but it's a good stop.
In Miller's defence, going to go back to that. He's still, he's just set his best lap of the race as he moves ahead there of Luff. He's put Luff a lap down. Now, what he hopes for is that Seb Miller catches Luff in an awkward spot, and he's going to. Oh, no, Luff lets him through already. Well done there by Ben Luff. He's really playing the sportsman on that one. Bobby McGeer would have hoped for more than that. It's down to less than a second. It's 0.8 of a second. So, Seb Miller, with 5 minutes to go, has closed in, and it's all about the speed of Miller because Bobby McGeer is pretty much doing the same lap times. He's certainly within half a 10th lap after lap after lap, but it's the relentless movement forward of Miller that could take the glory away from the flying Bobby McGeer. He's got 4.5 minutes to hold on. Can he do it? Can he do it, Brad? He's got 4.5 minutes and 2 laps, and it's getting to the point now where this might be an ask. The gap has opened up to Seb Miller, but that's kind of a lap in arrears. That would be the lap where the lapping was done on Ben Luff. It's 0.6, 0.63 in. There's only 2 more laps of this, and Seb Miller will be on the back of Bobby McGeer. The dream might be over into the pits, Anthony, but look at the front.
Yeah, indeed. Hassan Safar in for his stop here, and it's all good. 2 green lights. He's back out to a clear track.
And the dream may yet be over. Bobby McGeer, one look over his shoulder, he'll know that Seb Miller is right there with him. And this, unfortunately, could be the end for McGeer. But can he hold on? Miller's got to catch him, and then he's got to pass him. But the pit stops are crucial. McGeer does not have anything like the same experience, the pit stops, as Seb Miller. In the pits, Anthony.
Yeah, they're starting to stack here now. Endine's into his stop, 2 green lights. We've also got another as well, the number 10 of Richie Clark, in for his 2 stops, and it's absolutely fine. 2 green lights, both of them back out on circuit.
Nose to tail now. Bobby McGeer has been caught by Seb Miller, and Seb Miller could be the dream destroyer here of Bobby McGeer. Seb Miller, he competes in many of the international national championships, if you like, such as this BRKC. He's well used to the format with the pit stops, but that is not an experience that Bobby McGeer has. Bobby McGeer getting defensive now. Seb Miller's alongside. Bobby McGeer has to manage the panic, if you like. He can't make mistakes. Bobby, don't let it go to pieces now. Hang on in there.
Bobby can afford to defend as much as he wants, because there's 17 seconds to Endine, which is effectively 7 seconds to the good, these two. So they can defend, and Miller's in.
In the pits comes Miller. Now Miller's got to make this good. Anthony, down to you.
This has got to be the most important pit stop for Miller here, and so far it's looking good. 2 green lights. How quick was the stop? It was a 9-second on the dot. Rapid.
Now, Bobby McGeer hopefully realises he's been released, because if he knows that Miller came in, he will no longer need to defend against a phantom kart, if you like. It's so easy to think that you're still under attack and get defensive and lose time as a result. So, Bobby McGeer, is he going to come in this time? Yes, he does. Here comes the race leader, Anthony.
We saw a 9-second from Miller. What is it going to be from McGeer in towards gate 2 now? It's a green on gate 1. Gate 2 is good. Here comes Miller, side by side. Miller's got it.
What an outlap.
Miller has taken it. What was the time? Do you know yet?
It was a 9.8.
Ah, that's rapid, but just not rapid enough. Poor old Bobby McGeer. He's once again pushed back. I mean, this is an outstanding performance by young Bobby McGeer, but you know, it was looking so good earlier. I mean, Seb Miller thoroughly deserves this win. I mean, he's had to really take it to McGeer. McGeer has not let this go by any means. This is not a race where you could discredit McGeer one little bit. Seb Miller has really been building his experience. He's competing a lot of international events over the past 2-3 years, and certainly he's had to use every bit of experience he's gained internationally to defeat young Bobby McGeer here. Bobby McGeer can definitely hold his head up high. He has not lost this race. He's just been beaten by someone who's absolutely on top of his game right now. There is Seb Miller. Seb Miller with a very distinctive driving style. He tends to have his left hand low and his right hand high on the wheel. Predominantly left-hand corners here at Formula Fast, but that hand stays in the same place. There's Bobby McGeer. Outstanding performance by the youngster. It should be another second place for him. So, you know, he's got a lot to take from this, and he's had to be defeated only. It's taken one of the very best performances by one of the very best drivers here now, I think, to do this. As Seb Miller, he's got half a minute before the 2 laps to go. Bobby McGeer is now been dropped to about a second back there. There is the gap there. McGeer, he can see Miller. He can probably use Miller to pull him along a little bit. Yeah, McGeer's sort of on there. Well, he's doing good laps, but obviously it's not quite been enough to face down Seb Miller. So Seb Miller, they're coming to the end of the timing. It's going to now go to 2 laps to go, which very quickly is going to turn into the last lap. So they've got about a lap and a half to go as they enter the backstretch, the shortened backstretch on the alternate layout. There's Miller. A couple of corners to go till he starts the last lap. Anthony, we've had everybody in the pits, correct?
That is correct. Yeah, all stops and all good stops as well.
Yeah, because it obviously, well, everyone's had to be right on it, haven't they? Especially those running at the front. So we've got Seb Miller from Bobby McGeer, Russell Endine's third. Richie Clark is holding off Hassan Zafar. Jonathan Wilson actually has been on the move. He pitched early and he's moved up to 6th place across those other pit stops. Pongrash Barter is coming in 7th. Reese Westwood is there in 8th. Luff 9th. Ford 10th. But there is the race leader, Seb Miller. And there is the second. In fact, taking the flag is Seb Miller. There he is. He takes the win. An emphatic victory there. Seb Miller having to, draw on everything he's got. Bobby McGeer gave it a really, really solid effort there. Nothing to be ashamed of there, but Seb Miller was able to outmaneuver him really, both on speed and on the pit stops. So the real deal is Seb Miller, and he needed to prove that in this race here. So they're coming towards you now, Anthony. Well, it's kind of disappointing for Bobby, but he's got to have his head held high.
Yeah, 100%. You know, he's had two really amazing races. Of course, the race he had earlier on with Selena Balnega and now with Sebastian Miller also. You know, both these drivers had a brilliant job, and I've spoken to both of these drivers on numerous occasions over the course of today. But after a drive like that, and both of them congratulating each other, it would be nice to have a chat with Sebastian Miller after that one, because again, absolutely superb drive. It comes in. Saw an 89 there, but he was good, wasn't he? Yeah, he was good. I may have just caught him while he came off the scale. I thought I only saw an 89. Sebastian, we've spoken many times over the course of today, but for one last time today, we're going to have another chat. Brilliant drive there. That's exactly what he needed. Really rapid time, rapid pit stop as well, and you were able to get the jump on Bobby there.
Yeah, thank you, Anthony. It was a tough race to start off with. Qualified fourth again, but then just picked off Richie Clark and Russell Endine on the track, and then was just doing fastest lap times, catching up to Bobby. And by the time I came into the pits, it was I'd caught up enough, and he was under pressure to do a good stop, and I just came out ahead. So yeah, happy with that.
One of those, isn't it? But this is all looking good for a great day tomorrow as well. Are you ready for it?
Yeah, hopefully another win tomorrow, but we'll see. 3 wins tonight, so yeah, that'll be good. Sleep on that.
Excellent. What is the plan now? What are you going to do?
Probably just get some dinner and then get an early night ready for tomorrow. So yeah, should be good.
Times have changed, haven't they? Right, Sebastian, congratulations. Well done on that win there, and as well to the rest of the drivers in that race. Brilliant drive from them. There's only a couple more races to go,
yeah,
boys.
We're 23 races in, Anthony, and we've got 2 more to go. Brad has actually got some analysis that he wants to show.
Goody.
So before they go out, there you go, Brad.
I just want to show you the move that I think won Seb Miller that race. He had to make a couple because, as he said, he qualified 4th for the second time, I believe. So he had to make the moves on track. The last one was done in the pits on Bobby McGeer, but earlier on he had to pass Russell Endine, and this is how it went down. So it was down towards our probably most common overtaking spot at the end of the back straight. But look at this, the decisiveness of this move, straight down the inside. There was only one way he was going, and credit to Russell Endine as well for seeing what was happening and leaving just enough room so they didn't clatter together. That peripheral vision from Russell meant neither of them lost as much time as they would have done, because I think he'll probably agree that pass was inevitable.
I think you're absolutely right there, Brad. There was literally no defending that, and like he did with Bobby McGeer, it was that relentless catching up that he undertook and then overtook in the most obvious spot of the lot. Now we're going to move ahead to the second to last race of the day. It's heat race 4 of the 3rd round. We've got heat race 4 and heat race 5 to come, so only 2 more races tonight. We're really getting through the program here as Zach Venn leads the way on this one on the entry list. We've got Steve Gray, Ben Chick, Johnny Elliott, Kyle Clark, Selena Balnega, Adam Sheargold, Matt Clark, Thomas Wilshire and Harley Smith in this one. Commentary team, Brad Philpott and Anthony Jordan. Do we say Selena Balnega for the win on this one? Will Johnny Elliott come through and open his winning this year? What about Thomas Wilshire? We've seen him get stronger and stronger, and due a win is definitely Zach Venn.
Yeah, Zach Venn I think is maybe my pick. Selena was brilliant earlier. Johnny is due a result, but I don't know, I've got a feeling about Zach. Let's see how these splits shake out.
And the house would come down if the unthinkable happened and Steve Gray won. It's not out of the question, though. He's done it before, but he hasn't got Adam Davis's backup in this race, which is when he did win. It was a 1-2 for them.
Selena was the fastest on the outlaps. Not that means everything, but it's sometimes quite a good indicator of what they're going to do on the next one. It's Thomas Wilshire with the fastest first sector at the moment. That's now gone to Zach Venn, as predicted. We're going to see these sectors as they come in.
Yeah, and
it's now Johnny Elliott, 2/10 quicker. So let's see, can Johnny hold it together in the final sector? Wilshire takes the pole provisionally. Now it's Venn. What can Johnny do in this final sector? Adam Sheargold goes to the top. Johnny Elliott on the pole.
Incredible. Selena Balnega only 5th. So outstanding qualifying there by Johnny Elliott to take the pole. And what about Adam Sheargold into second place? Zach Venn third, Thomas Wiltshire fourth, Selina Balnega shoved down to fifth, Harley Smith in sixth, Ben Chick seventh, Steve Gray eighth, Kyle Clark in ninth, and Matt Clark in 10th. Now, look at this, though. Less than 1 second separating first to last. It's a very tight one. As incredibly, not only Johnny Elliott in the pole there, but Adam Sheargold through to second place. Okay, a couple of years ago, he was 12th place in this whole event, so we know he's not rubbish, but he hasn't been this high at all this weekend.
No, that's a great performance from Sheargold. Zach Venn up there looking good. Yep. Now, I've got a vested interest in Elliott doing well here because he's staying in my spare room, so how happy he is this evening will directly affect how nice a night I have.
Well, there you go. I mean, beers on Johnny if he pulls this one off, yeah, because he's now moving around to take the start. He's starting double. There he is in the green and white suit. Very recognisable helmet and suit of Johnny Elliott there. As the field comes around, it's Elliott from Sheargold and Zach Venn and the rest, and Elliott pulls the pin and the race is on. Through the hairpin there, not too much bumping and banging. Everyone's got the memo on this one as they flash round the back part and into the snail section area, but obviously revised snail, but they've all done this already. They've already had one race on this format, these drivers now, so they know what they're dealing with. There's Johnny Elliott, quick check behind, and a quick check behind by Sheargold. So Elliott leads the way from Sheargold, Venn, Wiltshire and Balnega and the rest. So there is Elliott, and the rest file through that final corner there. Really very quick indeed into that final turn. Elliott comes through onto the revised section now, and he's heading for that tricky hairpin at the end. He's probably going to turn in the middle of the road. Yeah, he sort of sends it in there. Really very tall figure of Johnny Elliott, really leaning out. He looks very composed, it has to be said, Brad. Johnny Elliott at the front there. This is the smooth, cool and collected Johnny Elliott version we've got in this race, as he continues to lead in a very convincing manner, it has to be said.
Johnny is a driver who thrives on confidence, and nothing gives you more confidence than getting an emphatic pole position and then pulling a big gap at the beginning of the race. So hopefully he can now settle in and just keep working on this as the drivers behind begin to fight.
Yeah, and he's opening up that gap. This is Johnny Elliott at his best. This is the what we expect when Johnny Elliott's feeling confident. He's got the race lead. He does tend to make it look easy. He makes it look like he could do this all the time. But this is Johnny Elliott in his element. We've got a potential race winner right here. He's already almost a second up on Adam Sheargold, with Zach Venn falling further back there. So this is all in the hands of Johnny Elliott we're looking at now. Okay, there's 18 minutes to go before they get the 2 lap boards, so a lot could happen in that time, and possibly will. But Johnny Elliott is looking very, very cool and collected up front. Now, Anthony, no early pit stop visitors at all.
I tell you what, you timed that intro to perfection. I just had my batteries replaced in my pack.
Wow.
No changes as of yet. I am Mr. Lonely at the moment.
There you go. But, well, almost certainly you're going to get someone in soon, because there are some tight battles behind. But we might see drivers pitting. There you go.
On cue, we've got one in right now. It's the number 15. It's a good stop at gate number 1. Check in for his pit stop. Good at gate 2. As a first stop, not bad at all.
Yeah, fair to say it's not our first rodeo, is it, Anthony? As Johnny Elliott continues along his merry way, it's also not his first rodeo either. He's won races already, many races in the BRKC, and in quite a variety of other bits of karting. Brad, you've got something for us?
I've got bad news for Johnny. There are several drivers, everyone else in the top 5 behind him, going quicker at the moment. So this is not over. Other drivers are starting to work out their karts, really maximise them. Johnny needs to keep moving forward in his. That was one of his worst laps in the last few, whilst drivers behind are going up to 0.3 of a second quicker. So Johnny needs to work on this.
So, Brad, the obvious question to that is really, are we looking at Johnny losing time, or have the others started to get faster? Is Johnny staying the same and they're just catching him, or is he actually the one losing time?
Unfortunately for him, a little bit of both. Johnny was slightly slower than his best, although in this lap he seems to have responded. Fastest sector 1 of the race and one of his better sector 2s. He's kind of matched the karts behind and slightly pulled away from Venn and Wiltshire, so maybe he's getting it together.
Yeah, there's a good chance he's seen on the screen there what's happening, and maybe with that look over the shoulder, look across the track, he's seen that, well, actually Especially what was looking convincing earlier is being eroded away, so he's had to up his game a little bit. He's obviously he's still the quickest on that first sector, but it is Adam Sheargold with the fastest lap in this race, and Sheargold is in second place there. Anyone in the pits for you, Anthony? Not yet, it doesn't look like, from the top lot.
No, still on my own down here.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, no, on cue again. Look at that. Oh, you should pipe up more often. Yes, the number 19 in, Clark in for his stop. Green on gate number 1, into gate 2. Note wrong with that, and he's come out in P10.
Yeah, he was sort of lower down the order anyway, so that pit stop was always going to sort of push him out the back there. However, Johnny Elliott has been well and truly closed in on by Sheargold and Venn. Brad, you've got the numbers in front of you.
Yeah.
We're looking at Johnny Elliott there, who has gone from being actually quite a shoe-in for the win to being seriously under threat from actually several drivers.
So his pace is there, but he's spending every other lap 3/10 off of what his potential is. If he could do every single lap like the one he's just done, they wouldn't have closed in. But last lap he was 3/10 back, so he's still in the lead, he's still in the best possible position, but he has a threat from multiple drivers behind, and this is before we take into account people stopping out of sequence and trying to jump him in the pits.
Yeah, and it's now down to half a second, the gap to Adam Sheargold. Now, when you bear in mind that after 2 laps he'd almost got a second up there, it's now been eroded away. Brad, again, we're looking in the pits.
Yeah, Steve Gray in the pit lane here, looking for 2 green lights. He gets those 2 green lights, a little cheeky wave to his teammate, comes out in between the 2 that have already pitted.
So those of you watching on the live stream at home, when we do see those pit stops, look at the lights quite high above the drivers there, and that's the cue the driver's looking for. When they come in, you'll see it's red, that's the cue to stop. When it goes green, they can go. If they jump it, it's going to go yellow and red again, and obviously that's going to be a problem. So always keep an eye out for that, especially when some of these leaders come in, because this is actually getting pretty cagey now. Johnny Elliott has gone back to the situation of having a fight on his hands. He's pulled up a 1/10 of a second, but he's got Sheargold and Van now starting a fight behind him. That is in his favour, but it's now gone from being a walk-away win to actually something of a rearguard action. We've got Sheargold and Zach Van behind, followed by Thomas Wilshire and Selena Belnager down to 5th, and only 3/10 back there is Harley Smith. Then there's a bigger gap to Kyle Clark, but Elliott getting some support there from the side. 13.5 minutes to go soon as Johnny Elliott, it's dropped back to half a second, so Sheargold is fractionally closer, and he's bringing Zach Venn with him. Yeah, this could get sticky, Brad. Do the numbers suggest that it's not that clear-cut?
The lap times of the top 6 karts are so close together. They're all within around about half a tenth on best lap. So this is why everyone's struggling to make any progress. It's really when one driver makes a very slight error that someone catches. All of the top 3 that time around back down in the 33.7s. Only 1,000th of a second difference between Johnny and Adam in second place there. So pretty much status quo, but it's not comfortable, is it?
Cancelling each other out generally, but as soon as somebody does a couple of laps where they're not the best, they're in trouble.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, Anthony, just want to go back to you. We had a pit stop there for Harley Smith. Was it clean? Was it good?
It was lovely and clean, yeah. 9.3, very quick stop.
9.3 is fast.
And currently has the fastest lap of the race as well.
Yeah, he's looking good down there. He's listed now 7th place, having made a pit stop. We didn't really see him in that top 5 group, but he is fastest in this race. And he's, 12 seconds back from Johnny Elliott with a pit stop. So in reality, he's, about 2.5 seconds behind. Brad, that's not going to be close enough on those times you've got there for him to be on the back of the lead group, is it? We're talking about Harley Smith here, who's the fastest in the race.
So Harley Smith's 12 seconds down.
Yeah.
That would put him...
with a pit stop,
since he's done a pit stop. That would put him around about 4th position when it all shakes out. There's a couple of karts very close together, though, so there's no guarantee there's actually a gap between them for you to fall into.
Yeah, so it's a 4th position, but to the left-hand side.
Something like that.
Yeah. So Johnny Elliott continuing on his way. That gap is maintaining a half-second gap of lead for Johnny Elliott
and
there.
Everyone in the top 5 did their best lap of the race on that lap.
Yeah, so all the top 5 are really trying. New fastest lap of this race does go to Adam Sheargold. He's the one in second place. Does that mean he's closed in on Johnny Elliott? But no, the numbers are pretty much the same. So we're still looking at that half-second gap there, Johnny Elliott to Adam Sheargold. So even though Sheargold's fastest in this race so far, it's only by such a tiny fraction that it hasn't even really closed him in on Johnny Elliott. So a nice little purple patch, literally, but not one that's actually having any effect. Johnny Elliott continues on his way there.
This is a better lap from Johnny. 2/10 quicker in the first sector than Sheargold. And the moment he breaks that toe, Sheargold won't have that reference point and won't be being dragged along on the straight. So if Johnny can just break away a little bit more, that's going to make Zach Venn think, I need to start fighting Adam to get myself into second place.
And look on screen there, we've got a kart in the pits. Look at the lights above. Anthony?
Yeah, we do indeed. Cathal Clark, and good 2 green lights there. Thank you very much. Back up to you, Jim.
Yeah.
Fastest lap of the race now for Johnny Elliott.
Yeah, fastest lap of the race. And the gap's gone up now to 0.8 of a second. So Johnny Elliott is responding in the finest form he can put together to pull ahead slightly of Adam Sheargold. But Sheargold's just... Okay, he's losing time in terms of the actual numbers on the screen. However, when you look at it visually, with the toing and froing, Sheargold doesn't really look to be losing anything at all.
That's because he just gained 2/10 back on Johnny on that last lap.
That's because he gained 2/10 back.
And Zach Venn went with him, taking the fastest lap of the race. So it's swapping between the top 3 now, the fastest lap.
Yeah, it's one then the other. That fastest lap is moving around this top order with every passing lap. Each time it's a new person with the claim of being fastest, but it's still Johnny Elliott with the claim of being in the lead. Every lap he's led so far. We're under 10 minutes now, just under 10 minutes. So Johnny Elliott, strategically, let's just talk strategy for a moment, Brad. We are clearly talking about Johnny Elliott having to run late on this. He probably wants the others behind him to pit first, do you think?
This is actually an interesting point because normally they wouldn't be able to pit. But in this race, because there's quite a gap between the second half of the field and those front runners, Johnny could pit any time now and slot in behind Selena with a 7-second gap, which he's never going to close down over the course of the race. So
yeah,
if Johnny felt like Adam Sheargold was only catching him because he's following him and he's got the slipstream, Johnny has the option right now of pitting out of his way. The only downside to that is that little advantage that you get being the second car in a group to pit. I don't think it's as strong on this layout. We suspected it might be stronger, but actually because you can go so fast on the outside and brake very late, it seems to be the opposite.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, there is that lungeability of the first corner, if you like. And as you say, there is sort of 2 distinct areas of the track that people are occupying. So in that rare situation that we've had today, Johnny Elliott is finding himself in a position where a pit stop without coming out in a battle he just doesn't want to be part of is actually on the cards for Johnny. He could do it and make it work and be in clear area pitted now. He'll almost certainly choose not to, but that is certainly an option for Sheargold and Venn. But do you know what? Just the way I'm getting the feel of this race, this is going to be late stoppers all across the board. Now, on the screen there, because the camera's quite close on action, we can see Johnny Elliott. It looks like a top 3, but in reality, this is really a top 5 battle. Selena Balnegra is actually 3 seconds back in 5th place from Johnny Elliott. So it is a little bit of a 5-way tussle if you kind of get a bit liberal with the gap that's 3rd to 4th. And so Johnny Elliott there leading the way. But then behind Selena Balnegra, you've got a whopping great almost 10-second distance to Harley Smith. Yeah, number-wise, it's a huge hole there that people could occupy if they came in the pits now.
So Johnny might be kicking himself for not doing any of the practice. Johnny was a last-minute replacement entry, so he didn't do any of the build-up to the event, and he actually opted out of the practice day entirely because his ribs hurt. So he did have some practice on the day before that,
yeah.
But he might have been enticed to do a bit more preparation had he known he'd be quite this fast.
Well, if his ribs are aching, what do you reckon the situation out there is now? Do you think he's going to be feeling some pain, or is he pretty much recovered?
I think the adrenaline will have taken over. Being in the race lead does quite a lot to dull the pain of
ribs. To be fair, we've all done it. You can put up with quite a lot of pain if you're leading. And Johnny Elliott, if he is feeling pain, he's only got 7 minutes worth of pain plus 2 laps to go.
Johnny's also used to me being on the pit wall to tell him when to pit, so I'm really hoping he chooses the right strategy here. I think he understands it well enough, but I will be encouraging him to stay out as long as possible.
Yeah, I think he's got that memo as well. But as we've said, this race with that massive gap in the middle there, this is the one rare occasion where one of these front runners could make a mid-race stop and it'll still work out all right. You know, it's not like before where you had sort of people spread randomly around the track. Now, there's Steve Gray we're looking at. We were listening to him earlier, and there's the race leader, Johnny Elliott.
The gap's just come down quite a lot as
It's come down a huge amount. It's under half a second. Sheargold found something somewhere. Sheargold is not even the fastest on the track. That is Zach Venn, who's third place. So Sheargold has moved right up onto the tail of Johnny Elliott. You can see there Johnny Elliott getting defensive. That moving to the middle line there is a sign that Johnny Elliott is feeling the heat.
And we've got a pitter.
Sheargold.
Yep, here comes Sheargold then. Let's see how he does on the first light. It is a green light. He has got the momentum. He has got the support in the pit lane. He gets the 2 green lights. How good was that stop, though? Let's find out. 9.3. Good stop.
Massive decision for Johnny now. Does he cover that, or does he stay out to try and cover Zach Venn?
Well, I think, well, gosh, far be it for me to impart racing advice to Johnny Elliott, but I would be inclined to judge that on the gain or loss of Zach Venn. I think if Zach Venn turns out to be closing in on him, he does want to cover that, and he wants to cover it sooner rather than later, especially if he realises that there is that available gap to drop into, although there will be... what's his name? Adam Sheargold there waiting for him. But Johnny Elliott's looking, and in fact, Zach Venn's closing in, surely.
He actually lost slightly on the last lap, but what's ahead of Johnny is going to be the main concern. He's got traffic, and it's not necessarily going to let him through immediately. The gap was so close with Sheargold, he can't afford to lose any time at all to traffic.
Well, I've got a feeling that Johnny Elliott's losing time to Zach Venn, as it is. In fact, he has.
On that lap, for sure.
He almost halved the gap. So if Zach Venn's closing in like this, maybe Johnny Elliott, I don't know.
And Sheargold's fast too. Sheargold, a couple of tenths quicker on that lap. So I think Johnny needs to come in. I think he needs to pit.
But oddly enough, yet again, fastest lap goes to Harley Smith, and he's only 6th. What's all that about?
Interesting. So let's take a look at the gap Harley Smith's got. Right now, 12 seconds to the lead. That's not close enough.
But what about to Sheargold?
But and Sheargold's effectively level with the lead after that pit stop. So I think that it's Harley Smith could drop into 3rd or 4th position, somewhere around that zone. But maybe just alongside Selena. That's the kind of region we're looking.
Yeah, Brad, I mean, you've got more numbers on the screen there than we do on the live stream, but viewers at home, look at that screen there. You can see Adam Sheargold 5th, Harley Smith 6th. They're the ones we're looking at now. Harley Smith is still the fastest on the track, but Johnny Elliott's getting defensive now against Venn. Just consider there's 3 seconds there, Sheargold to Smith, and then into the pits is Venn.
And that's a godsend for Johnny, because now he has no decision to make. He can just pit on this lap.
I think he needs to come in straight away, Brad.
Yeah,
straight away.
He may well have lost the lead. I'm going to try and calculate the gap to Sheargold. He's really the main threat.
9.1.
So Sheargold, 9.1. If Johnny does an amazing pit stop, maybe he can come out alongside, but it might be a fight for second now.
This is going to be when Johnny Elliott, if he needs to come in right now. This is it. There's no two questions about it. It pit this time or lose the race, Johnny. It's as simple as that, mate. Will he come in? Surely. Oh, he's not.
No.
He's not. Right. Well,
that's because I'm not down there to tell him.
What's he like for speed? We're looking at Sheargold as well. At 9.1. Those of you at home, look at Sheargold, 4th place. 9.1 seconds is the lead. Now, Johnny Elliott, if he makes a 9.1 second, which will be one of the best of the day in the pit stop. Oh, it's down to 8.9. Johnny Elliott surely cannot hold this lead now after a pit stop. He probably needs to come in that lap. If anything, it's got to be this lap. There's just no question about it now. There was no question before. There's really no question now. Get in the pits, Johnny. Get in the pits. He's not taking the pits. Does he lose more time? 8.9 to Sheargold.
Okay, so now maybe Johnny's thinking that all he can do is hope that Venn and Sheargold battle. But right now, Johnny's 0.3 of a second per lap slower than both of them. So I think on that lap, 1/10 of a second, but it was already very, very tight. So at this stage, he might be resigned to 3rd place.
Now, it depends, though. If Johnny can do a great pit stop, he might come out side by side, barely, but enough that Sheargold can't turn in.
If he pit on, now he's in. I wish he'd done that a couple of laps ago because
Two
he's
laps
now
too late.
3
Well,
tenths closer.
let's see how well it goes for him. We've already established that it was a bit too late for him, but let's see if he can gather anything back from this.
Now it's on.
It's going to be...
there it is.
It's not gone well.
But he's got second. He's got second.
And
Sheargold-
behind him...
Yeah, there's a fight. A huge fight.
Harley Smith and Zach Venn.
Yeah. And in fact, there was definite contact there and a little bit of sideways. It's been sorted out, but there's Johnny Elliott. Well, he's picked up second place, not on the road, but in reality cycling through the pit stop. So Sheargold, actually, incredibly, is on to win this thing.
I think Johnny's best chance, and hindsight is a wonderful thing, would have been to immediately cover Sheargold.
Well,
but
it was, but 2 laps, as we said, too late. But yeah, 3 laps, 4 laps maybe. Anthony, you had Wilshire in the pits. Can you tell us anything?
Yeah, all good. No drama there. He's come out right in the middle of that battle as well. Harley Smith also is under investigation. That will be when Johnny came out, and there was a
behind him
mighty lunge.
Venn's dropped down to 6th place now.
Yeah, and I think that is probably part of what this investigation is about, because if you saw in the background when Elliott came out, in the pits, Balnega.
Yep, Balnega into the pit lane now. This is going to be a crucial spot. Here we go. There goes Sheargold. Elliott goes through as well. She slots into 3rd.
Well, that's incredible, that. Selena Balnega, she's obviously... she's raced in World Championships. She's been Ladies World Champion before. She knows this format inside and out. She's taken advantage of that and is maintaining position ahead of Harley Smith, Thomas Wilshire. Zach Venn is probably the net loser here. Somehow, he's found himself down in 6th, which is almost like overt punishment, really, for what?
There was a stage where he was looking like a potential winner in this race. He's found himself very much at the other end of the grid.
I mean, where he was saying Elliott needs to come in now, he's left it a lap too late. Elliott needs to come now, he's left it 2 laps too late. It was Venn we were talking about. And now Venn himself finds himself 6th. Elliott maintains 2nd. Now he's got a bit of a comfortable 2nd, as much as can be said, ahead of Selena Balnega. So with 2 laps to go now, they're on their penultimate lap, halfway round it. Elliott, I think, has done enough. There's Sheargold, the leader, and look at him go. This has been an absolutely outstanding performance for Sheargold. The first of the leaders to pit, he made it pay off. He clearly knew this is how it was going to work out, and it has. So Adam Sheargold there is online. He started his last lap now. He's just got to get it round there. He's got a comfortable lead. There's Johnny Elliott in 2nd. There's Selena Balnega in 3rd. Couple of seconds between each, 1st, 2nd, 3rd. And actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 with that sort of comfortable gap between. And here comes Adam Sheargold. He's just got a couple of corners to go. He's going to put this one in the bag. There round goes Clark by the looks of it, and there goes Sheargold. Sheargold crosses the line and takes the win. It's Sheargold. Elliott Balnega's moved up 2 places. Harley Smith in 4th. Thomas Wilshire 6th. Zach Venn down. Thomas Wilshire 5th. Zach Venn down in 6th. Kyle Clark in 7th. Ben Chick 8th. Steve Gray will come through in 9th with Matt Clark there in 10th. And when they come round to you, Anthony, it's almost like a pick your chat. Obviously, Adam Sheargold is, that's how to win an indoor kart race, isn't it?
100%. Yeah, indeed. That's exactly how you would do it. Just calm, collected, and a solid pit stop. I think that always helps. Here he comes into the pit lane. He definitely seems delighted with it, celebrating before he's even come to a stop. So completely understandable. There's Johnny Elliott. Great drive from Johnny. He is definitely happy with it, but he's had a tough one. And again, celebrations coming in for Selena Balnega in that one as well. But she also looks just that little bit deflated, I think, at the end of that one, knowing that I feel like she could have done just that little bit more, but that's no disregard. She did a great job. Well, here is our man, Adam Sheargold. We'll let him get weighed first and sort it out, but as you can imagine, last race of the day for them. That's the result that you want, is it? Come away with a race win. Check the weight on that one. 90.8, so he's all good. And we'll have a quick chat with him and hopefully stick with me on this one. He's tucked right himself in the back. Adam, I don't think we've spoken to you so far this one. Good. Well, finally, here we go with you, Adam Sheargold. Last race of the day for you, and it comes away with a race win. Well deserved, I think. How did you feel out there?
It was a good race for me. Pulling kart 21 was good for me because I've had some bad luck today, but yeah, that was good. And I knew I was catching Elliott, so I just thought I'd stick on him for a while. And then Venn got up behind me, so I've decided to pit to avoid the pressure, and it worked out.
It certainly did for you. Pit stop was great as well. You timed that to perfection, I think, and a very close run. But like you say, you've got one more race tomorrow?
Another race tomorrow, but I don't even think I can make the semis at the moment. So if I can win that, then maybe we'll get in there.
Well, fingers crossed for you, because it certainly ended well today. Congratulations.
Cheers, mate. I just want to shout out my family that are watching as well. Thank you very much.
Excellent stuff. Well done, Adam. Sheer gold there. Brilliant stuff. Well, drivers are going to get themselves ready. Go on.
Anthony, I was going to say, thanks also from us to the Sheer Gold family. If they're supporting the live stream, that's great news, isn't it?
Excellent, yeah. Always is very good there indeed. But plenty is going to be happening. This last race here, boys. One, I'm happy. It's the last race of the day. It's been a long day. I'm freezing.
25 races in, mate.
Yeah, exactly. And two, have you seen the names in this?
Yeah, we're just coming to that. It's a bit savage. We're going to read him out. We've got James Burgess. We've got Matt Barsh. Sven Hendrickson, we saw him win earlier, of course. Craig Tucker, Charles DeClane, Sam Slater, Dante Dillon, Sean Briley, Kieran Kennis, and Zimovit Vera are in this one. And that's a tough one to call. Do you go Barsh? Do you go Hendrickson? Do you go Slater? Do you go Dillon? Do you go Briley? Do you go Vera? Every one of them a winner. And, of course, it's happened before. We could see a front runner and someone that we've not mentioned.
And there's a couple of drivers here that you'd expect to be on their way to the final, but haven't been having a great day so far. Sean Briley's already ruled himself out after a dodgy result earlier on. Sam Slater, I think, is probably still in the hunt, but hasn't had the day that he wanted. And Dante Dillon, I don't remember his first result, but he was up, was it P2 in his last one, so maybe still in with a shout. Well, but on pace, any of them could be in.
As a commentator, obviously, I'm having to move rapidly between the races. So I'm actually basing it as much as anything on how much I feel I've spoken about somebody. So do I feel like I've spoken a lot 3 times today about Dante Dillon? And the answer, frankly, is no. So either Dillon's got a result in there. I'm actually looking back through my results. He didn't get a top 3, I don't think, in the first round of heats, but he did in the second round. And in that last race, I think it's been decided that he actually made it. So we'll put him in for that one. But, of course, if he does need to make the semi-final, he's up against people who won all 3 races. We're talking about De Vos. We're talking about De Wolf in that bracket there. So certainly Dante Dillon is he's got to do the work in this one. He does need to get some good points here. We know he's capable of it, and it just really depends on how the cookie crumbles. Sheargold, though, just going back to what he was saying, it's incredible how tight things are when you can win one of the 4 heat races that you're in and still think you're out of the hunt for a semi-final position. Not even a final one, a semi-final. So really that says a lot about the quality and the toughness of this. So they're on their qualifying laps now. Obviously,
Slater and Dillon are the quickest on that out lap.
Yeah.
As much as you want to read into that.
So that kind of tells us something. It tells us a lot and not a lot at the same time. It's something to go on, isn't it? But they've got the checker flag ready, and we're going to see the first ones coming through. It's Sean Briley who's going to lay down that benchmark. Briley on a 33.9, and he's been beaten by Dillon. So Dillon's doing what he needs to do. He's holding on. The others come in, but he's been beaten by Charles DeClane.
Wow.
Where on earth? Zimovit Vera, Matt Barsh now to the top. Slater to 3rd.
Double champion Sean Briley, reigning champion Sean Briley down in 8th place.
It just is not something we thought we'd say. It really isn't. And Dante Dillon is being pushed to 5th. Sven Hendrickson, he won his last, previous heat race we saw him in. He was the winner. He's been pushed to 6th in this. In fact, Vera has actually been flicked a bit by Barsh there, because I think we saw Barsh and Vera in the same race earlier, and Vera kind of had the measure of Barsh, but now it's going back the other way. Matt Barsh, class act that he is, been around forever now. He's in his 30s in age, but he's been at this since his teens. So he's a very, very well-known driver all over the indoor karting world. Competed in just about every national championship there is, has Matt Barsh, and he's had success everywhere to varying levels. He is going to start this heat race from the pole, but there is Zimovit Vera behind him, and behind that is Sam Slater. Sam Slater, well, what are we looking at? We were seeing Sam Slater making deals, but they were all behind him. They weren't with Vera. They weren't with Matt Barsh. We'll see what happens here. Barsh leads him round. Barsh, very, very slow indeed. He doesn't want to back him up too much, or they'll open up when he floors it. We've been given the green, and it's staying green, so racing on. And the start actually has turned out to be very good. Barsh pretty much judging that to perfection. He is, as I say, one of the class acts. He's very much an international recognised star in the world of rental karting. Someone trying to make a name for himself is young Zimovit Vera, and Zimovit Vera is going to have nothing in his mind except winning this thing. There he is in the sort of turquoise colour behind the, I don't know, that sort of funny blue colour behind Barsh in second place. And then it's Sam Slater. Sam Slater is one of the main British hopes. And you can see Matt Barsh lifting that inside rear wheel there, Brad. Matt Barsh, of course, is... you know, the stocky figure of Matt Barsh can really manhandle a car around, so he can get that up onto one wheel at the back there with very little effort indeed, and that helps him get the kart rotated in the corner. Now, he's in the lead now, but it's pretty tenuous from Zimovit Vera, just half a second, and half a second around here means it's nose to tail, as we can see on screen. And there, in the orange suit, in third place, that's one of the main British hopes. It's Sam Slater. Sam Slater, he of course has done a lot of international racing, pretty much focusing in the UK again now, but Sam Slater, he knows obviously all these drivers from various foreign championships, but Sam Slater is all over the back of Zimovit Vera. This will of course be the first time that Sam Slater has been in competition with Vera, who's making his sort of debut here in the UK now, being relatively new on the scene, if you like. Now he's pointed at Zimovit Vera. You saw him point. That was a message to Sam Slater saying, "I am going in the attack to Matt Barsh. Don't fight me." In the pits, Anthony.
Sven Henriksson, all good. Didn't he manage the England football team? No, that was Sven Göran Eriksson. There we go. Nearly right.
Yeah, and I think, am I right in thinking that Sven is no longer with us?
This one is.
But Hendrickson is, but Göran Eriksson is.
Yes, no, of course.
So it may not be the England manager, is what I'm trying to drive at there.
But good stop, nonetheless.
Yeah, do you know what? It's that was a pretty good little tie-in there for 10:30 at night, mate. Well done.
Appreciate that. 9.2 was the stop as well.
Yeah, and Hendrickson, of course, we know, won that earlier race. He's now in 10th, but he's
moved for the lead.
Yes,
Vera's done it.
Can Slater go with him? The answer's no, but Vera's made the move. As you said there, Brad, Vera jumped Matt Barsh and, well, he pointed for the benefit of Sam Slater, saying, "I am after Barsh," and that's exactly what he's done. Now, can Slater go with him? That's a big ask, but, well, Slater's going to have to try. In the pits, Andy, we've got the camera looking at the pits. Have you got one in there? No?
I do not.
No? OK.
No.
Obviously, quick camera check, really. But, yeah, on the live stream, we saw a shot of the pit lane there, so we wonder if... Slater! Down the inside of Matt Barsh and makes his stick in the snail. So Slater is now in pursuit of Vera. So Slater, well, he did a deal there with... or Vera did a deal, and... Slater's kept his end of the bargain on that, as Slater now is in pursuit of the race leader, Zimovit Vera from Poland. So Matt Barsh has now found himself in third. So can Sam Slater close the gap? There is a gap there. It's just over a second. We can keep an eye on that. Those of you at home watching on the live stream, look at that gap at the top there. It's Vera Slater, 1.1 seconds. Brad, you've got something.
Our superstar who dominated a race earlier, Sven Hendrickson, is quietly going about his business back there in last position, but having been the only person to do a pit stop so far. So he's the fastest driver on the track, 33.348. He's got the best lap. He's 11.8 behind the lead, but there's a couple of karts that are also 1 to 2 seconds behind the lead themselves.
In the pits, aren't they?
Yes, it is indeed the number 10, Kennis, who pits, and I think it's okay on gate number 2. However, gate number 1, was a bad one, I believe, and the number 10 sees an invalidated stop. He'll have to come in again.
And crucially, he let his teammate through. He knew he'd wrecked it, and as he left the pits, he braked to allow Hendrickson through unimpeded.
Oh, that's good, isn't it? Yeah. I tell you, another thing that's happened is Charles Leclerc, in the middle of all that, has moved up to third place. Matt Barsh has been shoved back to fourth. He's been properly pushed around by the youngsters. Briley in.
Briley's in the pit lane. Green on gate number 1. Gate 2 is green. He'll go back out. The number 10 is back in for his second stop. Now, this is a penalty stop for Kieran Kennis. Green's all around. That's much more like it.
Can I make a prediction, James?
Yes.
I think Hendrickson's going to be at least on the podium in this race.
I may have told a lie there. Sorry.
Yeah,
but
go on,
number
Anthony.
10, I think he may have just got another invalid stop.
A penalty on his penalty.
I'll double check that. I may have misheard someone.
Okay, so while you're sorting that one out, Anthony, we're going to have a look at this. Yeah, Brad, you're talking about Sven Hendrickson. Now, I don't think you're wrong in that, because Sven Hendrickson, far from being the England manager, he is managing his English outing very well indeed, because there was a point he was fast on the track. Anthony.
Invalidated stop, number 10, he's in again.
Penalty on penalty for, who was it, Kennis?
Yeah, Kieran Kennis, he's coming again. This time, it's 2 greens. He's fine now.
So the Belgian Kennis, he's made the semi-finals in Germany. He's made the semi-final in Denmark, and that's going to hurt him. He's probably not going to make the semi-final here.
Hendrickson is already in third position net.
Wow.
And he is 0.4 of a second quicker than Sam
Brad,
Slater
now,
in P2.
just for the benefit of those watching at home, we can see Sven Hendrickson has a gap 2.3. Obviously, you've got a lot more numbers there to look at on the screen. You've got the breakdown of the laps, the sectors, everything else. Just for the benefit of those at home, can you just explain how that comes about?
Yeah, so we're looking for roughly a 10-second gap to see how far up the field he's going to be. You can see he's 12.3 behind the leader, and the kart in third position is 5.4. So that means he would easily, with a 10-second boost, when that kart in third position comes into the pits, he would easily be in third position. He jumped right up to there currently. I'm looking at his sector times. He's on another very, very good lap, and he's consistently lapping quicker than those karts ahead of him.
Okay, well, so while you're looking at those sector times, we're actually looking on screen at Zimmerwit Vera, the young Polish driver. He's leading the way. He's got a kart between him, which I assume is probably Kennis, between him and Slater. Slater's 2.5 seconds back. Charles Leclerc is 5.5 seconds away from Vera, which means he's around that sort of similar time back from Slater. Dante Dillon, who we were thinking, earlier on, well, we haven't spoken about him in some races. We need to talk about him now because he is fourth place. But for the Dante Dillon fans out there, and particularly in the southeast, there are a lot. He is a very popular driver on the British scene, is Dante Dillon. Vastly experienced now, known to many. Brad, with those numbers there, are we looking for a good result for Dillon here? He's in fourth at the moment. Or are there some behind who actually could push him down?
So Dante's doing a great job, but his times aren't as strong as the karts that are ahead. He was marginally quicker, actually, than Charles Leclerc in third place on that lap.
Yeah.
But overall, he's in the 6s, 33.6s, and the fastest karts are doing 33.4s or 5s.
Right, so he might have to up that a little bit in order to make some inroads. Talking of making inroads, he has sort of made an inroad there, passing Matt Barsh. Matt Barsh has found himself going from third to fifth now, and so it's kind of getting a bit unravelled for Matt Barsh there, down in fifth place. He's got Burgess behind him, but he does have a cushion of about 3 seconds on that, roughly speaking. Certainly with a nice little lead here is Zimmerwit Vera, the Polish driver. He's another one wearing one of the skin suits. The kart skins, as we've been saying all day, managed to get FIA accreditation this very week for both indoor and outdoor karting with those kart skin suits that are, as I say, a lot like a bobsledder, a time trial cyclist would wear. I think they're going to kind of be fairly popular on the indoor scene, probably more so than the outdoor, but we'll see how that sort of plays out. Now, Zimmerwit Vera, 15 laps in, 11.5 minutes to go before we get the 2-lap board. He's opened up that gap to 2.8 on Slater. With the best will in the world, Brad, I don't think Slater can really answer Vera here. Vera has just got so much speed.
No, Slater needs to answer Hendrickson, who's down in 7th place, because slowly but surely he's clawing his way up to undercutting Slater. There's not a whole lot Sam can do apart from drive fast, because if he was to pit to cover Hendrickson, they'd probably get into a fight and then be both jumped by someone else. So
yeah,
currently he just needs to go fast.
And would he actually end up in the Hendrickson-Burgess problem area, if you like, with that 12.2, 13.6? He would be maybe in that.
Yeah, you're right, actually. That's actually a problem for Hendrickson himself, because
Yeah.
James Burgess is significantly slower than Hendrickson, and he's going to have to pass him on track because it is 4th position currently.
Yes, so those who might have thought, could Hendrickson pit out of this? No, he can't, because he's already made his pit stop. That's why he's 7th. He did start dead last, though, didn't he? So, or way down the order.
Position, I think.
6th position, was it?
So
Yeah.
he's actually 1 place lower currently than he started, but that's obviously because that early pit stop.
And he's the highest place of the pit stoppers, isn't he?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So Hendrickson is there. We can expect him to actually jump up the order pretty rapidly once those pit stops cycle through. Now, Vera has got now 3 seconds on Sam Slater, and at this point, and the way he's pulling away, he is the fastest in this race. He's got the best lap for this race. So those of you watching at home, just want you to pay particular attention to the scoreboard again. Hendrickson moves up a place, but we want to be looking at Slater to Hendrickson, that gap time.
He's lost some time on that lap because he had to make his way past Burgess, lost about 6/10.
Yeah, the pass on Burgess cost him. How quickly will he make it back? That is the ultimate question. Does Sam Slater have anyone in front of him? There is Kieran Kennis, who's had a couple of penalties somewhere out there randomly on the track, but to be
Kennis
honest,
is actually lapping faster than Slater, so I
is
don't
he?
think it's going to be a problem.
Right. Gosh, is he really? What a shame
He's
about
the
those
second
penalties.
quickest on track at the moment, Kennis.
Anthony, just want to bring you into this.
Yeah.
Your favourite pit visitor, Kieran Kennis, is actually second fastest on the track. If only he hadn't had those penalties.
Yes, he's got 3 pit stops to his name versus the noughts and ones I see for everyone else. Yeah, it's one of these things where it's the end of the day. It's been a long day. Fatigue can definitely kick in. I mean, we're 10:15 at night, local time here. It's well past my bedtime. I'm amazed I've not had a text saying it's time to go to bed. But, these drivers, they've certainly worked hard all the way throughout this. Mistakes can happen, but the fact that the pace is still there is an exemplary drive.
Well, Kieran Kennis is 17-year-old, so you'd have to say he's kind of prime for being able to stay up till 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, beers included.
Well,
let alone make an indoor kart race at 10 o'clock at night. So, you're giving him a good out there with the fatigue, but I think there'll be a lot of people nodding heads on that one and not really quite buying it. However, nice try there on his behalf, Anthony.
No, I always try my best to try and help the drivers out, but I'll see if I can get another out for him.
Superb. Brad, you're seeing something on the timing screen?
Well, Hendrickson's just moving ever closer to Slater. He's in that kind of 10-second window now, roughly. I think he needs to be a little bit closer to actually come out far enough alongside Sam to get past him into turn 1 around the outside, but it's getting closer.
Absolutely. So those of you at home on the live timing, you've got a slightly different timing screen to Brad's, but it's actually saying the same story. If you look at Sam Slater, he's 4.5 seconds behind Jimovit Vera. If you look at Sven Hendrickson in 6th, he's 14.2 behind Jimovit Vera, and that does mean that it's actually less than 10 seconds just between Hendrickson and Slater. That gap definitely, Brad, is coming down.
Yeah.
So Slater... if he can spot this now, that might be a good thing. But again, if he pits now, will he throw himself in? No, there will be a gap there because there's 5 seconds between Hendrickson and Barge. It could be actually an inspired move because that has come down again. Hendrickson is definitely closing in.
Sam's again in between a rock and a hard place there. If he pits, he's going to get into a battle with Hendrickson, provided he manages to come out in front, and then he's going to lose places to Declan and potentially Dylan.
But if he doesn't come in, he's only going to be further behind Hendrickson when he comes out.
Yeah.
At least if he comes in now, he can actually play a bit of a blocking game with Hendrickson. Yeah, he's in a fight, but it's better to be in a fight from the front than it is from behind.
But it's also better to bank a 3rd position than it is to potentially drop down to 5th by fighting Hendrickson and letting Declan and Dylan overtake you. So it's a really tricky one. And as always in BRKC, you're rarely fighting one kart. You're fighting people on the opposite side of the track on a completely different strategy to you.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Slater's actually in the position where he's got a couple of different decisions to make. each of those decisions could give him the outcome he wants, but he's literally got to pick one because the longer he leaves it, a decision will pick itself. And the decision that will pick itself will be the one where Sam Slater makes a late race pit stop and finds out where he ends up, rather than actually being able to get actively on top of a situation. I mean, it might be the right thing to do. It's dead easy to overthink it.
I think we have our answer. Sam has stayed out, and he can read the scoreboards. He knows how this works. Sven he just set the fastest lap of the race on that last lap. I think the horse has bolted. I think Sven is now second place, and Sam is thinking, okay, as long as I stay here, I've got track position and time over to Clint and Dylan, so it's going to be third place. That may be the best he can do.
So third place points might be better in his eyes than fifth place points if he starts messing about, losing out to Declean and Dylan. Yeah. So Dante Dillon, he needed points on this one, as we know. He's running in fourth right now, but clearly that's not going to last. Oh, in the pits,
Yes, indeed. I've got a James Burgess for you. Two green lights, clean track, comes out ahead of the race leader.
Yeah, that's race leader on track, but the race leader's going to put him a lap down if he's anywhere near him, but he's not, because I think we're looking at Burgess there, aren't we? As Burgess No, we're not. We're looking at Hendrickson. Now, this is an interesting view. Brad, if I'm going to speak to you on this one.
Yeah.
Hendrickson, we've been watching him on lap timing screen that you have. Now we're actually seeing him on screen in real terms. This is the driver we've been talking about for so much this race. And we can see, looking at that screen, there is absolutely nobody in that shot. Nobody from miles in front, all the way down this straight. Nobody there. Look in the background, nothing. As he's clearly on his own. Matt Barsh is way ahead, but that is a big part of the racetrack between him and Barsh.
This is the view we want, because the moment Sam Slater pits, we're going to see what the relative gaps are. So,
well, I think the relative gap here is going to be something where even Sam Slater, with all the skill and speed he's got, may well be occupying the lower part of our screen here.
Look at the driving style of Hendrickson here as well. There's a couple of different styles. Typically, people hold the wheel on the hand grips. Hendrickson here holding it on the top corners. Dante Dillon has a very similar style. Quite a few of the indoor karters do hold the wheel near the top. And they say it limits their movement. They don't steer too far or too fast. So minimal steering inputs like this.
And if you look at Hendrickson on the wheel there, with that high position with the hands, he kind of sort of nips it into the corner a bit. It's not so much of a Delary karting flick, is it?
Yeah.
But it is a certifiable nip there on the initial turn-in. And you can see he's kind of adjusting that during the corner.
Yeah.
So as we look down here, we'll get a good view. There's the nip, and here's the adjustment. We've sort of gone away from that. But anyway, Hendrickson with his own style. But in the pits, Anthony.
Yes, indeed.
Dillon.
Yeah, Dante Dillon in the pit lane for his two definitely green light stops. And he's back out on track.
Yeah, there he is. So Hendrickson was back on screen there, and we can see he's making his way around into that, sort of dragging the back of the car, in the rotating into that apex there on the track. As Hendrickson makes his way around, it really is a smooth drive by Hendrickson, Brad. Technically this is working out for him, which is why he's so quick. He's up to fifth place now at the expense of Dillon, and into the pits again.
Yeah, indeed. This time it's Declean who's in for his stop, gets a rousing shout of support from his teammates, and it's two green lights. He's back out on track.
Now, Sam Slater, Zimmervit Vera and Matt Barsh are the only ones. They are the top three now on the track, and they've been up at the front, certainly in the case of Slater and Vera. Into the pits.
Yep, again, more pit lane action. Tucker is in, and he's got a good stop as well. He's back out on track.
Anthony.
More pit lane action. Now it's
Barsh.
Barsh. Yeah, Barsh in the pit lane now. Green light on gate number 1 into gate 2. Giving it a good amount of throttle. That was a very slow stop, actually, on gate 2 for Barsh. He will not be happy with that.
No, and he comes out behind Dante Dillon, crucially from his point of view. He's in 6th place there, is Matt Barsh. Now, Hendrickson, Brad, you've been keeping an eye on those times there. Hendrickson is now clearly ahead. Oh, Zimmervit Vera, sorry.
Yeah,
going up to you,
indeed.
Anthony.
Vera in the pit lane now. It's good on gate 1. Gate 2, oh, they're stacking up now. Slater's in now as well. He comes towards the second gate. He got a green on that first one. Green on the second. His team are not happy with the fact that he's pitted there. There was kind of a word of, why did you come in now?
Well, what's crucial too is that he's definitely some way behind Hendrickson. Sven Hendrickson. Now, he's 3 seconds from from the leader, Vera, Šimović Vera. Everybody's been in. But Brad, initially you were talking about Hendrickson. He pitted early, was 10th. At that point, you were saying you could see Hendrickson possibly in 3rd at the end of this race. He's gone one better, and he's going to be 2nd.
I think I hedged my bets and said at least a podium, and I've been proven right.
At least a podium is the very least. He's in the middle of that podium, or honorary podium in this case. And Vera there, we can see sort of burning in the back of Tucker there. Anthony, just one word with Tucker there. He's waving Šimović Vera through to put him a lap down. Is that his 2nd stop in this race? We just seem to have been having Tucker, right? You mentioned him a lot in the pit lane today.
Well, no, we've had him in once.
Oh,
so
right,
everyone's only done one, apart from, of course, Kieran Kennis, who's been in to see me multiple times.
Yeah.
Yes, he's the only person who's done multiple stops.
Okay, so Šimović Vera, he's got 12 seconds before we go to the last lap. Now, looking at this is going to be the penultimate lap, because Vera will not make it back to the start line before that clock gets to 0. So this will be counting as the penultimate lap now. So it says 2 laps up on the top now. It's gone from the timer to 2 laps. But Šimović Vera is right up to the finish line now. We're going to go to the last lap here. There he is. He's on the last lap now. Šimović Vera is on the last lap as they come around the revised style section. As far as Vera is concerned, this is the last time, the last lap on the revised section, the alternative layout there. When he races next, it will be back to the standard Formula Fast layout in the 4th round of heats for him tomorrow late in the morning or early in the afternoon. So Šimović Vera makes his way round. This is the final lap for him. It's a rather secure victory, and here he comes. He's going to take the win. He crossed the line. It's Šimović Vera from Sven Hendrickson and Sam Slater. So Hendrickson goes through there. Where's Slater? He's looking for 3rd. There he is, crossing the line now. Charles de Clean comes through in a creditable 4th there. Dante Dillon 5th. Matt Barsh. What a shame for Matt Barsh. He started 1st. He dropped all the way back to 6th. And then it's Sean Brierley. Brad,
unbelievable.
It's come apart for Brierley this weekend, hasn't it?
Brierley and Barsh having absolute nightmares today. And Barsh in particular performing brilliantly in qualifying. In BRKC, you do not expect to put it on pole and finish in 6th without anything of note happening.
No, and not Matt Barsh.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, he's a known quantity. He tends to stick where he starts. And if that's 1st, it's fairly likely he's going to be 1st or 2nd. But this time it was 6th. Anthony, they're coming towards you now. Here's the winner, Šimović Vera.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much. The last time today. Oh, do you know what? I'm so glad I got to say that. But it's just a long day. But yeah, I definitely want to chat to a couple of drivers. Of course, Vera, brilliant race for him. He congratulates there with Dante Dillon. Brilliant to see. Sam Slater shaking his head. Again, not sure what happened on that pit stop. The team, the pit stop was absolutely fine. Nothing wrong with it. But the team weren't happy when he came in. That was the drama that we had from that one. So as you can imagine now, last few words of this one. Bit of a discussion going on down here, but one of those. Matt, just a quick chat there. All good there?
No, I'm not happy about this race.
Yeah, you take your helmet off, and hopefully it stays cordial. But I'll apologise in advance if we hear anything. But Matt, yeah, what happened there? Because that seemed like a pretty tough one.
Yeah, so the qualification is very good. I make, I think, the perfect lap of this kart. But this kart not work with me in the race. I haven't straight, so it's very, very disappointed for me. Yeah, so I can make more. It's a maximum of this kart.
Well, tomorrow is another day, of course. Hopefully, after a result like that, you can still come back a little bit stronger tomorrow. But are you hopeful for that?
I hope so. I need to win tomorrow, the last race of qualification, and I should be good.
That's what we need, isn't it? But certainly, it's been a long day today, and I'm sure you're ready to relax now and a strong day tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you so much, and sleep well.
Excellent indeed. Thank you. I certainly will. Lots more happening there. Main winner from this one, of course, Sven coming in. Well, let's quickly have a chat first before you go for your photo. Sven, again, we've spoken many times today. It certainly seems to go on your way through most of the races. Is it down to the skin-tight race suit?
Maybe, I don't know. I mean, I improved much than trainings, to be honest. I prefer this layout also, but I didn't expect. I think something happened behind because I was P2 and I overtook someone, and then I see and there's a gap like 8 seconds or something. So yeah, that really helped me, and I will have to watch replay what happened there, but I'm very happy.
Excellent. Well, congratulations. Well done. We'll see you out there tomorrow. And I suspect tomorrow is going to be an excellent day for you as well.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there for Ven. I'm sure he's going to get his photo medal taken now. Well, that's it. We're done. I'll pass back up to you. But before you round everything out, I just want to say a big thank you to all the media team. The camera crew have done an absolutely fantastic job. The staff here at Formula Fast as well. It's been a long day for everyone. Of course, the viewers at home who have been watching on your sofa. I have... yeah, you've been nice and warm all day. It's been freezing here. Boys, back up to you.
Superb. Well, thank you very much for your effort today, Anthony. We're going over to Brad Philpott now with the Brad Pad, and he's got some insights for us to look at from this race.
Well, Anthony interviewed Matt Barsh there, and we've got the Matt Barsh sympathy corner down here on the Brad Pad. So we're going to start off with when he initially lost the lead to Zimovic Vera just there. So it was a great move from Vera. Here we go, simple as this. Down the inside into the snail, where we've seen almost all the moves on this layout of the track, fully alongside before the apex, barely touching the inside, straight forward as you like. And then there was exactly the same thing from Sam Slater. So let's take a look at that one. If I just wind that one back, same place on the track, almost identical. Poor Matt Barsh, gap down the inside, Slater alongside well before the apex. And same again. So it almost looked like Barsh had resigned himself to a slight lack of pace in that kart because he seemed to be leaving the door open.
And the biggest bit of sympathy there, Brad, is the fact that you didn't go for all 6 of Matt Barsh's lost positions. So, yeah, if I can take over there. And so it leaves me just to say thank you very much for watching the live stream. We hope you've enjoyed the racing. We're going to be back here tomorrow. So on behalf of myself, James Auld, Anthony Jordan in the pit lane, Brad Philpott here on the analysis, and the entire production crew have done a fantastic job here at Formula Fast. We wish you good night and join us tomorrow. We're going to be live from 8 o'clock onwards as we finish off the second half of round 3. We're going to go back to the traditional Formula Fast layout with the standard snail section for the final round of heat races. Then we'll see who qualifies to the semi-final. Then we'll see who qualifies to the grand final. And all bets are off then for that £1,000 first prize winner. So please, thank you, good night, and join us tomorrow. Thank you very much. Cheerio.